The Pallisers, the political novels of Anthony Trollope, dramatised for radio by Martin Wade, with David Troughton as Trollope, Juliet Stevenson as Lady Laura, Sophie Thompson and Ben Miles as Plantagenet Palliser. Episode 7.
In May 1867, Phineas Finn had been charged with the murder of a fellow Member of Parliament, the unpleasant Mr. Bonteen, and his trial at the Old Bailey promised to be the event of the year. Lady Laura Kennedy, however, had reluctantly decided that she would not be attending the proceedings. The recently widowed Laura, who for many years had been possessed by an unrequited passion for Phineas, rightly surmised that her presence in the court could only attract further speculation about the warmth of her feelings towards the defendant, and might even be prejudicial to him. Therefore she waited anxiously in her father's house, and received an account of the first day of the trial from Lord Chiltern, her brother.
I tell you, Laura, I never knew anything so tedious in my entire life. For a large part of the day, nothing happened.
How was Phineas? How did he look?
Not quite his usual self. Nothing like it, indeed. Very thin and pale.
Oh, Oswald, the poor man. Did he speak at all?
A little. There was a row about who should be on the jury, and Phineas declared that for his part he wished for no objections to be raised, but Mr. Chaffanbrass, his barrister, made objections all the same, and for some considerable time.
And once the jury was decided on...
Then it was all Sir Gregory Grogram for the Crown, going into the quarrel between Phineas and Bonteen, and the route which Bonteen took on leaving the club. And how a man in a grey cloak, similar to the one worn by Phineas, was seen running towards the corner of Berkeley Square where Bonteen was murdered.
Did Sir Gregory... Did he make a good case?
To be honest, Laura... Yes, he did.
Oh.
The conclusion seemed to be that there was a reason for Phineas to murder Bonteen. There was an opportunity, and he had the means as well.
But Phineas didn't murder him.
I know, sister.
He's innocent.
Yes, I'm sure of it.
If they hang him, Oswald, I'll hang myself.
Sir Gregory Grogram began the work of the second day by announcing that one of his witnesses had been tampered with by his learned friend on the other side. The witness alluded to was Lord Fawn, who was present in court, wonderfully visible, in fact, on a high bench, and he became distinctly embarrassed and uncomfortable when everyone's gaze fell upon him. As for the learned friend, Mr. Chaffanbrass, he took great exception to the charge that had been made against him.
Tampered with? Tampered with?
Mr. Chaffanbrass.
My lord, the witness was invited to my chambers, not summoned. And though, when I'm in court, I am subject to the bench, and have never knowingly contradicted it, in my own rooms I am subject only to the law of the land. The words tampered with are erroneous and offensive, and must be withdrawn.
They were indeed withdrawn, but Mr. Chaffanbrass, bouncing about in histrionic resentment, was not quite appeased.
I'll tamper with him before too long. I'll tamper with him.
You spoke, Mr. Chaffanbrass?
I did, my lord. Just a confidential word to my clerk.
Apart from Lady Laura, there were two other women with a keen interest in the outcome of the trial. One was Madame Goesler, who had gone to Prague in an attempt to establish that the Reverend Joseph Emilius, an enemy of Mr. Bonteen, was someone more worthy of suspicion of Bonteen's murder than Phineas Finn. The other woman was Glencora, the Duchess of Omnium.
To Madame Marie Goesler, Hotel Vlad for Prague. My dear friend, I bring you further news from the Old Bailey, courtesy of Barrington Erle. Mr. Earle was himself examined as a witness today and described events leading up to the murder. And I understand that 3 doctors were questioned as to the sorry state of the Bonteen skull and the nature of the instrument that might have inflicted the fatal injuries. I am sorry to report, my dear Marie, that Mr. Finn's bludgeon was readily agreed to be just such an instrument. Discussion of the famous grey coat is to be left till tomorrow.
Lord Fawn, you know the defendant, do you not?
A little.
You belong to the same political party.
Yes, though we don't sit in the same house.
I'm aware of that. But I suppose you condescend from time to time to be acquainted with commoners. You know the defendant well enough at least to be familiar with his personal appearance.
Yes.
You know him well enough to be able to agree with me, even if he were not here to prove it, that he's a tall man.
Yes.
Good. Now we're making progress. Lord Fawn, when you left the club on the night in question and a man ran past you, did you recognize him straight away? Answer carefully, please. Mr. Finn's life depends on it. Indeed, it might be said that his life is in jeopardy specifically because of the evidence you gave to the magistrate.
Mr. Chaffanbrass.
That evidence perhaps was given with ill-advised haste. But now, Lord Fawn, you must not be ashamed to speak the truth. Can you be certain that the man you saw that night was Phineas Finn?
No.
The man didn't seem to you to be particularly tall?
No.
So, what prompted you when you were before the magistrate to say that the man was Mr. Finn?
Well, there was the quarrel at the club.
Ah, so the logic is this. Because Mr. Finn quarrelled with Mr. Bonteen at the club, he must, for that reason, be the man who ran past you, even though there was a marked discrepancy in height.
There was the coat, too.
Yes, indeed, the coat. I was coming to the coat. Last week, if you recall, you somewhat controversially came to my chambers and saw my clerk put on a grey coat. It was a coat which belongs to a certain Mr. Meagher, the landlord of lodgings used by the Reverend Joseph Emilius. Some of us here may recall that Mr. Emilius was arrested in connection with Mr. Bonteen's murder, but subsequently released.
Mr. Chaffanbrass.
But that's by the by. Lord Fawn, when you were in my chambers last week, did you not say that my clerk, attired in the grey coat, resembled the man you saw running past you on the street?
I may have done.
You may have done? Are you altogether such an unreliable witness that you cannot recall what took place between us a mere 7 days ago?
I said that the clerk resembled the man I saw.
Thank you. I would now ask my clerk to please be standing. How tall would you say he is?
5 feet 9 inches.
A good attempt. 5 feet 8, to be precise. Thank you, Lord Fawn.
My dear Marie, I bring you more news from the courtroom. Today, Mr. Chaffanbrass made his address to the jury.
Gentlemen, much has been made of the rancorous words that the defendant used outside the club, and the fact that he brought out his bludgeon and practiced wielding it. Now, would a man who is intending to commit murder speak in such a manner? Would he display the weapon he intended to use? It is, you might agree, most unlikely. The defendant, let me remind you, was a man with experience of garrotters. He had once rescued a fellow member of Parliament who had been set upon. The defendant carried his life-preserver for one reason and for one reason only: to preserve his life.
I gather, Marie, that Mr. Chaffanbrass did all he could and more to suggest Mr. Finn's innocence, and went on to cite at least 24 cases in which circumstantial evidence had led to a tragic outcome. The misery of those jurymen who had given a misguided verdict was described with perfect pathos.
Only think, members of the jury, of the agony that must have afflicted them when they learned, alas, too late, of new evidence. When they discovered that the poor defendant they had helped to send to the gallows was as innocent of the crime as they were. Can you, members of the jury, dare to risk such torment?
Plantagenet, you simply must read the report in the Observer.
I don't think so, my dear.
It's hugely entertaining, though a chat with Barrington Earl will provide you with more detailed information. You've heard all about the coat, have you?
Glencora?
It was discovered in a pawn shop. where Emilius's landlord had taken it. Oh, Emilius is in custody again, by the way, on a charge of bigamy this time. How typical of Lady Eustace to marry a bigamist.
Laura, please.
Friday must have been particularly diverting, with Mr. Finn's various friends and acquaintances stepping forth as character witnesses. Of course, I should have been among them, Plantagenet. You did wrong to forbid me.
My dear, you don't even know Mr. Finn.
Oh, of course I know him. He's dined with us at least twice, and he shall dine with us again, I hope, though his chances of doing so would have been much improved if I'd been permitted to give a tearful speech on his behalf. Lord Chiltern said a few words, and Lady Chiltern. I wonder what she wore. Mr. Monk spoke, but not the frantic Lady Laura, who would only have used the occasion to declare to Mr. Finn her undying love.
The Duchess of Omnium, if she had been allowed the opportunity, might have said quite a bit more on the topic of Lady Laura, but she was interrupted by the arrival of a telegram.
Well, my dear?
Good news! The very best indeed! Phineas Finn is saved!
And how is that exactly?
Madame Goesler has found the blacksmith.
Why did you need a blacksmith?
This blacksmith, Plantagenet, is the very one who made a copy of a key which Mr. Emilius brought him, the key to Emilius's lodgings.
This demonstrates Mr. Finn's innocence, does it?
Absolutely, my dearest. You must take the telegram, hurry with it to the Central Criminal Court, and demand that it be handed to Mr. Finn's barrister.
I have to say, Mr. Chaffanbrass, I rather wish that all this business with the key had never come up.
I do understand, Mr. Finn. To have the verdict delayed for another week is very hard.
It's not just that, though heaven knows the waiting won't be easy to bear. But you'll remember, Mr. Chaffanbrass, how I told you before the trial I desired my innocence to be established quite clearly and unequivocally, without the help of legal quibbles.
Mr. Finn...
Now, it seems, it will be proved, if it is proved, by the fact that a key has been copied.
No, Mr. Finn.
Is this British justice? Did my life depend on such a petty object as a latchkey?
Mr. Finn, I'm pretty certain that the jury would have acquitted you without ever hearing of the key. But when a life's in the balance, I like to play safe.
I think you're wrong. I think they'd have hung me. Perhaps they still will. I tell you, I almost long for it. I feel that whatever happens now, my life has lost all meaning.
And yet, Mr. Finn, consider all those words that your good dear friend said in court the other day. Consider the respect and the love they demonstrated for you.
Yes, I know.
And then there's Madame Goesler, journeying to Prague on your behalf.
Yes.
Perhaps you'd rather she had failed in her mission. But it was a marvellous thing that she did, was it not?
It was. Despite all that, though, I wish it all would end.
Madame Goesler returned from Prague, along with the blacksmith, and was given a tumultuous welcome. Her wealth, beauty, and courage were proclaimed, and it was declared that she had travelled through all the wilder parts of Europe to save Mr. Finn's life. All in all, she became famous, a kind of heroine, though not, it must be said, in the eyes of Lady Laura.
She's German, is she not?
Yes, I think so. Or Austrian.
I saw her once, rather swarthy in appearance. Who was her father?
I have no idea.
No, Oswald, I doubt if anyone has.
My dear Lord.
And why did she decide to go and investigate this key? Who told her about it? Was it Phineas?
Dearest sister, calm yourself. You should be thankful to the woman. She's done him a great service.
If you say so. So foolish, is it not? How people are now disposed to think Phineas must be innocent simply because of this woman's little errand. I knew it from the start. I'd have staked my life on it. Well, Madame Goesler must have her triumph now. And Phineas will be released from prison and will be acclaimed and worshipped. And he'll have no thought for Lady Laura, even though she was true to him throughout. Lady Laura will be forgotten, even though she loves him, and always will.
After a week's adjournment, the trial resumed. Phineas Finn looked even more pale and haggard, and it was said that he had been ill and had hardly slept. The fresh evidence was examined, and the judge embarked upon his long-delayed address to the jury. Though he admitted that the jurors ought to be able to reach a verdict on the matter without any great assistance, he discovered enough substance to the case to occupy the court for a good 4 hours. The members of the jury then put their heads together, and in a matter of minutes, the foreman declared that they had reached a verdict.
Do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty, my lord.
Well, Phineas, you're safe at last.
Yes, at last. Everything will be all right now, I dare say.
Absolutely.
Oh, children.
My dear fellow.
Forgive me. This is all quite feeble on my part and very unmanly.
Oh, you'll be fine in a day or two. You've had a bit of a knock, that's all.
Yes.
Tell you what. Come and stay with us at Harrington Hall.
No.
I'll find a decent horse for you to ride. Something with a bit of spirit.
I think not, Chilton. Thank you all the same. Not quite ready for that. Now, I'll go back to Marlborough Street. Haven't seen my rooms for a while. Yes, that's what I'll do.
And so, within the hour, Phineas Finn was in his lodgings. He stood for a while, and he raised his hand to his cheek and then to his brow, as though doubting his own existence and endeavouring to be reacquainted with reality.
It's scarcely credible. None of it. Bonteen murdered. Not even he deserved that. Murdered. And me, put on trial for it. Scarcely credible.
When it was near midnight, he put on his grey cloak, the same grey cloak that he had worn on the fateful evening, and he picked up his latchkey and left the lodgings. He crossed Regent Street and, walking fast, arrived at the south-east corner of Berkeley Square, at the steps which descend from there into a passageway.
This is the place. This is the very spot. So strange. Being here for the first time, and yet feeling, after all that was said in court, that I must have been here before. They thought I killed him. They really thought I killed him. And it seems to me now, in truth, that they've killed a part of Phineas Finn.
And the following morning, Phineas wrote a letter to Madame Goesler.
I know how much I have to thank you for, but I hardly know in what words to do it. I ought, of course, to tell you in person, but I fear that I should weep like a schoolgirl and that you'd despise me for it.
He received a short but kind letter in return, and there were other letters too, several from Lady Laura, and numerous communications from the Duchess of Omnium, urging him to visit.
To be honest, though, Barrington, I've no wish to bestir myself at present.
Perhaps you haven't, but perhaps you should. You can't stay in your room forever. If nothing else, you have your parliamentary obligations.
Ah, well.
Come down to the house with me tonight, and take your seat as if nothing has happened.
But so much has happened.
True. And the first half hour or so might be awkward, I admit, but...
No, Barrington. It's not just that. I'm seriously wondering whether I want to carry on with politics.
What? Of course you do.
It's been quite an ordeal for me, you know. In court I found the strength from somewhere, or rather I managed to shut out the fear and the distress. But now, I feel as if I'm broken and can't be mended. I ought to be made of sterner stuff, I agree, but there we are.
You'll get stronger in time.
Yes, I may. But there's something else too. I'm not sure I believe in politics anymore. It's all absurd, futile. The personal ambition and intrigue, the mock courtesies and indignations, the false accusations and the false truths offered in defence. I tell you, Barrington, when a man's just won his life back, a House of Commons debate no longer seems a good use of his time.
Dearest Phineas, how privileged I am. You're the nation's hero, it seems.
A hero, Lady Laura.
Oh, I've heard from Barrington about the gifts that have been showered on you. how the ladies of London have sent you chains that they made from their own hair, and pocket handkerchiefs with your initials beautifully embroidered.
And it's all because I didn't knock poor Bonting on the head. Ridiculous, is it not? And what's even more so is that this hero has in fact become a pathetic, fragile creature. One who scarcely had the courage just now to creep along Oxford Street and knock at your door. Yesterday, you know, Barrington walked with me to the club. To the universe, I mean. Where Bonting and I... Anyway, I got to the front steps, and that was as far as I could manage. But enough of feeble Phineas. What's your news?
Well, I must go to Loughlinter. That is, I'm told I must. Mr. Kennedy's relatives think that I should take up permanent residence there. But I won't do that. Even an occasional visit will be hard to bear. The place has become so very hateful to me. Memories of dull days, memories of Mr. Kennedy's tyranny, his interminable sermons on Christian and wifely duty. And I have memories also of you, dearest Phineas, beside the waterfall.
Yes.
When you spoke of your love for me, and it was too late.
Dearest Laura...
But you see, what's so hard to endure is that it's been all my fault. I chose to marry Kennedy, though I knew I didn't love him, and I found I couldn't be the wife he had every reason to expect me to be, and so I destroyed his life, and destroyed mine too. Phineas, I don't want to go to Loughlinter. Not alone. Perhaps... if you and I ought not to suggest it, I know, but you would be my comforter, and I, perhaps, might help you to recover something of the old Phineas. Hmm?
Laura...
Forgive me, I shouldn't have asked.
So many evil things have been spoken about us recently. It would be better, I think, if we didn't spend time alone together.
Yes, of course.
Well, just imagine what Quintus Slide and his People's Banner would make of it.
Well, anyway, I hope you'll take care of yourself while I'm out of town. You won't shut yourself up in your room for days on end?
No. To tell the truth, I may even go and stay with the Duke and Duchess of Omnium.
Oh, really? At Matching Priory, you mean?
Yes. Well, if I can make the effort to face my fellow creatures again.
Oh, yes. He'll make the effort. I'm certain of that. He'll find the courage to go to Matching. That woman will be there, after all. Madame Goesler. Beautiful, wealthy, cunning Madame Goesler. I'm as young as she is. Younger, perhaps. I have money. I'm a widow, like her. Phineas could marry me now, if he wished. But I know the truth. The offer he once made will never be renewed. The love he had for me, that's gone and will never return.
There. That can't have been too bad, surely. The house was almost empty at the start.
Even so, Barrington, it was bad enough.
I liked Daubney's words in praise of you. Oh, come on. We're neither of us fond of the fellow, but you have to admit he carries that sort of thing off rather well.
Yes, but the better he carries it off, the less I feel he's in earnest. There he was in the middle of yet another church and state debate, expressing his delight at seeing a certain courageous Roman Catholic gentleman back in the house. And yet I know that if I'd been hung, he would have found some rather different words about me just as easily. Forgive my lack of charity, Barrington. Everyone was very pleasant, and I ought to be grateful, I know. Perhaps Matching Priory will set me right.
Ah, so you're going, are you?
Well, I thought I should.
Yes. I've heard your dear friend and benefactress will be there.
If you mean Madame Goesler, yes. I've not yet had the chance to thank her face to face for what she did for me.
Oh, well, go you must. Will you prepare a speech?
Dear Mr. Finn, I'm so delighted to be able to see you and to congratulate you on being delivered safely from your troubles.
Thank you. And may I say, Your Grace, what a debt I owe you for all your help and support during the trial.
Oh, Mr. Finn, you know I did very little. But there is another who does deserve your gratitude.
Yes, indeed there is. Dear Madame Goesler.
Mr. Finn.
Oh, heavens, Mr. Finn, have you nothing more to say to her?
Well, I'll express myself like this, if I may. Dear Madame Goesler.
Well done, both of you. Excellently well done. And now, Mr. Finn, you must tell us how you are after all your difficulties.
Madame Goesler spoke hardly at all that evening. Phineas wondered if she was angry with him for the kisses he had given, if he had embarrassed her. What he was quite sure of, however, was that she was radiant and very beautiful, and that he was in love with her. Some years ago she had suggested to him that he might marry her, and he had been obliged to refuse.
But now I know that if I could make her my wife, I'd be so happy. There was a time when she had some feeling for me, more than affectionate friendship, certainly. Thus, when she, proposed to me, she was declined. Do I dare go to her and ask her to marry me? Oh, I shouldn't have kissed her when we met today. That may have spoiled my chances. And yet, what words were there to express what I felt?
Mr. Finn, I've received a letter from the Prime Minister.
Yes, likewise. Well, a short note. He wants me to see him in town.
But he didn't tell you why?
No, Your Grace.
Mr. Gresham preferred not to put it in writing, but I have his permission to inform you and to give you the chance to mull the matter over. He'd like you to have your old position back at the Colonial Office.
But Lord Fawn has that.
At present he does. But I'm afraid the business of being witness at your trial has rather upset Lord Fawn. He's fallen into a depression and plans to go abroad for a while.
I see.
I very much hope you'll accept the offer.
Yes. Well, as you say, Your Grace, I can mull the matter over. Mr. Gresham was asked to see me tomorrow morning.
And after that, Mr. Finn, you promise you'll return to Matcham?
Oh, yes. I promise. I have to return, do I not? There are important words to be said to Madame Goesler. There's a question to be asked. She's a dear, dear friend. If she were not, she'd never have made that famous journey to Prague. But I wonder whether she might have decided that friendship has taken the place of love. Whether, when I ask her if she'll marry me, she might choose to reciprocate, as it were, for the fact that I once refused her. It would only be human nature, after all.
He would ask her, though. His mind was made up. But as regards Mr. Gresham's offer of a post, he was undecided. In the wake of the sufferings he had endured, his principles and assumptions were experiencing a change. But he was aware that this was not the result of any frailty or debility on his part. It was simply the case that he was beginning to see things more clearly.
The quarrelling and pettiness, the chicaneries and machinations, the feud between me and Bonting, all this compels me to declare the truth. Politics is a disreputable profession.
When Phineas arrived at his lodgings that evening, he found a note from Lady Laura, requesting that he see her as a matter of urgency, and with some reluctance he complied.
So, when did you get back from Lochlinter?
Yesterday. Such a wearisome and unpleasant time I had. Oh, I shall sell the place if I can. Your days at Matching, I trust, have been more agreeable? Is your dear friend there?
If you mean Madame Goesler, yes, she's there.
It must be tiresome to have been summoned away. Phineas, Barrington told me about Mr. Gresham's offer. That's why I wanted to speak to you. He said that he's had conversations with you and that he fears you might turn the offer down.
Yes, well, I might.
But why, Phineas? Because you're angry with Mr. Gresham for passing you over before? Or...
No, that's not the reason. Though, in my opinion, he did show some weakness during that whole affair, in his treatment both of me and of Bonteen. And now, I think, I'm being offered a post not because I'm deemed to be fit for it, but because I've somehow gained stature by virtue of the fact that I've not been hung.
Phineas!
To tell you the truth, Lady Laura, what I was certain I wanted, an ascent up the crooked ladder of politics, I now find to be worthless. I have no real desire to gain office anymore.
But you tried it once, and you won praise for your work. And you didn't consider it to be worthless or contemptible.
I didn't. That's true. The political world hasn't altered, I'm sure. But I'm viewing it with very different eyes. And what I desired so ardently 6 months ago has now become unpleasant. If winning a position is necessary for one's daily bread, then it seems to me that it has to be asked for and fought for with so much hustling and jostling that the joy of winning disappears, and success seems almost ignominious.
So, what's your intention? Will you not accept Mr. Gresham's offer?
No, I don't think I will.
Politics, then, is not to be your career?
Well, I've no intention yet of giving up my seat.
But if you won't accept office, what will you do? You can't survive without money.
I must try.
You might try accepting mine.
No, Lady Laura. That can't be done.
Because of your pride?
No, not because of my pride. I can't pretend that. Laura, I ought to tell you. I've decided to ask Madame Goesler to be my wife.
Have you now? Oh, well. That makes it all rather different, does it not? We don't need to talk about difficulties with money anymore. No wonder you decided against accepting office. No wonder you take an exception to all that hustling and jostling.
I'm sorry you see things that way.
How else could I see them?
The insinuation you made is very unpleasant.
Unpleasant but true. The fact is, of course, you're already engaged to her.
No.
Come now, admit it.
I assure you I've not asked her yet.
But it's as good as settled.
No.
Please. No false modesty. How can it not be settled if you've decided to refuse Mr. Gresham's offer? You're far too cautious a man these days to risk your livelihood. It seems to me, Phineas, that of all the hard hearts, yours must be the hardest. Why must you always come to me with your marriage plans? You did so before, do you remember, when you told me about Violet Effingham? But I could bear it then, because Violet was good and sincere, and I even strove on your behalf, against the love I felt for you, against my own brother even. But this is different. This can't be endured. Madame Goesler is someone I loathe and detest.
That's because you don't know her.
I know her well enough. You and I shall meet no more, Phineas.
You don't mean that.
It must be so. I'll never speak to that woman, never receive her, never enter her house.
Laura.
It's finished. Finished. It's all over for me now. Yes?
May I join you?
Certainly. Have you just returned from London?
I have. Madame Goesler...
I heard about Mr. Gresham's offer. Was your answer yes or no?
It was no.
Ah. Well, I think that's a shame, Mr. Finn. I really do. I think your personal feelings, bitterness, despondency, distress, may have got the better of your judgment. If only Mr. Gresham had delayed his offer for a few months till your mind was back in tune, but there we are.
Yes. There we are. Madam Goesler.
Yes, Mr. Finn?
My reason for coming to see you, indeed my sole reason for returning to Matching...
Yes?
...is to tell you that I love you. Marie, I love you, and I want you to marry me.
Oh, Phineas. Phineas, my dearest.
Now, I'm very unsure, of course, if it's right of me to ask you.
Why shouldn't it be right?
Because you're rich and I have nothing.
Phineas Finn, no more of that. Not one word ever, or I'll strike you.
But you won't think, will you, that my reason for asking you
Phineas. Sweet, foolish Phineas. I am not, I believe, a conceited woman. But I like to imagine that I can be loved for other reasons than my money. I know you love me. Truly love me. As I love you. What I doubted was whether you'd ever tell me so.
Well, will you marry me?
I will.
Oh,
Glencora.
I hope I'm not interrupting.
No.
Perhaps there's confidential business going on.
Well, Duchess, confidential or not, we're finished now.
And it was only very trivial, really. Mr. Finn has asked me to be his wife.
And?
Oh, I couldn't refuse him a little thing like that.
You certainly couldn't. Particularly after you journeyed all the way to Prague for him in pursuit of a latchkey. Oh, Mr. Finn, I congratulate you from the bottom of my heart.
Now, I must tell you that among the guests at Matching Priory, there was a man named Ferdinand Lopez. No one seemed to know very much about Mr. Lopez, not even the Duchess, who had invited him.
Mr. Lopez!
Good news, Your Grace.
Madame Goesler here is to be married to Mr. Finn.
Is that so?
Yes, Mr. Lopez, it is. And the Duchess is steadily working through her guests, telling them each in turn. It would have been more convenient, Glencora, to have made an announcement at dinner.
Oh, I shall do that as well.
Madame Goesler, you must accept my warmest congratulations.
Thank you.
Mr. Finn is extremely fortunate.
He is. Do you intend to get married someday, Mr. Lopez?
Certainly. Never give up hope. That must be the motto.
This remark, I believe, was facetious. There was no reason for Mr. Lopez to abandon hope. He was still young, 33 to be precise, and he was handsome with well-cut features. So well-cut, indeed, that they betrayed very little to the observer except his self-possession. His teeth were perfect in form and whiteness, and he was carefully and immaculately dressed. Also, he was reputed to be extremely wealthy.
Well, I will leave you both and allow Your Grace to continue the happy task of spreading the news. Once again, Madam...
He's
with him, I believe. Do you like him, my dear?
No. I'm not sure that I do.
Madame Goesler had known Mr. Lopez for a very short time, and until we know him better, we ought perhaps to give him the benefit of the doubt. But I am not sure we will ever know him well enough to learn very much about his past or about his family circumstances. It was generally believed that he was of low birth and that his father was from Spain or Portugal. But much more than that was difficult to discover. He was a self-made man. He had amassed money. That much was clear. Or seemed to be. Also, he had a sort of associate by the name of Sextus Parker, who worked in a cramped, dark office situated in a dingy little court near the Bank of England.
Morning, Parker.
Oh, Lopez. Uncommon glad to see you. Vile day, ain't it? One ought to hibernate.
Well, why don't you?
Why? Because business is too good, so I'm chained to my desk. So, what brings you to Tankard Yard? You've cooked up another little venture for us, have you? Is that it?
Not exactly. I want you to put your name to this.
Mr. Lopez took a piece of paper out of his pocketbook and handed it to the other man. It was a promissory note for £750. By signing it, Mr. Parker would make himself liable for that amount if Mr. Lopez failed to pay off a loan within 3 months.
750? Good God. Why, you ain't hard up, are you?
Well, even if I were, Parker, I wouldn't expect you to refuse me. Now, you surely can't doubt my ability to raise the money.
No, of course not. I'm rather surprised, that's all.
I don't know why you should be. I happen to be involved in a transaction a little beyond my immediate means, and I came to you because I know you trust me and won't be afraid to sign.
Oh, I'm not afraid.
Then sign.
It just seems a bit odd, I suppose.
Odd? Well, have our names never been together on a piece of paper before?
Certainly they have, when we've both had something to gain by it.
Well, you won't gain this time, but you won't lose either. So...
as you wish.
Thank you. Much obliged. Goodbye, Parker. I'll see myself out.
Mr. Lopez was a friend of Everett Wharton, the son of an old and wealthy barrister. It is likely, I suppose, that Lopez and Everett became known to each other because they belonged to the same club. It is also possible that Lopez pursued the friendship on account of Everett Wharton's sister, whom he hoped to marry. Everett was a few years younger than Lopez. He had political aspirations which Lopez claimed not to share.
For myself, Wharton, I can conceive of no more useless ambition than a seat in Parliament. And what's to be gained by it?
Well, members can't be arrested, I believe. Well, not when they're in the House, at least.
Well, that aside, the only benefit I can think of is that it might help one onto a board of directors. Still, if you want to be a legislator badly enough and money's the only stumbling block, why don't you go to your father?
Oh, I doubt he'd pay me a shilling.
Why? Does he disapprove of Parliament as a career?
Probably.
So, he'd be able to pay if he wished to?
Yes, certainly.
What's he worth?
Well, I can give you a figure. A fair bit. He never mentions his financial affairs, though he has a great deal to say about mine.
Heavens. If I had a father, I'd make sure I knew what his capabilities were, and I'd set about making use of them.
You've never talked about your father?
No, Wharton. I don't believe I have.
Well, my view about money is this. It's a nice thing when you've got it.
Very nice.
But the getting of it can be most degrading.
A man has to eat.
True, Lopez, true. And sleep. I must be heading home.
Oh, but before you go, I'm thinking of having a word with your father myself.
Not about money, I hope.
No, not about money. About your sister.
Oh, yes, well, you should definitely see him sooner or later. If you're serious, I mean.
Oh, I'm serious. But I can't make your father out. He's always very civil, of course, but he has a cold way of looking at me. I rather fear we don't get on.
He's like that with everybody.
Have you and he talked about me at all?
No, not really.
As a rule, I'm quite indifferent to what other people think of me, but winning Emily's hand is an important matter. The dearest aim of my life. So if your father has let slip a remark or two which I could turn to my advantage...
I'm not sure he has. I remember him saying once that he knows nothing about you.
Oh, well, that might be better than knowing something. I intend to visit him tomorrow. Wish me luck.
Everett's father was still engaged in legal practice, despite having passed his 70th year, and it was at Mr. Wharton's rooms in Gray's Inn that Ferdinand Lopez spoke with him the following day.
Mr. Wharton, I've taken the liberty to call on you because I want to speak to you about your daughter.
My daughter?
Yes, sir.
Why? Oh, you don't surely have aspirations with regard to her?
Well, yes, sir, I do.
Good Lord.
I'm aware, of course, how presumptuous I may seem, but my happiness depends upon success in this venture, so I thought it best to come to you at once.
I see. Has Emily been informed of your purpose? Does it have any sanction from her?
No, sir. None at all.
So she has no knowledge of your preference for her?
Well, I can't say that, sir. She must have formed some awareness of my love, I think.
What I mean is, have you been playing on her feelings?
Well, it depends, sir, what you mean by that phrase.
If you were a gentleman, you'd know what I meant by it, and when you were asked, you'd tell the truth without quibbling over definitions. On how many occasions have you seen her?
How many? Well, sir, enough to have convinced me of my fondness for her.
You've been visiting my house, I take it, when I've been absent?
Yes, sir, I have.
Was Everett there?
Sometimes.
And at other times?
Your daughter's aunt.
Ah, of course. I might have guessed that she'd been interfering. And I suppose you've been admitted into her house too, when Emily's been there?
Yes, once or twice.
Mr. Lopez, you must forgive me if I say that you're a comparative stranger to us.
Well, that's a situation which might be remedied.
Indeed, but you see, I'm one of those who believes that like should marry like. I should wish my daughter to marry someone of her own class.
And you think, by that criterion, that I should be excluded?
As I have suggested, Mr. Lopez, I know nothing about you. But I have to tell you, though it may be intolerance on my part, that I couldn't give my daughter to anyone who wasn't the son of an English gentleman.
My mother was English. My father was Portuguese. I'm sorry to say that I never knew either of them. But I received a good upbringing, went to university. Your objection to me, I must assume, is based on the accident of my birth.
Well, when one man is a peer and another a ploughman, that indeed is an accident of birth. One doesn't blame the ploughman, but one doesn't invite him to dinner. I'm not finding fault with you, Mr. Lopez. I'm simply stating a preference. What is your profession?
Finance. I'm engaged, to some extent, in foreign loans.
Well, that's a sort of gambling, as far as I understand it.
It's the kind of business, sir, on which the great mercantile houses were founded.
Oh, I dare say. And the same business tends to ruin them, too. What religion are you?
Church of England, sir.
Well, perhaps you are. But Lopez doesn't sound like a Protestant name to me, and I don't want my daughter to have to take it. This may all be prejudice, as I say, and I don't dislike you, but marrying into a family is a very serious affair.
No one feels that more strongly than I do, Mr.
You are proposing to invade my hearth, to take from me the very dearest of my possessions, and I have a right to guard what's mine. Therefore I tell you that the matter must now be dropped.
Sir,
Let there be an end to it. If I've said any words that seem unkind, I'm sorry. You must put it down to my anxiety as a father. I bid you good day.
Mr. Wharton was not altogether satisfied with the course which this interview had taken. He felt that he had not quite explained to his visitor how monstrous it was, how utterly inconceivable that a daughter of one of the oldest families in England, a daughter indeed who sooner or later would inherit a great deal of money, should be given to a Portuguese speculator who had never known his parents.
I've not been managing things well with Emily, that's clear. I should have been keeping a closer eye on her. What if she likes this fellow? What if she's become partial to him? Has even fallen in love with him? Well, my dear?
The truth is, Papa, I do love him.
Oh, Emily.
Of course, if you tell me that an attachment to Mr. Lopez can't be permitted, then I'll follow your ruling. But I should like to be told why. If it's simply because he has a foreign name...
Oh, no, it isn't just that.
His name aside, he's as English as you or me.
Well, hardly, my dear.
And even if he were a foreigner, what would be wrong with that? He's a gentleman.
Well...
He's a friend of Everett's.
Oh, true, but that's not necessarily a recommendation.
He has a profession. He's well-educated and clever. He's an accomplished linguist.
I dare say. I remember a waiter in Holborn who could speak 7 languages. Emily, my darling, suppose it should turn out that he can't be trusted, that he's disreputable.
You might suppose the same about any man, Papa.
I think not. It's somewhat easy to judge a fellow when one knows a little about him, his family and his connections, his acquaintances, his wealth. Now, the long and the short of it is, Emily, he mustn't enter this house again. Indeed, since I understand that he's been seeing you under your aunt's roof too, let me make it clear. It must come to an end entirely. You and he must not meet.
Have you advised him of this, Papa?
Pretty well, I believe. Luckily, it seems that nothing's been said by either you or him. No declarations or promises have been made.
No. Nothing's been said. I won't disobey you, Papa, you know that. And if you tell me that he's not to be relied on, then it must be so. But I have to confess, Papa, that I feel you are being a little cruel to me.
Cruel? Oh, my dearest Emily.
In a matter such as this, Papa, you ought perhaps to give a good reason for the judgment you've made. I'll obey you, but I'll be very unhappy. Because I love him. And I'll never love anyone else in the same way.
Oh, that's nonsense, Emily. Of course you will.
I assure you I won't, and therefore I'd simply ask whether I must endure this unhappiness for nothing, or whether you might think the matter over. Do you suppose you might think it over, Papa?
Very well, my dear. I'll think it over.
Thank you, Papa. Thank you.
She wants me to find a better reason for refusing him. And I ought, perhaps, to do so. But if I investigate the man and fail to find anything discreditable, I'll then have lost the right to make an objection to him. Perhaps I shouldn't forbid her to see him. If I do forbid her, people will suppose that I can't trust her, that she's prone to misbehave herself. Oh, not only that, but she seems so downcast now, so dejected.
He knew, of course, that he had the authority to put an end to it altogether. If he could steel his heart against Emily's sorrow for long enough, 12 months perhaps, her grief would begin to heal, and the victory would be won. But he was beginning to fear that his strength was insufficient for the fight. What, meanwhile, of the political affairs of the nation? What exciting and far-reaching reforms had the government enacted in recent months? None, alas. Politics, to be blunt, had come to a standstill. No viable majority could be achieved on either side, and Messrs. Daubeny and Gresham, party leaders who were well tried but little trusted, had been consistent in their failure to form an enduring ministry. Each of them, indeed, had been sent for by the Queen on so many occasions that they became almost ashamed to answer the next call.
It's quite absurd, Plantagenet, those two tedious figures, travelling constantly between London and Windsor like buckets in a well.
My understanding is that the situation is about to change.
Thank heavens. Who told you?
St. Bungay. A development is anticipated.
I see. And how will this development affect you, I wonder?
Plantagenet Palliser, the Duke of Omnium, had throughout his political career done his very best to serve his country, and had been willing to take on any ministerial post, however lowly, that suited the Liberal government of the time. But his wife, Glencora, considered such humility to be degrading.
What will they make you this time? Joint Under-Secretary taking orders from Lawrence Fitzgibbon?
No, my dear.
In my view...
Yes, my dear?
In my view, a man of high rank ought to be a minister of high position. One can never save one's country by abasing oneself. Tell me then, what is to happen? What are you being given? Or do you have to pretend it's a secret, even though the evening papers will have discovered it already?
Gresham's decided he can't carry on. And Daubeny's decided the same.
Good. And?
There's to be a mixed ministry. A coalition.
Will you be in it?
Well, my dear...
Oh, they've told you they can do without you. Of course they have. The fools.
Oh, Glencora, I only wish they had done. I'd sleep a lot more easily tonight.
Why? What's happened? Tell me.
In the past, my dear, you've mocked me. Made fun of me because of my willingness to accept less than you thought I deserved. But now, in truth, I must have your sympathy and your support. I've received orders that I must go down to Windsor.
Oh, Plantagenet! Plantagenet! Oh!
Cora, please.
Oh, my dearest, dearest Plantagenet! You're going to be Prime Minister!
In episode 7 of The Pallisers, dramatised by Martin Wade from Phineas Redux and The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope, Anthony Trollope was played by David Troughton, Lady Laura by Juliet Stevenson, Lady Glencora by Sophie Thompson, Plantagenet Palliser by Ben Miles, Lopez by Greg Wise, Phineas Finn by Conleth Hill, Madame Goesler by Stella Gonnet, Mr. Wharton by James Lawrenson, and Emily by Emily Bruni. Ian Masters played Barrington Earl, Scott Handy, Lord Chiltern, Philip Fox, Lord Fawn, John Rowe, Mr. Chaffanbrass, Gerard MacDermott, Parker, and Geoffrey Stretfield, Everett. The music for The Pallisers was specially composed by Elizabeth Parker, and the director was Mark Beebe. The Pallisers was produced by Cherry Cookson.
You're listening to the Mystical Magpie channel. Please subscribe.
The Pallisers, the political novels of Anthony Trollope, dramatised for radio by Martin Wade, with David Troughton as Trollope, Sophie Thompson as Lady Glencora, and Greg Wise as Lopez. Episode 8.
In 1870, following the failure of both the Conservatives and the Liberals to establish an effective majority, Plantagenet Palliser, the Duke of Omnium, had been asked to become the Prime Minister of a coalition government. This, I must tell you, was a development which delighted Glencora, his wife, considerably more than it did the Duke himself.
Oh, Plantagenet, I'm so very proud of you.
Cora, please, I've not yet decided.
Not yet decided? Of course you have.
If I could turn the offer down...
No.
Turn it down, I mean, without being accused of cowardice.
It would be cowardice. Certainly it would.
But Glencora, to be Prime Minister, to be at the head of the government...
You'll do it. Whatever gifts you lack, you'll acquire. You must do it.
And have my happiness destroyed because I fail?
You'll destroy my happiness if you refuse. When are you to see the Queen?
At 4. There's a carriage coming to collect me.
Then you had better prepare your lines. You are the man for the job, Plantagenet, and you shall tell her so.
Glencora, the Duchess of Omnium, already possessed everything that rank and wealth could give her. She held a unique position in English society, which she had created through her energy and idiosyncratic charm. She feared no one, and was feared by many. She had a fame of her own, which was quite independent of her husband's status and achievements. But his news, nonetheless, had impelled her into a throbbing tremor of excitement.
Prime Minister. Prime Minister. The foremost man in the greatest kingdom in the world. Oh, and his years in office will be a golden age, and he'll be remembered forever. What he lacks, I'll teach him to acquire. I'll be at his side day and night to help and advise him.
But first, the Duchess had to hurry to the so-called cottage in Park Lane belonging to a lady we once knew as Madame Goesler, but who was now married to an old acquaintance of ours, Phineas Finn. Mrs. Finn was the Duchess's dearest friend, and therefore she must be told the thrilling news.
Well, Marie, what do you imagine has happened? How do you suppose the nation's difficulties are at last to be resolved? Well,
The Duke, perhaps, is to become Prime Minister?
How on earth did you guess that?
It may have been something to do, Lady Glenn, with your state of intense stimulation. And besides, if there's to be someone new at the top, no one's more suitable than your husband.
You think so?
Certainly.
Oh, I do hope you're right, Marie. Naturally, I don't care a bit about the politics. Radicalism, Toryism, it doesn't really matter. The country goes its own sweet way, whatever laws are passed. But who's to be made a baron, and who's to be made an earl? Who gets a garter, or the Order of the Bath? That is what's important.
Oh, I see. I hadn't realized.
No, and nor has Plantagenet, so I shall teach him. I shall train him to love and enjoy power, so that having once grasped the reins, he can keep a firm grip on them. And he must make sure that he has men about him who are well disposed. What job would you like for Mr. Finn, do you think?
My dear Glencora, I'm sure it won't be quite as simple as that.
Oh, well, if it isn't, it ought to be. I shall have my own little cabinet, of course.
Of course.
And you shall be in it. Foreign affairs for you. I shall give most of my attention to the exchequer. I have a manifesto, Marie. A plan for sumptuous hospitality and entertainment. The cost of which would terrify anyone less audacious than myself.
The Duke of Omnium, meanwhile, had informed Her Majesty with as much conviction as he could summon up of his willingness to become Prime Minister. Shortly after, he met with the Duke of St. Bungay, that grand old man of the Liberal party. St. Bungay it was who had instigated the plan for a coalition, with the Duke of Omnium as its head, so it was natural that the Duke should seek his help in considering who might join the new ministry.
Well?
Sir Gregory Grogram, perhaps.
As Attorney General, you mean?
Yes.
Yes.
And Sir Timothy Beeswax as Solicitor General.
Certainly.
These names are provisional only.
As you wish.
You know, Duke, there's something rather unpleasant and fearful in all this. Making up a list of names as if they were boys in a cricket team.
Sorry?
The task is so momentous, one ought to have help from heaven.
Well, say your prayers if you feel inclined. But until an angel obliges you with the name of the next Chancellor of the Exchequer, I suggest Mr. Monk.
Monk. Yes, thank you. The truth is, I don't feel that I'm fitted for the job. Not simply the task of choosing a government, I mean everything that being a Prime Minister requires, or ought to require. I don't wish to be nominally First Minister, I want to be first in reality. My conscience, my sense of honour and duty demand it. If I was prepared to be anything less, I could never allow myself to be called Prime Minister.
No, indeed.
But what if I don't succeed in this aim? Not through lack of effort, I'm sure, but from, well, an inability to fill the role. A failure to command respect and win support. With facts and figures, I've proved myself proficient. But as to managing men, clever, experienced men, indeed, who'll be from both parties, that's another matter.
My dear friend, in all probability, you'll never become what you're not. You've been chosen at this time because of the qualities you have, not for those you've not yet shown.
But if I fail, I'll be devastated.
And if you run away from the challenge, won't you feel the same? You're not, I know, an ambitious man. No one could say that you sought this position. But now that you have it, you can't turn your back on it. One other thing. You talk of your conscience. To have a conscience is an advantage, by and large. But a conscience with too fine an edge to it can remove all capacity for work. Now, back to the cricket team. Sir Orlando Drought for the Admiralty, perhaps?
By the way, Glencora, your friend, Mr. Finn, used to go to Ireland.
Well, Mrs. Finn said nothing of this. Are they holidaying there?
No, my dear.
I hope they're back by the end of the month. I've invited them to dinner.
No, Cora, I was referring to Mr. Finn's appointment. He's been given the post of Chief Secretary in charge of Irish affairs.
Oh, I see. Well, I'm pleased for him, of course, and I hope that Marie's pleased too. But I'll miss her if she has to be in Ireland for long. Perhaps she won't always have to be with Mr. Finn. Being with me, I think, is just as important. Now, talking of dinners...
Dinners?
I've drawn up a list for the first 2 weeks. Dinners and evening receptions.
Why?
So that you'll know when they are, my dear.
What I meant was, why so many? You seem to have a function planned for every other day.
You don't need to go to them all.
I couldn't possibly. I'd never get anything done.
There's no difficulty. You can eat your dinner somewhere else and go into your study without seeing a single guest. I'm perfectly happy to be left in charge.
If you will forgive me, we ought to divert our attention to a somewhat more humble dinner party than any of those which the Duchess was planning. Mrs. Harriet Roby had invited a small number of relatives and particular acquaintances to her house in Berkeley Street, and among the relatives were her brother-in-law, Mr. Wharton, and Mr. Wharton's daughter, Emily. Mr. Ferdinand Lopez, one of Mrs. Roby's acquaintances, was regarded with the deepest suspicion by Mr. Wharton. Mr. Lopez, he said, was a foreigner. His parentage was obscure. He had made his money from speculation. Worst of all, he wanted Emily to be his wife.
Miss Wharton?
Yes, Mr. Lopez.
You know, do you, that I spoke with your father last week?
Yes.
The conversation was a little less than congenial, I'm afraid.
So I understand.
I'm not quite sure. Perhaps he explained himself better to you. I'm not quite sure whether he's banished me from his house.
That was his intention, I think.
I see. And may I ask what your intention is?
Well, I shall be guided by Papa, as far as I can. As in all things.
Then am I banished by you also?
I didn't say that, Mr. Lopez. But if Papa declares that you're not to come to the house, then I can't ask you to do so.
But your aunt has no such difficulty about my being with you. I might, in the future, see you here, might I not?
I don't know, you shouldn't ask me.
But I have to. If I were unable to see you ever again, I don't know how I could endure it.
Mr. Lopez.
You are more to me than all the world. Miss Wharton, I love you.
Emily made no reply. She felt half ashamed of herself for not rebuking Mr. Lopez for being so forward, and yet, at the same time, his words filled her heart with delight.
What a vulgar lot of people.
Some of them were.
Upon my word, Emily, I doubt if I could make an exception. Lord Mongrober, for instance, or Lady Eustace, what do they bring into society?
Their titles, I suppose. Was there no one you liked?
Not one.
I needn't ask you what you think of Mr. Lopez.
No, my dear, you needn't. Arthur Fletcher. He's a man I approve of.
I don't know why you should mention him, Papa. He wasn't at the dinner.
No, Emily, he was not. Your Aunt Harriet wouldn't think of inviting him. He's not a lord, nor is he a speculator on the market. He has a proper job. One knows who his mother and father were. One can be sure of him and feel safe with him because he won't say impertinent things. Arthur Fletcher, in short, is a gentleman.
This Arthur Fletcher, the second son of a Herefordshire squire, had worked hard, despite being born to comfortable circumstances, and had established himself as a barrister. He was fair-haired and handsome, with just that shape of mouth and chin which such men as Mr. Wharton regarded as characteristic of good blood. For centuries the Fletchers and the Whartons had been linked by marriage, and it was Mr. Wharton's great hope that the tradition would be maintained by Arthur Fletcher and Emily. It was Arthur's hope, too.
Lopez, yes. I met him recently. He was with your son.
Very possibly. He and Everett seem to be good friends. Do you like him?
Like him? To be honest, Mr. Wharton, no. In fact,
I don't suppose I could detest a fellow more. But, as you say, Everett's a friend of his. And he manages to find approval in distinguished circles. Those receptions that the Duchess of Omnium gives. He's appeared at one or two, I gather.
Yes, well, I doubt if that's very much in his favour. You've heard, have you, about him and Emily?
Yes, sir. Afraid so. Well, he's good-looking enough, and rich, too.
So it's claimed. I'm sorry, Arthur. I can assure you I've tried to obstruct him as best I can.
But that, I suspect, can sometimes work the other way. So that if a girl thinks she's fond of a fellow, she becomes even more set on him. Forgive me, sir, for being despondent. Yeah, I'd like to be easy and careless about it all, but I find I can't. If only we were still permitted pistols at 20 paces. Well, no. If I shot him, she'd only hate me all the more. The best thing would be to shoot myself. But while there's a chance of success, I suppose I mustn't give up.
Arthur, you're very dear to me, you know that. It would please me so much if you were to marry Emily. There is, however, no cause for hope. I'm convinced that it would be disastrous if Lopez were to wed her, but I'm unable to give a rational reason for my certainty. Nothing which Emily would accept, at least. And I'm not at all sure for how long I can resist the man's claim.
The name of Ferdinand Lopez, which was none too pleasing to the ears of Mr. Wharton or Arthur Fletcher, was equally disliked at present by an associate of his in the city, a certain Sextus Parker. You may remember that a few months previously, in April to be precise, Lopez had managed to extract a signature from him, a signature which made the said Mr. Parker responsible for the repayment of a considerable loan, should Lopez not have paid that amount himself before the end of July. Mr. Parker, it must be confessed, had immediately found this transaction to be a source of much anxiety, and as the weeks passed by and July approached, the suffering increased.
It's impossible. Beyond belief. It's not my way at all. Never has been. But somehow, and he managed it so quick and easy, somehow he persuaded me to put my name to a bill for £750, and nothing in return, of course, except the man's gratitude, and I weren't too certain of that. Oh, God, I've been such a fool.
Mr. Parker had told no one of his reckless act, not even his wife, least of all his wife, who neither liked Mr. Lopez nor trusted him, and who had 5 children to feed.
He won't be able to find the money. He's come unstuck. That's what's happened. Oh, damn the man. Damn him.
Emily Wharton made a confession to her father. She had seen Mr. Lopez again when she was visiting her aunt, Mrs. Roby. It was a chance meeting, or so she had assumed, and one in which Mr. Lopez had spoken very freely to her, and she had done likewise and had declared her love for him. Mr. Wharton, on hearing this distressing news, decided he must go to the aunt and have severe words with her.
Mrs. Roby, you have betrayed me.
Betrayed you? What on earth can you mean?
You brought Lopez here on purpose, Mrs. Roby, so they could have an assignation with my daughter.
I did no such thing. He visits here from time to time, and so does Emily, and they happen to meet. What am I supposed to do, Mr. Wharton? Give instruction that Mr. Lopez is never to be admitted here, the same Mr. Lopez who is highly regarded by well-respected people, who is a frequent guest of the Duchess of Omnium?
I don't give a damn about the Duchess of Omnium.
Perhaps you don't. But many a father, I think, would be interested to know what company a man keeps when his daughter's marriage is being contemplated.
I'm not contemplating Emily's marriage, not to Mr. Lopez, at least. And from what I gather, the Duchess of Omnium is just as likely as any other hostess to have rogues and scoundrels in her drawing room.
Good gracious, Mr. Wharton, I never knew anyone so prejudiced as you are. And you do say such outrageous nonsense to try and justify yourself. I suppose it comes from all the time you spend in the law courts.
Well, Mrs. Roby, Prejudiced or not, if I find that Emily is being brought to this house in order to meet Mr. Lopez, then I'm afraid I'll have to forbid her to come here at all.
Do as you please. I think you'll find that it's gone beyond any interference from you. The stern parent who condemns his daughter to perpetual seclusion because she refuses to marry the man of his choosing, he belongs to another age. Emily won't give Mr. Lopez up, I'm sure of that. And unless you're a harder-hearted man than I take you for, Mr. Wharton, you won't be able to oppose her for long.
Yesterday's dinner party, Glencora, I thought was most wonderfully extravagant.
Thank you.
I forget how many courses there were.
6, Marie.
And your house looked so gorgeous. It was like the Botanic Gardens. Tell me, Lady Glen, what does your husband think of all this excessive expenditure?
Oh, I'm not sure I like excessive. Necessary is a better word.
Does the Duke consider it to be necessary?
Not yet, perhaps, but he's in the process of being persuaded.
What is it necessary for, exactly?
For Plantagenet to be popular, of course, and to remain so.
Popular socially, do you mean, or politically?
Both, Marie. The two go together as far as I'm concerned.
Ah, I see. So in amongst the dinners and receptions there are political ambitions too?
Oh, certainly there are. Lady Glencora is becoming Lady Macbeth, prepared to murder any recalcitrant Tory who stands in her lord and master's way. But the difference is this. Macbeth misbehaved himself at the banqueting table. Plantagenet, who hates such events, he fails to show up at all.
As the weeks passed, the Duchess of Omnium's hospitality grew increasingly lavish, and her plans for future entertainment alarmingly ambitious.
I'm thinking, Plantagenet, that in August we should stay at Gatherum Castle.
Gatherum? You hate the place.
True, but personal preferences mustn't always come first.
Well, in this particular case, Cora, why not? I don't like Gatherum either. It's vast, and it's cold even in summer. Why don't we go to Matching?
Because Matching is so small.
It's no smaller than it was, my dear. We always used to find it big enough for our requirements.
Yes, but you weren't always Prime Minister.
I see. So you intend, when we're at Gatherum, to entertain large numbers?
Yes, certainly.
You know, Cora, I'm rather inclined to think that there ought to be some sort of limit to our spending on hospitality. No one's rich enough to let his money be squandered.
No, of course not. But do you wish to suggest what the limit might be? How much should be spent, do you suppose, for the glory and honour of the Prime Minister?
My dear Glencora...
All my efforts, Plantagenet, are out of consideration for you, because I believe them to be in your best interests.
I know. And I love you the better for it every day.
Dearest Plantagenet.
You're striving as hard on your side as I am on mine. Rather harder, I think. Perhaps, dearest Cora, too hard. There are ill-natured people in the world, my dear, who'll say that your endeavours bring me shame, not honour. Don't overdo your work, that's all I ask.
Well, Mrs. Roby, what's the news?
Mr. Wharton's off to Herefordshire at the end of the month.
Is he?
And he's taking Emily with him.
Ah, I see.
They go every summer. They stay at Wharton Hall, Sir Aluric's place.
Sir Aluric is Mr. Wharton's cousin?
That's right. Of course, they don't usually go until August.
Really? So this year he's taking her away much sooner, in the hope that she'll forget about me.
Or that you'll forget about her.
Impossible, Mrs. Roby. Impossible.
I don't suppose she'd run away with you, would she?
No, Mrs. Roby. I'm certain she wouldn't.
But she'll stick by you at any rate. She's as stubborn as a mule. She'll wear her father down eventually, as long as you're serious about her. My advice to you, Mr. Lopez, is to go and see him again, and speak to him plainly. You can do that, can't you?
Absolutely. I'm not afraid of Mr. Wharton.
You won't make him change his mind as regards going to Herefordshire, but it won't do you any harm to tell him everything about yourself. Tell him about the money especially, because the money's all right, isn't it?
Oh, yes. The money's all right.
Ferdinand Lopez's associate, Mr. Sextus Parker, had become quite certain that he would have to pay the £750 that he had pledged on his colleague's behalf. The imminent loss of the money weighed very heavily on him, and this particular morning it weighed so heavily that Mr. Parker was quite unable to work. He got up from his desk, intending to seek solace in a brandy and water, but at that very moment the door was pushed open, and Ferdinand Lopez strolled into the office, wearing the broadest of smiles and the most splendid of hats.
Morning, Parker. Lovely day. How's business?
Oh, you know.
Steady as ever?
Yes, steady.
In my view, Parker, steady business is all very well, provided you're happy with a small income. But I'm not. I'm putting a fair bit into South America at the moment. Guano.
Guano?
Seabird dung.
Oh.
Interested at all?
No, not really. By the by, Lopez.
Yes, Parker?
That bill I signed for...
750.
Yes, what's the situation there?
It's all settled.
It is? Ah.
Paid back the loan an age ago. Sorry, should have told you.
Do you happen to have the bill with you?
I believe I do.
Sextus Parker watched as Lopez brought out the bill from his pocketbook. Lopez unfolded the bill and showed it to Parker, but he held it as if he might decide to fold it up again. Parker tried to stay calm, resisting the temptation to stretch out his hand and grab the bill.
Yes, Peruvian guano. I've brought a prospectus with me if you care to glance at it. I wouldn't want an old friend to miss a good chance.
Then, in an apparently careless fashion, he tore up the bill into 3 or 4 pieces and allowed the fragments to fall on the floor.
How's Mrs. Parker and the children?
No, they're very well, thank you, Lopez. They're very well.
Good. Excellent. I'm contemplating marriage myself.
Are you now? Do I know the lucky lady?
No, Parker. I don't think you do.
Not likely to either, I'll be bound. She's aristocracy, I suppose. Someone you met at one of the Duchess's dinners I'm always hearing about. I must say, Lopez, you've done all right for yourself. You have indeed. Before you go...
Yes?
That prospectus you mentioned.
Certainly. I'll come by tomorrow, see what you've made of it.
Ferdinand Lopez's visit to Mr. Parker, I mean specifically his cancellation of the bill, reflected a desire on his part to remove as far as he could all signs of discreditable or hazardous financial practice. He had decided to take Mrs. Roby's advice and call on Mr. Wharton before father and daughter left for Herefordshire, and he wanted to be able to demonstrate, if required to do so, that his business was in good shape.
Mr. Lopez, I thought I explained myself clearly enough when you saw me before.
Yes, sir, you did, but there were some matters left unexplained on my side. And also, sir, I wasn't able to inform you then, as I can now, that your daughter has accepted my declaration of love.
You shouldn't have spoken to her on the subject, not after what I told you.
I did nothing secret or underhand.
You saw her in opposition to my wishes.
But how could I be obedient to your wishes when I love your daughter as I do? Mr. Wharton, when we last met, you expressed 1 or 2 uncertainties about the nature of my work. I won't bore you or confuse you with an attempt to describe it in any detail, but I can assure you that my current financial situation...
I don't wish to hear about that, thank you very much. Mr. Lopez, we have no more, I think, to say to each other.
Well, sir, I beg to differ. Allow me, please, to say this, at least. I regard myself as irrevocably engaged to your daughter, and she, I believe, is as certain about her feelings as I am about mine. My happiness, of course, means very little to you.
Oh, very little
but
indeed.
The happiness of your daughter is a different matter.
Emily's happiness is all in all to me, which is precisely the reason why I've opposed you. Good day to you, Mr. Lopez. Good day.
Not many days after this conversation, Mr. Wharton and his daughter journeyed to Wharton Hall, the Wharton family seat in Herefordshire. Some of the Fletcher family, with whom the Whartons had enjoyed a long association, had been invited to the hall, and Arthur was one of them. It was Arthur, you will recall, whom Mr. Wharton had for some while regarded as the perfect husband for his daughter, if only his daughter would have him. No doubt Mr. Wharton prayed even now that Emily might be coaxed out of her unwise love for Ferdinand Lopez. But Arthur himself had given up hope.
I'll say a sort of farewell to her. That much I ought to do. Something ought to be said before she marries this Mr. Lopez. And, well, that'll be that, really. And afterwards I'll try not to parade my grief. I'll try not to show my wounds or tell the world how much I love her. Oh, but I do love her. So very much. And it's a true love. A real love. Not some drawing room affair, some short-lived thing that started life in between a couple of waltzes. Emily, she's no ordinary woman. And my love for her is no ordinary love.
You won't have bitter words with me, I hope.
No, Emily, I'd never do that. I'm here simply to admit defeat, as it were, and wish you the best. I don't suppose we shall see each other very often.
Shall we not?
Well, it would be better if we didn't. It's foolish, I think, to pretend that all's well when a successful rival comes on the scene. I won't say anything against him.
Oh, indeed, please don't do that.
Well, he's an excellent fellow, for all I know. But it would be out of the question for you and me to act as if the past had never happened. My feelings for you, my dearest, are unchanged. Will never change. You'll always have someone who'll love you with a true and lasting love.
Arthur.
It must be so. It can't be helped. You know, I've sometimes wondered whether I might have tried to be a little less earnest about it. I'd rather let it get the better of me. But my love for you is so strong. What could I do?
Arthur, I'm very sorry. Indeed, I am.
The blaze and excitement caused by the Duchess of Omnium's London season was to be almost insignificant compared with what Gatherum Castle promised. Despite the Duke's word of caution to his wife, thousands of pounds were being spent at Gatherum in a very conspicuous way, so it was understood everywhere that the Prime Minister was bidding for popularity, with the result that conversations with colleagues, such as the Duke of St. Bungay, began to cause the Prime Minister some embarrassment.
I understand that great things are being done at Gatherum this year.
I'm hoping that they won't be too great. It will all be Glencora's work, you know, not mine.
Indeed, and I don't doubt but that she's doing what is right. Please don't imagine that I'm making a criticism.
Well, I suppose that if a man has a big house, he ought to go and live in it sometimes.
Certainly. And invite others to join him. That's what Gatherum's for, I'd have thought. Though it was never used very much in your uncle's day.
The old Duke hated it in his heart. And so do I. I hate the building, and I have to confess I hate the notion of it being turned into an hotel full of guests I don't care a straw about. The fact is, I'm uneasy about what Glencora's planning. I'd much prefer that we entertained because we wanted to be with our friends. A few friends only. My friends, I suspect, aren't so great in number that I couldn't assemble them in this one room.
But I fear that when one is Prime Minister, one must have rather more friends than one's used to.
Hundreds, it seems. If they're not quite friends yet, I'm told, they will be once they're won over. Also, there are blackguards, or are they madmen, who write to me requesting invitations.
Good heavens.
Creatures such as Mr. Quintus Slide of the People's Banner.
Oh, dear.
I tell you, Duke, if all this wretchedness goes on, I shall have to resign.
No, Palliser.
Of course, I should never have agreed to be Prime Minister in the first place.
No, you're wrong.
It gives me no pleasure or satisfaction. I never feel that I'm doing a proper job. Not at least compared with being Chancellor. My main duty seems to be to try and keep everyone on board.
That's fairly important, is it not? With a coalition government. And you've managed it effectively enough so far.
Well, the coalition stayed together, that's true. But myself, I've done so very little, really. Taken very few decisions. They haven't been necessary. I'm Prime Minister because of my rank and my wealth, and it's rank and wealth which have acted as the unifying force. The real work of leadership, you see, it isn't done at my desk or in Cabinet. It's done at these wretched dinner parties and receptions. In fact, when you think about it, I'm not Prime Minister at all. My wife is.
Gatherum Castle, near Silverbridge in Barsetshire, had been erected by the Duke's uncle at an enormous cost. It was a white stone building and seemed to cover enough ground for a moderate-sized town. It was built to impress, and perhaps succeeded in that purpose, but it was not, sadly, built to be a home. The Duke and the Duchess, along with their son, Lord Silverbridge, and their daughter, Lady Mary, arrived at this monumental pile the day before the first guests were due. The weather was perfect, and the Duke, who had endeavoured to make himself pleasant during...
I've asked Mary, but she says she's too tired. And Silverbridge has gone off riding.
Is there much to see around the grounds?
I'm not sure. I don't think I've ever walked in them before. Do you wish to come with me?
No, thank you. I have a headache.
Very well, then. I'll go on my own.
At the end of the great hall, which was an extremely long distance from the beginning of it, was the front door, a portal so huge and so heavy that it was hardly ever used, though on this particular evening it had been opened in order to admit a monstrously large floral arrangement which the Duchess had ordered. Through this door went Plantagenet Palliser, the Duke of Omnium, and he stood upon the grand terrace and gazed around at the gardens and the park beyond, at the various pieces of superfluous landscaping that were being created in readiness for the guests, at the vast tents that were rising up, and the new fences and sundry other modifications specifically designed, it seemed, to consume colossal sums of money.
It almost makes me angry. I should have been told. I should have been warned. It's not the money, not as such. If the alterations had been for Glencora's personal pleasure, nothing could have delighted me more, however wild or extravagant they might have been. But this is sheer ostentation. This is absurdity. This would expose me to ridicule. Thought you were intending to lie down.
I never said so.
You have a headache.
Yes, and now it's a little worse because I've been moving furniture in all the drawing rooms.
Was that necessary?
Someone must do it.
Of course, but why must it be you, though?
Well, Plantagenet, the world would have gone on without my little contribution, I suppose, and yet I don't think I should be scolded for wanting to work.
I'm not scolding you. When have I ever scolded you?
I can't remember, though there were many times when you should have done. Why are you angry with me? What's wrong? Tell me.
It's simply this, Glencora. I find it distressing that what might previously have been deemed good enough for our friends is now insufficient because of the office I hold. The changes, for instance, that have been made in the grounds. There's a vulgarity about it all which quite upsets me.
Vulgarity?
I'm sorry, I retract the word, but please, Glencora, whatever it should be called, let there be no more of it.
Vulgarity? Vulgarity? Well, yes. And why not? Why shouldn't I be vulgar, if by being so I can achieve what I want, what is best for him? Everything I have to do is vulgar. The constant keeping in touch with disagreeable people, the smiles I lavish on butchers and tinkers, my kindnesses and unkindnesses, the unpleasantness I have to endure. All this is vulgarity, is it not? And it's all for him, to make him great, to make him popular. If a man wants to be Prime Minister, then he must accept it all, vulgarity included, and if he can't manage the vulgarity himself, he should be gracious and let his wife arrange it for him.
My dear Lady Clem. Marie, welcome.
How are you?
Oh, heartily exhausted, but ecstatic too at the marvels that have been achieved in so little time. Do you know we've had 45 bedrooms made up?
Heavens!
Yes! I've had them all numbered, of course, so I can tell where everyone is. And I've got a big book in which I can write down arrival and departure dates, plans for seating arrangements at dinner each day, notes regarding who should flirt with whom. Oh, and I've drawn up special rules for those engaged in archery, and I've had them all printed. If you have special rules, you see, people decide it's rather fascinating, and they want to give it a go.
And what about the Duke?
The Duke? Attempting archery? Don't be absurd.
No. I meant, how is he enduring it all?
Oh, ask no questions, my dear, and you'll hear none of my usual lies. But really, there's no need for anyone to make a fuss about Gatherum, least of all the Duke. I've invited a few people down to the country, that's all.
As was to be expected, the Prime Minister met with considerable disapproval as a result of his wife's excesses. But he was criticised too on account of his policies, or rather his lack of them. The coalition's avowed purpose had been to bring stability to the country, and in that respect it had begun to succeed, but it was considered that an interesting initiative or two might not go amiss. One of those who held this view, or at least who thought it might enhance his political standing if he could claim to do so, was Sir Orlando Drought, a Conservative member of the Duke's cabinet, who was a guest at Gatherum.
Your Grace!
Yes?
If your Grace is going for a walk...
Yes?
And if your Grace would be willing to have company, then I'd be delighted to join you.
The Duke assented, and the two men walked for nearly a mile across the park, watching the stately movements of the herds of deer and talking of trivial things. Then, somewhat abruptly, Sir Orlando plucked up his courage and thrust the conversation onto a different plane.
I should imagine we did pretty well last session.
What? Oh, yes, pretty well.
And the next session should present no particular difficulties.
None that I can envisage, certainly.
But, nevertheless...
Nevertheless, what, Sir Orlando?
Prime Minister, you and I both know, do we not, that important affairs of state can be settled in intimate conclave so much more easily than in large parliaments. For this reason, I trust you won't consider me ill-mannered if I take this opportunity to offer a suggestion. Namely, that now everyone's happily in harness together, there should be an attempt to create a policy. A distinct policy, a strong policy, to match one or two of the achievements of the last half-century, such as free trade, parliamentary reform, public services.
I suppose, though, that things get done, or ought to get done, because they need to be done, because they're desirable in themselves, not because it's desirable to have something to do.
Well, yes, no doubt.
Shall we walk on?
What do you think of Ferdinand Lopez?
Who?
Mr. Lopez. He's one of your guests.
Well, my dear, I'm afraid I haven't thought about him at all.
Oh, well, I wish you would, Plantagenet. I wish you'd think a great deal more about your guests. I wonder sometimes whether they might consider you to be a little arrogant or rude.
I see. And to avoid the charge, what am I to do? Shoot arrows with them?
No, talking would suffice.
I talked with Sir Orlando Drought this afternoon. That sufficed, I'm certain of that.
Did the two of you quarrel?
No, I'm not the sort to quarrel. But I'm not the sort either to pretend that I agree with someone when I don't. Who is Ferdinand Lopez, anyway?
He's a rising man, a new man, the kind of man you want in your government. All those fellows that get shuffled around like playing cards, they're worn out, they're creased, grubby. They need replacing.
I don't recall anyone by the name of Lopez. Was he elected last time?
He isn't in the House, Plantagenet, not yet. But he will be soon, if you're prepared to help him.
Cora...
Let him have the seat at Silverbridge.
The seat at Silverbridge, my dear, isn't vacant.
But it will be when Mr. Grey goes on his mission to Persia.
Well, Mr. Grey intends to give up the seat, it's true, but I don't think it's necessary myself.
Of course it is. A man can't perform his parliamentary duties while he's camel riding in the desert. Let Mr. Lopez have Silverbridge. Please. It isn't money he's after. He's rich enough. He's clever. He's sure to do well and to be of use to you.
Cora, it's not for me to decide.
Oh, is it not?
Things have changed. Men of property don't have the kind of influence they used to have. And if men have a conscience, as well as property, they won't even use the influence they have.
But you'd like to have someone at Silverbridge who'd be loyal to you, just as Mr. Grey has been.
Of course, if it happens. If it doesn't, I'll get by.
Oh,
Glencora, I don't know this Mr. Lopez.
That's true. You don't. He's not a friend, he's not a relative. So you could say that your support of him is an act of pure, unselfish patriotism. As for his fine qualities, I'll vouch for those. Now, I do hope that you're all shooting according to the Gatherum Castle archery code. I'll be very cross if anyone contravenes.
I'm rather afraid, Your Grace, that there are one or two who don't want to abide by the rules.
Oh, dear, oh, dear. Mr. Lopez, are you a rebel?
Well, I confess I may have proposed an amendment regarding the target's proximity.
I'll have no proposals, no amendments. I'll have nothing but obedience. Will you follow the Gatherum Code, or must I accept your resignation?
Your Grace being unwilling to resign, I promise to obey.
Oh, an excellent ministerial reply. You're clearly destined for high office, Mr. Lopez. You'll become a pillar of the Gatherum Constitution.
Now, the Duchess, in my opinion, intended very little by this remark, except to amuse. But there were some, Sir Orlando Drought among them, who was certain that it must allude to the servile nature of the Duke's ministers, and who therefore considered her words to be lacking in sensitivity, if not downright offensive. Poor Glencora. To think that the Herculean labours of hospitality she had performed might be wasted as a result of a careless jest.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes, Your Grace.
If I may have a word.
Certainly, Your Grace.
You've never been in Parliament, Mr. Lopez.
No, I've never tried, to be honest.
Perhaps you dislike the idea of that kind of life.
Not at all. I regard it as the highest kind of life there is.
Then why haven't you tried it?
Well, I've got into a different groove, I suppose. I make money instead of laws.
And does that satisfy you?
No, indeed. Quite the opposite. I like having money, of course, but earning it is hardly an admirable use of one's time. I suppose I might try to get a seat in Parliament someday if I can find one that looks hopeful. But they don't grow on trees.
Oh, I'm not too sure about that. They can be plucked, Mr. Lopez, if you know where to look.
By the end of September, Ferdinand Lopez had left Gatherum Castle and was in town. So too was his friend Everett Wharton, the brother of Emily. He and Lopez met one evening at the Progress Club in St. James's Square.
Your father and sister are still at Wharton Hall, I take it?
Yes, and will be, so I gather, for a while yet.
Do you write to them at all?
Not much. To tell the truth, Lopez, I'm not greatly enamoured of father at the moment. He's a decent fellow at heart.
Yes, I'm sure he is.
But he gives me no encouragement. He has no faith in me. I don't think he wants me to get on, really. Not till my life's half frittered away.
When you say get on, you're referring to a career in Parliament?
Yes. It's my dream, Lopez. You probably don't appreciate how important it is to me.
You mean because I'm not thoroughly English?
Well, you are English, of course.
But not quite as English as you are?
Yes, if you like.
Anyway, I don't know what conclusion you'll draw from this, Wharton, but I'm thinking of going into politics myself.
You? Good Lord.
I'm very serious about it.
Are you indeed? Well, this is a new tune. Wasn't that long ago that you and I had an argument in this very room and you declared that a political career was an absolute absurdity?
Yes. Well, whatever you said in reply must have persuaded me.
Or, more likely, you've decided that a seat in Parliament will help your chances of marriage. Win father round. There's no prospect of a general election. You're going to have to wait a while, aren't you?
3 months. No more.
I see. A vacancy is about to occur and you've been told you're the man to fill it. Very nice. Very convenient. This is what comes of staying with the Prime Minister, I suppose.
Now that I'm not prepared to comment on.
Which borough is it?
Can't tell you that either.
You've been guaranteed the seat, have you?
Not quite, but I've been given an understanding.
Well, I hope you realise that you're very fortunate. Safe seats aren't that easy to find. Oh, damn it, Lopez is a bit much. I'd set my heart on entering politics, and for honourable reasons.
My reasons, forgive me, are honourable enough.
You say so. But till now you've had no interest, no ambition that way, no enthusiasm for public service. You won't value the seat as I'd have done. I'm going for a walk.
A walk? At this hour? Where?
The park. Do you want to join me?
I'd rather not. It'll be pitch black.
What of it?
Well, it'll hardly be a pleasant place to stroll in. Might be dangerous, too.
Have no fear, Lopez. I'll protect you.
Lopez yielded. He had seen and understood his friend's bitterness at the news he had given him, and though he hardly relished a midnight walk through St. James's Park, he reasoned that the brother of the woman he hoped to marry ought to be indulged.
You're going to find you're wrong about my father. He won't be impressed in the slightest. He'll reckon that Parliament will be a hindrance to you, an expense you can't afford.
Well, if he does, it'll be very unreasonable of him. He has no real idea how much I'm worth.
Anyway, it's an infernal piece of folly. That's the long and the short of it.
Let's walk briskly, shall we, and get out of here.
What on earth's the matter? There's no need to be frightened.
I'm not. I prefer to avoid unnecessary risks, that's all.
Well, then you better start running before someone jumps out at you. You've got into quite a funk, haven't you, Lopez? I can hear your teeth chattering.
Wharton, you're talking nonsense. You're drunk.
Drunk? Never. I don't get drunk. Never have done.
Don't be absurd. I've seen you fuddled on many an evening.
That's a lie, damn you. That's a lie, and you know it. Retract that remark.
Wharton, please, calm yourself. You shouldn't call a man a liar, Wharton, unless you're prepared to see the quarrel out.
Well, I am prepared to.
We'll talk tomorrow.
He walked on. Everett began walking too, though at some distance behind Lopez. As he walked, Lopez listened to the footfall of his friend, and after a while it seemed to him that the sound discontinued. He wondered whether on account of the wine, Everett might need some assistance in getting home. He began to retrace his steps.
Wharton?
Help, Lopez!
Wharton! Wharton!
Help me! Help me! Help!
Emily, my dearest, I've received some rather distressing news about Everett.
What, Papa?
He was attacked last night.
Oh, no.
Attacked and robbed. But, if we're to believe the letter, it would seem that he suffered no serious or permanent damage.
Thank heavens for that. May I see the letter, Papa?
It's not from him. It's from Mr. Lopez.
Mr. Lopez?
Yeah, he was with Everett last night. It appears that Everett was set upon, and that Mr. Lopez came to his rescue.
Mr. Wharton handed the letter to Emily. It had been posted early so that it would go down by the day mail, and Lopez would be first with the news. Lopez had much to gain from the previous night's dramatic events. A considerable debt of gratitude was now owing from father and daughter. Not only that, Everett's injury would encourage them to return to town.
The man's hand was at Everett's throat. I'm certain he intended to strangle him. But fortunately, I did enough to ward off the attack. Sir, I've told you exactly what occurred so that you're in no doubt
about your son's condition. He's not in any danger, but will certainly be confined to his bed for a day or two.
To tell the truth, Lopez suffered as much as I did.
Did he?
He said nothing in his letter about being hurt himself.
He was hit on the head during the scuffle, bled very badly. You know, if he hadn't been there, I'd have been killed, I'm sure of it. Well, that'll be him, probably. He said he'd call again this afternoon.
I'll talk to him downstairs. Well, Mr. Lopez.
Well, Mr. Wharton.
An unfortunate adventure.
Most unfortunate.
You seem to have got a rather sharp knock yourself, Mr. Lopez.
Yes, very odd. I didn't know about it until the blood was absolutely pouring into my eyes. I'm afraid, sir, that Everett's money was taken.
How much did he have?
£40. But I'll reimburse him.
There's no call for that.
I feel I'm to blame. I should have talked him out of his nighttime stroll.
No, Mr. Lopez. Everett's old enough to be responsible for his actions. At least he ought to be. So, you're here to see him?
Yes.
Then you must do so.
And what about your daughter? Do you have any objection to my seeing her?
I would, of course, prefer that you didn't. But she wishes it, I know. And a father's thoughts should only be to his daughter's happiness. So, you may see her.
Alone?
Alone.
Without allowing Lopez to say a word in response, Mr. Wharton went into the hall, took his hat, and hurried away to his club. A brief message from Lopez was conveyed to Emily, and the two of them met, alone, in the drawing-room. Strange how at this moment Lopez found that his self-assurance had almost disappeared. He had never kissed Emily before. He had never put his arm round her waist, had seldom had the chance, indeed, to even hold her hand.
My dearest Emily.
Ferdinand.
You and I, Emily, have had much to endure. We've needed to show great patience and fortitude. But now...
Yes. Our troubles are over.
At last. My sweetest, my darling.
I'm so happy.
Oh, Emily.
I'm yours, my love. You knew it already, but I must tell you nonetheless. I'm yours. Forever and ever.
In episode 8 of The Pallisers, dramatised by Martin Wade from The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope, Anthony Trollope was played by David Troughton, Lady Glencora by Sophie Thompson, Plantagenet Palliser by Ben Miles, Lopez by Greg Wise, Madame Goesler by Stella Gonnet, Mr. Wharton by James Lawrenson, and Emily by Emily Bruni. Jonathan Keeble played Arthur Fletcher, Geoffrey Whitehead, the Duke of St Bungay, Gerard MacDermott, Parker, Frances Jeter, Mrs. Roby, Geoffrey Stretfield, Everett, and Peter Marinka, Sir Orlando Drought. The music for The Pallisers was specially composed by Elizabeth Parker, and the director was Mark Beebe. The Pallisers was produced by Cherry Cookson. The Pallisers, the political novels of Anthony Trollope, dramatised for radio by Martin Wade, with David Troughton as Trollope, Sophie Thompson as Lady Glencora, Ben Miles as Plantagenet Palliser, and Greg Wise as Lopez. Episode 9.
Ferdinand Lopez and Emily Wharton were engaged in October 1870, and the wedding was fixed for late November. It was Lopez who pressed for an early date, pressed quite strongly indeed, and Emily raised no difficulties. But before any general announcement was made or invitation sent out, Emily wrote to Arthur Fletcher, the young man to whom she had once been closely attached, and who loved her still.
My dear Arthur, there's been so much true friendship and affection between us for so many years that I wouldn't wish you to hear the news from anyone but myself. Mr. Lopez and I are to be married.
a month from today.
The letter was short. The reply shorter still. Dear Emily, my feelings for you are the same as they always were. Whatever happens, nothing can change them. It was a letter that Emily read a score of times and placed among her secret treasures and shed a tear over. And it grieved her also when her father refused to hide his displeasure at the engagement, and when her relations at Wharton Hall revealed theirs by declining to attend the wedding. The occasion itself, therefore, was quiet and almost melancholy, and its mood was not improved by the November fog which hung around the steps of the church. Soon, however, the honeymoon couple were on a train to Dover, and Emily, Mrs. Lopez, declared that she was very, very happy.
Are you happy, dearest Ferdinand?
Of course. I wish your father could be too.
Yes, and he will be, I'm certain, when he gets to know you better and trusts you.
I ought to tell you, Emily, my dear, that he and I haven't spoken about money. I wondered whether we ought to before the wedding, but he clearly saw no need.
Is there a need?
Well, I find it somewhat strange that he's kept silent about it, that's all. Has he said anything to you?
No, nothing.
You see, that's odd.
Well, does it matter? Does it trouble you?
Trouble me? No! No! What could possibly trouble me on a day such as this?
Well, what troubled Mr. Lopez, in truth, was that he had bills to pay. Bills amounting to a considerable sum, in the region of £1,500, and they were due at the beginning of February. His occasional business associate, Mr. Sextus Parker, was unwilling to help. The money, therefore, must come from Emily's father.
He should have told me what he intends to do. Emily has a right, surely, to at least half of his fortune, and he should have said as much. Damn it. He should have handed a few thousand over simply as a demonstration of intent.
I ought to make it clear. Lopez truly loved Emily Wharton, but he wanted money, too, since he had no property and had been speculating without capital. If there had been no chance of any money, he might still have loved Emily, but marriage would have been out of the question.
It's so beautiful here.
And are you happy still?
Yes, Ferdinand. 2 weeks of marriage and I've not yet fallen out with you.
They were staying at a pleasant inn on the shores of Lake Como, and now that a fortnight of the honeymoon had elapsed, Ferdinand Lopez decided that it was time to begin instructing Emily in his worldly ways.
Your father's not written at all since we started out.
No, he's never very good at correspondence. Were you expecting him to write?
Well, I was, rather. Either to you or to me. About money, I mean.
Oh, I see.
Things have gone rather strangely between me and your father. As you know, he took a dislike to me. But this, I think, was on account of my parentage, my birth. As to my financial status, he was completely silent. Silent, too, about whatever money he set aside for you. Of course, he may have spoken to you on that subject.
I don't think he's talked to me about money in my entire life.
I have the greatest respect for your father. But I do feel that now you've gone out into the world, he ought not to keep his financial affairs secret from you. Perhaps you could write to him, my dearest.
Write to him? I'm not sure.
To be honest, it's quite important to me at the moment. Essential, really. My overall income, of course, is large, but it's very variable, as it's bound to be since I'm buying and selling on speculation. And as it happens, the present state of affairs, well, it's difficult. A little precarious, even.
Oh, Ferdinand, you should have told me sooner. Before you rented the flat and arranged the honeymoon. You should have been more prudent.
Prudent? Heavens, no!
But...
However precarious the position is, I'll never ask you to be careful with money. My greatest pleasure will be to see you wearing fine clothes and expensive jewellery and being driven in your own carriage.
Ferdinand.
Such items, however, must be paid for. Money must be acquired, one way or another, before it can be spent. So, write to your father, my dear. Ask him what his intentions are. And inform him that 3,000, say, would be very useful to me. Very useful.
The thought of writing the letter pained Emily, and she was afraid that her father would be bitterly angry with her. But Lopez had made the request of her, and she loved him and obeyed him, and with his help the letter was written. Mr. Wharton was urged to send his reply to Florence, for it was there that Emily and Lopez were to spend the next part of their honeymoon. Every day for a week Lopez called at the post office, but returned empty-handed. Then at last a letter arrived, addressed to Mrs. Emily Lopez.
It'll be worth waiting for, I hope.
Yes.
You know, he'd taken so long to write, I was wondering if he'd cast you off altogether.
You'd never do that. You read the letter, Ferdinand. You've made me so nervous about it, I don't think I can. So, what does he say? Has he written in a kindly fashion?
I don't know about that so much. But, by George, the man's a brick after all. I misjudged him. Oh, Emily, my sweetest, my angel. Oh, thank you for writing to him. Thank you. Upon my word, it's a pity we didn't request 4,000 or 5.
No.
Oh. But this is very curious. Once the £3,000 has been paid, I shall have done my duty by him. Now, that's absurd.
Is it?
Of course. You'll have to make a permanent arrangement sooner or later. But, for now, all's well. All, in truth, is wonderful. Let's go out, Emily. I'll order a carriage, and we'll visit the shops, and I'll buy you a few presents.
No, Ferdinand, I don't need any presents.
Well, perhaps you don't, but I want to buy them for you, because you deserve life's little extravagances. Oh, my dearest, your father's come good. He's answered to the whip, and we can enjoy ourselves now.
Answered to the whip. That surely was a disagreeable, distasteful thing to have said about Papa, and Ferdinand shouldn't have used those words. Nor should he have rejoiced so much. It was almost unmanly, undignified. Oh dear, Papa's letter. It was very brief, very cold, dispassionate. I wish I hadn't written to him. I wish I'd never asked for the money.
We must not, I think, allow the honeymooners to distract us any longer from political matters back at home. You will recall that there was at the time a coalition government, and that the Prime Minister was none other than Plantagenet Palliser, the Duke of Omnium. A Prime Minister, it must be admitted, who was less than comfortable in his role, and who found it increasingly necessary to talk to the one man with whom he could talk, his old friend, the Duke of St. Bungay.
Duke, I have to tell you that I've received a complaint from a member of the Cabinet.
A complaint, Prime Minister?
Yes, from Sir Orlando Drought about the government's lack of policies.
Sir Orlando, despite being a Conservative, is entitled to voice his opinion, of course, but I don't know that he's ever liable to say anything worth hearing. What policy would he like the government to have?
As far as I'm aware, he hasn't suggested one yet.
Ah, yes. How uncharacteristically wise of him.
Well, perhaps it wouldn't be a bad idea to cast around for a policy or two. The task would at least keep me occupied. Oh, for those happy days when I was grappling with decimal coinage and felt that my mind and body would give way before I solved its complexities. Not that I ever did solve its complexities. But you see, Duke, it appears to me that all the real work has been filched by my ministers, and I'm left stranded as a kind of figurehead, unfit for useful office, weak.
Your only weakness, dear friend, is that you're too sensitive, too self-critical. You search for weakness in yourself and always ensure that you find it. But you should look instead at what your government has achieved thus far. The calm and stability that you've brought to the country's affairs.
So, I'm not to resign? I must go on?
You must. It's your duty.
There was, we must not forget, an additional cause of grief for the Duke of Omnium. I mean his wife, Glencora, and in particular her continued and excessive hospitality. Into the vastness of Gatherum Castle came a constant cascade of guests, and among them was a certain Major Pountney, who was foolish and unfortunate enough to have aroused the wrath of the Duke.
Glencora?
Yes, Plantagenet?
Who is Major Pountney?
Major Pountney? I don't know. He's Major Pountney.
You ought to know who he is. You invited him here.
Well, perhaps, though I don't remember doing so.
Well, no. How could you remember when you've invited so many thousands already? But rest assured, Glencora, I didn't invite him.
My dear, I don't believe we've invited anyone to Gatherum, except for that poor little Lady Rosina de Courcy, who talks about her waterproof boots all the time. But, Plantagenet, whatever is the matter? Why are you asking about this Major Pountney?
He mustn't be invited back here, Glencora, ever again.
Why? Has he committed murder? Has he killed Lady Rosina?
He asked me just now if he might be my candidate when the Silverbridge seat falls vacant. What impertinence! I've never heard anything like it, and I told him so. This fellow, whom I've not even met before, supposes that a parliamentary seat is in my gift, and demands that the gift should be made to him.
But Silverbridge is in your gift, though.
No, Glencora, or if it still is, it shouldn't be. I'll not hear another word about the seat at Silverbridge. Not another word.
But you agreed, if you recall, that Ferdinand Lopez would be your candidate.
Forgive me, I did not. If Mr. Lopez is keen to stand for election, that's his prerogative, but he'll not be my candidate.
Well, I'm astounded. Why should you abandon one of your rightful privileges?
Glencora, there is no such privilege. For a peer of the realm to interfere in the electoral process is unconstitutional.
You'll exercise privilege for your son. I know you will, when he's fit and ready to stand. And besides, anything's constitutional, if you look at it in the right way.
Well, my dear, no doubt you've studied the matter more carefully than I have, but Mr. Lopez will not be my candidate. And I'll tell you also, Glencora, that though I don't want to deprive you of your social pleasures, I've decided to allow no more guests in my house for as long as I'm Prime Minister.
Plantagenet!
I've had enough of Major Pountney and Mr. Lopez and the rest of them. The whole business has been a misery to me and a humiliation.
The whole business, Plantagenet, was done to consolidate the coalition. It was done for your sake.
Yes, Glencora, and for my sake, let there be no more of it.
Oh, I can hardly believe this. You must be sickening for something.
I'm sick at heart, it's true. Sick at heart, dismayed, oppressed. No guests, please. Except for Lady Rosina. She may stay.
Within a few weeks of returning from his honeymoon, Ferdinand Lopez received a letter from the Duchess of Omnium. He entered the drawing room of the flat in Belgrave Place, stood in front of his wife, and held the letter aloft.
This letter, Emily... This letter contains my fate. Oh, what a coward I am. I can hardly bring myself to read it.
Emily anxiously studied her husband's face as he glanced through the letter. While they had been away, he had talked a great deal of the opportunity that had been half promised him. His parliamentary ambition, perhaps, was more selfish than noble. He wished to make his mark in the world and to use his position to assist his financial dealings. But the desire was no less great for that.
Well?
There's been some difficulty. A disagreement, I would guess, between the Duke and the Duchess.
Oh, well, that's unfortunate. Are you to get the seat at Silverbridge?
No, not without fighting for it. The Duke won't support me. He won't support anyone, indeed.
And what about the Duchess?
Oh, I still have her endorsement, but it can't be made public. In other words, her husband's become coy for some reason, so there'll be no official approval. But the inference is that the Duchess will do what she can for me on the sly.
So you will stand?
Well...
You set your heart on it.
True, but I hadn't set my heart on spending a large amount of money. Once it's known that I'm not the Duke's man, there'll be a Tory candidate, I'm certain. A strong one, perhaps. It'll be a proper contest. And that means electioneering expenses, I'm afraid. If I'm to get Silverbridge, old girl, I'll find it won't come cheaply.
Lopez at last resolved to stand, and he went down to Silverbridge for a day or two in order, as he put it, to get a feel for the borough. The Duchess's letter in a postscript had made reference to a certain Mr. Sprugeon, a local ironmonger. This Mr. Sprugeon had received from the Duchess a very positive hint that every conceivable aspect of ironwork at Gatherum Castle would be left to his charge if he could ensure that Mr. Lopez succeeded in his candidacy. On arriving at Silverbridge, Lopez found Sprugeon and stood him a drink at the Palliser Arms.
Sadly, Mr. Lopez, thing can't be done as it was originally intended.
Yes, the Duchess informed me as much.
Times have changed, I'm told. And when dukes become prime ministers, they have to be especially careful.
So it seems.
But there are ever so many ways, Mr. Lopez, of skinning a cat.
Certainly there are. Though some are easier and cheaper than others. I have to tell you, Mr. Sprugeon, I'm just a little aggrieved about this business. I'm not sure it was quite fair play on the Duchess's part, giving an assurance that a seat's as good as one, and then once the fellow's committed himself, making it an open field. This won't be a walkover. Do you know if there are any other candidates here?
Well, just the one. A Conservative. From Herefordshire, I believe.
His name?
Arthur Fletcher.
Well, Emily, who do you suppose is going to stand against me at Silverbridge?
My dearest, I already know. He's written to me.
He's done what?
He wanted to explain the situation.
Did he, indeed? What a damned impudent fellow! You'd have thought, wouldn't you, that he might have let matters alone, but no! He discovers that I'm standing, and that the seat's open for contest, and he decides he'll try and take his revenge by opposing me. And then, to cap it all, he has the nerve to write to my wife.
I think you're mistaken about him, Ferdinand. It seems to be a coincidence that he's standing against you.
Oh, that's what he's pretending, is it?
He said in his letter that he wouldn't have come forward if he'd known you were a candidate. He was encouraged to do so by an acquaintance of his and made a firm commitment before he'd heard that you were standing. Once he'd promised, he felt he couldn't pull out.
Oh, that's Aaron's nonsense, my dear. And I'm surprised and disappointed that you should believe him rather than me.
Ferdinand, I don't understand why you should be so very angry with him.
The man's a rogue. And he's insulted you by writing to you in that fashion.
No.
You will not write to him, of course, ever. Nor will you ever speak to him.
But Ferdinand, he and I haven't quarrelled.
No. But he and I are about to, my dear. And because you're my wife, you must fight on my side. The man, I say, is a rogue. He should be horsewhipped.
For heaven's sake, Ferdinand.
My dearest, he tries to marry you, is rejected, and then presumes to start a correspondence with you. Of course he must be horsewhipped. He deserves nothing less.
My dear, about Silverbridge.
Silverbridge? Why should you want to talk about Silverbridge when you've renounced your interest there?
There's a rumour that you're canvassing for Mr. Lopez.
Who told you?
I presume it isn't true.
Who told you?
I don't think it much matters. Is it true?
Of course it isn't. Well, I did have a word or two with Mr. Sprugeon. I'm not sure that one could call that canvassing.
Glencora, I asked you not to involve yourself with Silverbridge.
You did, but the fact is, I have political sympathies just like anyone else. I can't keep quiet altogether, whatever you may demand. Good gracious, Plantagenet, if you become too much of a despot, I shall have to take up women's rights.
I see. So you're determined to disobey me, to obstruct me.
Well, that's one way of putting it. But when you play the lord and master, I'm afraid I find myself compelled to go behind your back. It's human nature. It's my nature, at least. And you'll have to put up with it, I suppose.
Glencora!
It's hardly treason. My view is this. You should make the best of a bad bargain. Don't expect too much of your wife. Don't be high-handed with her. Allow her to do what she wants a little, especially when she has your own interests at heart.
It was soon after this discussion, which I do not think went very well for the Duke, that he caused to have the following letter published in the Silverbridge Gazette.
In order to dispel any doubt or ambiguity with regard to the forthcoming by-election, I wish to make it clear that there is no special candidate whom I favour, and that even if there were, I would not wish that this should be the reason why even a single vote were cast for him. Should electors think fit to return a Member of Parliament who is pledged to oppose the present government, I assure them that this will not in any way diminish my cordial feelings towards the town.
You've seen the Duke's letter?
Yes, Sprugeon, I have. Not the ideal start to my campaign?
Oh, I wouldn't worry about it, Mr. Lopez. Prime Minister's bound to say that sort of thing.
I don't think he was bound to, and I very much wish he hadn't. There'll be a few people in this town who'll take him at his word. Oh, and what's this I've heard about a third candidate?
Yes, announced this morning. A local brewer.
Is he Tory or Liberal?
Well, I believe he has Liberal leanings.
He'll take some of my votes.
He could, Mr. Lopez, but only if we let him. Which reminds me, electioneering expenses.
Yes, Mr. Spurgeon. £500 I've parted with.
True. And another 500, you know, might be very effective.
It might, Mr. Spurgeon, but I'll not pay it. The 500 I've handed over rankles with me quite enough.
Where Lopez had Mr. Spurgeon to assist him in the election, Arthur Fletcher had a certain Frank Gresham. Frank was a relative of the Mr. Gresham who was leader of the Liberal Party. But Frank was a Tory, a rich squire of old blood. It was Frank, in point of fact, who had first suggested to Arthur Fletcher that he should contest the seat at Silverbridge. 2 days after Arthur arrived, Frank came to join him.
So, Fletcher, how's it been going here?
Well, pretty well, until this morning.
Why, what's happened?
Mr. Lopez and I have had a confrontation.
Have you indeed?
It was inevitable, of course, that he and I should meet sometime. We were each in the High Street, canvassing for votes. So I went up to him and wished him all the best. But he refused to shake my hand. Stood with his arms akimbo and told me I'd better walk on.
Good heavens. Had there been some previous quarrel between you?
No, Gresham, not as such. He's recently married a young lady whom I've known for a long while, and whom I greatly admire.
I see.
It's me that suffered, not Lopez.
And you've not offended him in any way?
Well, I can't think how.
Well then, he's beneath your notice. Quite clearly, he's not a gentleman and doesn't know how to behave himself. I'm sorry for the young lady, that's all. Oh, you've heard, have you, that there's another opponent?
Oh, yes. Some local worthy has thrown his hat in.
His name's de Boon, though he used to be playing bung before he got rich. I know the man. I know his politics, too. He'll do you no harm, Fletcher. Can't rob you of a single vote, but he'll cut the ground from under the other fellow's feet. You can depend on that.
I understand you've had a visit from de Boon.
Yes, Mr. Spurgeon, I have. He wants me to withdraw. He
right.
said that since he and I can only divide the Liberal vote, I ought to do the decent thing and retire from the contest.
And what did you say, Mr. Lopez?
I told him that he could do the decent thing just as well.
Mr. Lopez, may I be honest with you?
You could try.
From the way things have been going, I think de Boon has a better chance of defeating Fletcher than you do. It's become fairly clear. You don't have the support. I'm sorry, Mr. Lopez.
Well, I should hope you are. I should hope the Duke of Omnium's sorry too, and the Duchess. It was never my idea to stand here, and it was never my idea to pay £500 in expenses.
Mr. Lopez, I really am very sorry.
You promised me, Mr. Spurgeon, you promised that I'd sweep all before me.
I never quite said that, Mr. Lopez.
I tell you what I'll do. I'll toss a coin with de Boon. Loser quits the field.
I'm afraid you won't find Mr. de Boon agreeing to that, Mr. Lopez. 4/5 of the Liberal votes are going his way, as far as I can make out.
4/5?
I'm sorry, Mr. Lopez. Very sorry indeed.
Lopez accepted that he must abandon the fight. But he wanted to do so without loss of self-esteem. He wanted also to inflict upon Arthur Fletcher a good horsewhipping, the punishment he had recommended for writing to Emily. This, he thought, would make his retreat from Silverbridge more honourable, less humiliating. Not only that, but he supposed that it would reduce the respect which his wife felt for Arthur, and which so provoked him. That afternoon, he sent Arthur a letter.
Do you think he means it?
Oh, yes, Gresham. He means it. So, what am I to do?
Well, unless you intend to stay indoors for the rest of your time here, you better take some action. I suggest you inform the police.
No, I really don't want the police involved.
In that case, Fletcher, you better let me find you a very big stick.
It was at this point in the conversation that an agent arrived with news that Lopez had withdrawn from the election. Having established that Lopez had not yet left town, Gresham reasoned that the very big stick might be required sooner rather than later, and he went out to procure one. Within a quarter of an hour, he and Arthur Fletcher, big stick in hand, were walking down Silverbridge High Street.
Well, Gresham, I don't know how my election prospects will fare if there is a scrap with Lopez.
Oh, it won't do them much harm, as long as you don't kill him. Vote Arthur Fletcher, your Conservative candidate. Here, sir, read this. 10 reasons why Arthur Fletcher deserves your vote.
Nice to meet you.
There's Lopez, look. There, by the hotel.
Oh, yes. Yeah, and with a whip, as promised.
My God, the man's a fool.
So intent was Arthur on the task ahead that he failed to notice a police constable on the opposite side of the street. It cannot be promised that the policeman's presence at this particular moment was entirely fortuitous.
Fletcher. Lopez. My message to you, sir, is this. You are guilty of gross impertinence, and I fear you're the sort of man who can't learn his lesson without a thrashing. Therefore, don't be a fool.
Excuse me, sir. If you'd care to put your whip down, sir.
No, in truth, I wouldn't.
I think it might be advisable, sir.
Well, Fletcher. You usually have a policeman as protection to you when you walk the streets.
Don't be absurd.
Calm yourselves, gentlemen.
I never saw the fellow till just now.
I can vouch for that.
You're a coward, Fletcher. You're a coward, and I'll make sure the whole borough knows it. Oh, come, my dearest, you needn't look like that.
Oh, Ferdinand.
I haven't murdered him. Haven't hurt a hair of his head, unfortunately. I wanted to show him what I thought of him, that's all.
I wish it hadn't happened. It's very sad.
It is. And I imagine I've had more to endure than your friend, Mr. Fletcher. He won't get the seat, by the way.
Will he not?
No. The other fellow's local, which is a great advantage. That's why I withdrew. Emily, I shall need to go to your father. The £500 I was compelled to pay, it's made matters a little awkward, to be honest.
But the money that Papa gave you before...
It's pretty well been taken care of.
It was £3,000.
You're right. It was.
We should have been more careful. We must give up the carriage straight away.
Oh, we'll do no such thing. You're being ridiculous. Oh, Emily, you don't understand how my business works.
No, Ferdinand, I don't. That's true enough.
I'm not short of money, as such, not as regards the means to live, that is. But an addition to my capital would be commercially very advantageous at present. As I say, I'll have a chat with your father.
I wish I could judge Ferdinand in a more favourable light, but it's not possible. He should be more careful about money. His business, I think, must be very uncertain. He should be honest with me, open, straightforward. And with regard to Arthur Fletcher, Ferdinand was so jealous, so unjust. But I married him, for better or worse. And even if the worst is already here, I must be true to the vow that I made.
Immediately after he had spoken with Emily, Lopez went to see Mr. Wharton, gave him an account of his tribulations at Silverbridge, with particular emphasis on the injustice of the £500. And to the younger man's enormous surprise, Mr. Wharton volunteered the money before Lopez had got around to requesting it. Lopez, as a result, was inordinately happy, not merely on account of the money itself, but also because it had been obtained from Mr. Wharton with some ease, a fact which seemed to bode well for the future.
Sir, you've been most generous. Well, in truth, I think you were unfortunate at Silverbridge. I think I was. I was let down very badly. Well, politics, you see, is a risky affair, and it can be expensive, too. I've said as much to Everett 100 times. How is Everett, sir? Can't tell you. Haven't seen him for a while. He and I have quarrelled. I'm sorry to hear that. Over politics? No. Over the money he's been losing at cards. I called him a gambler, and there was a rather unpleasant exchange of words. I'm afraid we had a falling out.
Hard as Lopez might strive to improve his standing with Mr. Wharton, he was unlikely to become as dear to the man as Arthur Fletcher, And it was still a great source of regret to Mr. Wharton that his daughter had preferred Lopez to Arthur. A few days after his conversation with Lopez, he invited Arthur to dine out with him. Arthur had secured a narrow victory at Silverbridge and had hurried up to London in order to commence his new career.
I intend, sir, to be a very industrious MP. I might even make my first speech tonight.
Why? I wish you good luck, Arthur, both for tonight and for the remainder of your time in Parliament.
Thank you.
Lopez, you know, was rather doubtful you'd win.
Was he indeed?
I'm sorry that you and he seem to have clashed.
Oh, it was also very foolish, sir, and very unnecessary. No, I can't believe that Emily's happy with him. I can't believe that a man like Lopez is capable of treating her as she deserves.
Well, he's not one of our sort, admittedly, and he wasn't my choice for a son-in-law, as you're well aware. I mean, he isn't a bad fellow in his way.
You think not?
Well, he's been a true enough friend to Everett, saved his life at the risk of his own. And now that I know him better, well, perhaps I'm beginning to overcome my prejudices.
Well, I wouldn't quite trust him, I'm afraid. Well, but you might say, of course, that I'm not without prejudice myself. It's been very hard, losing Emily to that man. I'm not sure it's something I'll ever get over.
Through a strange concatenation of accidents, the Conservative politician, Sir Orlando Drought, had been carried sufficiently high in this world as to become a member of the Duke of Omnium's cabinet, and he now wondered if he was destined for something even more beyond his capabilities. He had once regarded the Duke with considerable awe, but he had recently been persuaded of the Prime Minister's mediocrity of talent, and being utterly mediocre himself, he was beginning to believe that he might be the Duke's equal. As a result, he was trying to stir up trouble.
So tell me, Plantagenet, what's the wretched man done?
Well, my dear, he's been complaining for some time about the government's lack of policies, and now he's come up with one of his own.
Heavens, how bold. What is his policy?
He wants 4 very big ships to be built.
For what purpose?
To keep the Empire secure.
Is the Empire very much threatened?
If it is, my dear, I've not been told.
Oh, if the man's a fool, a blockhead.
Well, I don't think I'll go that far, my dear. If he were a blockhead, I wouldn't have made him First Lord of the Admiralty.
Will you allow him his 4 ships?
No, I won't.
Good.
You may feel obliged to resign.
Even better. No tears will be shed. You'll find, Plantagenet, that it will be like saying goodbye to your footman.
Of course, he might take a few of his colleagues with him. There's quite a definite mood of hostility against me, you know.
Among some of the Conservatives, you mean?
Oh, yes. They'd rather like the coalition to decoalesce.
Well, of course they would, provided they were then returned to power. But they are weak, and you will be strong. The government won't collapse just because Sir Orlando and his friends have taken umbrage.
I sometimes wish it would.
Oh, that's nonsense, Plantagenet, nonsense. And even if you do wish it, your personal preference in the matter is of no importance. You have a duty to the country, to the Queen, to me.
Some months later, a series of articles appeared in that notorious organ, the People's Banner, stating that the Duke was timid and ineffective, and advising that unless Sir Orlando Drought replaced him, there could be no hope for the country. Sir Orlando read these articles. He read them over and over, and decided that nothing more acute or perceptive had ever been written in the nation's press. Yes, he would indeed become Prime Minister, and the way to do this was to resign and bring the coalition crashing down around him.
Resign?
What else could I do, Your Grace? I made it clear why an expansion of the Navy was fundamentally important.
Well, you certainly tried, Sir Orlando.
I explained to you and to the Cabinet the dire consequences resulting from a failure to build the recommended 4 large ships.
True. If I remember it right, Malta and Gibraltar would be lost to us, India would be sold to Russia, and Canada would be annexed to the United States, none of which, I'm glad to say, has yet happened. But, Sir Orlando, I thought we had come to an accommodation. You'd give up your ships, and Mr. Monk would be deprived of his county suffrage extension bill.
It isn't just the 4 ships.
Ah, I see.
Prime Minister,
I've been excluded from your wife's hospitality. She's forbidden me to enter your house.
Oh, really? Has she sent written notification to this effect?
No, she has not. But you're aware, I'm sure, how energetic the Duchess has been in respect of entertaining. That I should have been repeatedly omitted from her guest list cannot be anything other than deliberate, and it will inevitably be interpreted by the country at large as a sign of an estrangement between me and your Grace.
You think so?
I'm certain of it. Your Grace, I cannot, of course, demand that I be invited to the Duchess's dinners.
No, indeed.
On the other hand, I hardly feel that I can continue as a leading member of your cabinet while such a public demonstration has been made of our political differences. The well-being of the nation must come first, and my conscience calls upon me to resign.
Well, I'm very sorry.
So am I, believe me. I'm sorry most particularly that my action may prejudice your prospects, damage your position.
Compared with the nation's well-being, Sir Orlando, my position is of no importance, nor, I suppose, is yours. I assume that no words of mine can make you alter your judgment. Certainly I'm not disposed to take a hand in deciding whom the Duchess should invite to dinner. I accept your resignation, Sir Orlando, and bid you goodbye.
I have to say, Emily, I'm concerned about your father. I don't think he's looking at all well.
Do you not?
He's missing your company, I suppose. And missing your brother's company, too. Oh, thank you. Quarrel with Everett has upset him a great deal. Such a shame. Everett's a fine young man.
Yes, he is.
But he can be very stubborn. Have you any idea, Emily, what your father's done about a will?
A will? No. But I'm confident he wouldn't have changed it because of a quarrel, if that's what you mean. He would never be unfair to Everett, I'm sure.
No, I'm sure he wouldn't. Nevertheless, there ought not to be any uncertainty about a matter such as that, either with regard to Everett or ourselves. Perhaps you could ask him, my dear.
About the will? No, Ferdinand, I don't believe I could.
As you wish. But it would be as well to remove any doubts before it's too late. Men who are over 70 are rather apt to die, you know.
Ferdinand!
I don't want him to die.
I should hope not.
I'm simply arguing that while he lives, he ought to make it clear what his intentions are, so that everybody can be settled in their minds. There's something else, Emily. I think we should move from here.
Move? Why?
Well, it's proving a little expensive, to be honest.
But where would we go?
Your father's place.
Oh.
Well, you said yourself you'd like to stay with him.
I meant just for a visit.
Well, this would be a long visit. Emily, it would be perfect. We'd save a lot of money, and we'd be able to keep an eye on what your father's up to. Make sure we're in his good books.
In his good books?
Let's go and see him tomorrow, and you can ask him. Don't mention money, of course. Put your arm round him and kiss him a few times and so on, and tell him that it's occurred to you how lonely he must be getting. Tell him we'd be prepared to be with him pretty well straight away, if that's what he wants. But I think, my dear, that it would be the best course of action all round.
Though Emily tried hard not to show it, this development was distressing to her. In some ways, of course, she would be quite content to be under her father's roof again, but she had begun to take some pride and delight in the home she was making in Belgrave Place, and the thought of leaving it was hard to bear. More painful still, however, were her husband's reasons for making the move, and the cold, cynical way in which he urged her to persuade her father. She dwelt on all this, just as she had dwelt on his mean and jealous treatment of Arthur Fletcher, and her very soul was wounded.
I was in no doubt of my love for him, but I know now how damnable he is, and I can only despise him. I allowed myself to imagine that there was virtue in him, because he seemed successful and capable and in control, while as for Arthur, I was quite blind to his fine qualities. I seemed, in some perverse way, to think the less of Arthur because he thought the world of me. But it's wrong of me, very wrong, to think of Arthur now. God forgive me, and God help me too.
Sir, Emily has a proposition to make to you.
Oh, yes?
In truth, it's more of a suggestion, Papa.
But one which we'd urge you to consider very seriously.
Well, my dear?
We were wondering whether you'd like us to come and live with you.
What? You and Lopez here?
Yes, Papa, for a while.
Oh, for as long as you wish, indeed.
Ferdinand is intending to give up the flat in Belgrave Place.
Let's put it like this, sir. I could give it up without any difficulty.
It would be such a joy, Papa, for me to be living here again. To see you every day.
Well, I suppose you could come and try it. There's plenty of room here. And it would ease your pocket, Lopez, would it not?
It would be a saving, certainly, but our chief reason for putting the idea to you, sir, is our concern for your welfare and comfort.
It astonished Emily that the matter should be agreed so easily. But she felt ashamed, too, as if on her husband's behalf she had somehow duped the old man, cheated him into allowing Lopez the chance to get in his good books.
Papa, you mustn't do this unless you feel certain about it.
Oh, I find I can't be certain of very much these days. One thing I'll say to you both, there must be no discussion of money.
What precisely do you mean, sir?
I mean, in relation to paying for food and so on. We'll look on it as Emily's allowance.
Quite so, quite so.
Money isn't important. It isn't important at all. The fact of the matter is, dearest Emily, you're coming back to me. And that makes me exceedingly happy.
The resignation of Sir Orlando Drought brought no further resignations in its immediate wake, and it appeared that his self-sacrifice was in vain. Our old friend Phineas Finn moved into the vacant post, and the government of the country carried on.
But it isn't right. Everything we do, the little that we do in our lethargic way, is dull, vapid. I knew it already, of course, but those excellent men who write for the newspapers manage to remind me of the fact every day I've failed.
And then, to add to the Duke's troubles, there was the unfortunate business of the letter which was sent to him by Ferdinand Lopez.
Well, Glencora?
The man's a blackguard, of course.
He is. And he is also, or was, your friend.
An acquaintance.
He was the man you chose to have as your candidate at Silverbridge in direct disobedience to my orders.
Oh, Plantagenet, we've had all this out before.
No, my dear. Things like this, I'm afraid, are never quite out. Never quite over and done with. The scoundrel wants £500, money, he says, which he had to hand over for electioneering expenses, and which he argues should be paid back to him because you, Glencora, persuaded him to stand. Because you assured him the seat was safe. Oh, Glencora, why did you do it? Why? After I explained to you so clearly that you shouldn't. My enemies I can perhaps overcome, but my own wife, I think, will be my downfall.
I'm sorry. What more can I say? What do you want me to do, Plantagenet? Am I to roll in the gutter because I mistook Lopez for a gentleman? Tear the letter up and forget about it.
I can't, Glencora. If I don't respond to him, he'll carry out his threat and bring an action against the attorney who took the £500. And then, as he so helpfully points out, my name will inevitably be mentioned. And yours also. Details. Disagreeable details will be divulged in evidence.
Well, then, you'd better pay him.
Yes, I shall have to.
£500 won't hurt you much.
True. And blackguard as he is, he has a touch of justice on his side. But the difficulty is this. People will discover that I've paid him. It will be said that I bribed him to make him hold his tongue.
It won't be a bribe if you believe he deserves the money.
Glencora, however justified the action will be, it will be seen in its worst light. I shall know why I've paid the £500. It will be because the woman whom I love most dearly has committed a grievous blunder. But I can't say that to the public at large.
I don't see why not. It won't come as a surprise to anyone that I've done something foolish. I assure you there's no need to make a secret of it. My skin, Plantagenet, is a great deal thicker than yours. I should have been the man in this marriage.
Cora. Dearest Cora, I could never let you take the blame. I could never allow your conduct to be called into question. I'll pay the money, and I'll take the consequences. But, dearest Cora...
Yes?
I do wish, for my sake, that you could be a little less thick-skinned.
It must be said that Lopez was somewhat surprised when he received the cheque for £500. He had not expected the Duke to pay up, but had written his letter as a way of venting his anger and vexing the Duke. Now that this gift had arrived, he was inclined, at first, to surrender it to Mr. Wharton.
After all, he was good enough to present me with the same amount as reimbursement for my loss at Silverbridge. But, on the other hand, the old man knows nothing about this money, so he won't complain. And the getting of the cheque was my work, not his. I'll look on it as spoils taken from the enemy.
Ah, Lopez.
I've got your message, sir.
Yes. Close the door, will you? I wanted a word with you, Lopez, because I feel it's time I learned a little more about your business operations. You might say, perhaps, that I should have talked with you on this matter many months ago. But I'd like you now, if you would, to help me understand what it is you do.
Oh, well, for me to manage that, Mr. Wharton, I would have to understand it myself.
I ask particularly because I need to start giving some thought to the disposition of such money as I have.
Ah, yes.
I know something of your situation would be useful to me in my arrangements. You are, well, I suppose, a general merchant, buying and selling goods in the market.
That's about it, sir.
But you're not a stockbroker?
No, not as such, sir.
Oh, I might call you then a commercial adventurer.
Well, according to that reckoning, sir, so are half the businessmen in the city.
What capital do you have?
What capital? Well, altogether, I suppose, I have £8,000.
Does that include the 3,000 that you had from me?
Yes, it does.
You have a business partner?
Yes.
Does he have capital?
Oh, yes.
I think it would be helpful for me, Lopez, to see a schedule showing your exact assets and liabilities. Can you provide one in the next week or two?
Certainly I can. Certainly. Happy to oblige.
Days passed. Weeks passed. The schedule failed to appear. Mr. Wharton chose not to mention the matter to Lopez, but he grew more and more convinced that his son-in-law's financial affairs were in a parlous state. So parlous, it would appear, that details of them were forbidden to see the light of day.
The man's no better than a gambler, a thief. He wants to steal my money just as he's stolen my daughter and my happiness and my hopes and plans. He entered my home, defiled it, and I refused to oppose or obstruct him, even though in my soul I was certain what kind of man he was. Oh, Emily, my dearest, forgive me.
I have some disagreeable news for you, Emily. You and I have been invited to dine with Mr. Sextus Parker.
Why should that be disagreeable?
Because he's a coarse and horribly vulgar man, and he lives at Ponder's End with an equally unrefined wife and innumerable children. But he's my associate, in a sort of way, and he trusts me and thinks he can do best by sticking by me. Honour among thieves, you know. And I trust him a little.
A little?
Well, as little or as much as anyone can be worthy of trust. There aren't many honest men in this world.
Papa's an honest man.
Ah, yes. But Papa has other failings, does he not? Which rather take away from his virtue. But as I was saying, Mr. Parker has invited us round to his humble home. It won't be a pleasant evening, but there'll be worse things in our lives, I'm sure.
Yes. Far worse. I doubt if either Mr. Parker or his wife are so very bad that I can't endure their company. But I'm sorry, Ferdinand, that you failed to find an associate who's, well, more to your taste.
to my taste. Taste hardly comes into it, I'm afraid. I've got to work with that fellow whether I like it or not. And it'll continue that way unless your papa comes good. But since you've refused to help me win him round, since you see yourself as his daughter rather than my wife, I must therefore put up with Mr. Sextus Parker. And so must you.
Mrs. Parker told me, Mrs. Lopez, that I wasn't to smoke my pipe and wasn't to drink brandy and water.
Sextus, please.
But I told her, if Mrs. Lopez is the lady I take her for, then she won't begrudge a hard-working fellow his pipe and his tipple.
No, of course not.
There you are, my dear, you see. Now, Mrs. Lopez, what will you be drinking?
In time, dinner was served, and Sextus Parker chatted and joked, and Lopez made the occasional sardonic remark. When the meal was over, the two men retired to the porch to smoke cigars, and Mrs. Parker lost no time in telling Emily what was on her mind.
All this speculation that my husband and yours are involved with, it ain't the proper way, is it?
To be truthful, Mrs. Parker, I know very little about what Mr. Lopez does.
But you ought to know, don't you think? I used to know about Mr. Parker's work when he started out, but I don't now. Not since he and your... Not recently. And although there's money coming into the house, more than there used to be, I have to admit that, he seems hurried and flustered. And he's drinking more than he did. More than he should. You see, Mrs. Lopez, I'd sooner I felt more secure, even if the money weren't quite as much each week.
Yes, I'm sure you're right.
Safe and secure, so I can be certain there'll be food on the children's plates. Mr. Parker's a good man, and he works very hard. But he's easily persuaded.
Mrs. Parker...
I'm not blaming you, Mrs. Lopez. And Mr. Lopez, no doubt, is a fine gentleman in many respects. But it's a bad business they're in, and Sextus would get out if he could. But he's put so much money into it, he just can't. Oh, Mrs. Lopez, you wouldn't believe what he says about your husband sometimes. Oh, I hope you're not angry with me.
No.
I've been a bit free with my comments.
I'm not angry, Mrs. Parker. I'm unhappy and frightened. My husband's very clever, but he's very ambitious, too.
Oh, it's the same with Sextus. But what's the good of being ambitious if you never know whether you're on your head or your heels? What's the good of being ambitious if you end up in the workhouse?
Ferdinand, about Mrs. Parker.
Ah, yes. You seem to be getting on famously with her, my dear.
Well, I like her. I like her very much.
Then you must have remarkably odd taste.
She's terribly worried, Ferdinand, about her husband and the business. She fears it will end in disaster. She thinks you're encouraging him to take risks he can't afford.
My dear, it's very simple. He shares the profits, and if it comes to it, he'll share the loss.
But what if he does lose? You wouldn't want his family's ruin on your conscience.
It wouldn't be, I assure you.
She says...
Emily, I don't give a damn what she says. I'm going to feel sorry for her because her husband's a half-hearted fellow who goes into a blind panic if things aren't quite as he prefers them. You would be wise, my dear, not to listen to Mrs. Parker too much. Our own affairs may be quite enough for us to worry over. I tell you, Emily, unless your father hands over a large sum of money and does it soon, you and I won't be very far from ruin ourselves.
In episode 9 of The Pallisers, dramatised by Martin Wade from The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope, Anthony Trollope was played by David Troughton. Lady Glencora by Sophie Thompson, Plantagenet Palliser by Ben Miles, Lopez by Greg Wise, Frank Gresham by Michael Higgs, Mr. Wharton by James Lawrenson, and Emily by Emily Bruni. Jonathan Keeble played Arthur Fletcher, Geoffrey Whitehead, the Duke of St Bungay, Gerard McDermott, Parker, Lynn Verrill, Mrs. Parker, Peter Marinka, Sir Orlando Drought, Declan Wilson, Sprugeon, and Damien Lynch, the policeman. The music for The Pallisers was specially composed by Elizabeth Parker, and the director was Mark Beebe. The Pallisers was produced by Cherry Cookson. The Pallisers, the political novels of Anthony Trollope, dramatised for radio by Martin Wade, with David Troughton as Trollope, Sophie Thompson as Lady Glencora, Ben Miles as Plantagenet Palliser, and Greg Wise as Lopez. Episode 10.
Mr. Wharton, whose daughter Emily was married to Ferdinand Lopez, was minded to make a new arrangement of his property which might benefit Mr. Lopez. But before this was done, he wished to discover the condition of his son-in-law's finances, and he had therefore asked Lopez to draw up a schedule of his assets and liabilities. Without such a schedule, it was clear, Mr. Wharton would give Lopez nothing. But Lopez, whose recent speculations had not gone well, was all too aware that an honest statement of his affairs could only demonstrate that he was utterly beyond the pale.
Mr. Wharton, you recently asked me to produce for you a statement of my business affairs.
I don't know about recently, Mr. Lopez. It was almost 2 weeks ago, I believe.
Sir, the plain truth is that, as much as I'd like to oblige you, I can't.
You can't?
To give you accurate figures is impossible. I'm like Antonio in the play. My fortunes are at sea. Cargoes of jute, cowrie gum, guano, sulphur, worth altogether, I'd say, £26,000. But I'm at present unable to declare them as definite assets.
From my recollection of the play to which you refer, Antonio's ships were all lost.
Well, it's an uncertain world, I'll confess. But the cowrie gum, for instance, from New Zealand.
Mr. Lopez.
The cowrie gum in which my partner, Mr. Parker, has been encouraged to take a considerable interest is rising fast.
Mr. Lopez.
In 6 months' time, it'll double its value. The truth is, Mr. Wharton, my various ventures are set fair to make a very decent profit.
But at present, Mr. Lopez, you're worth nothing. Less than nothing.
I'm not a mercenary man, Mr. Wharton. When I married your daughter, I raised no question as to money, though I certainly assumed that whatever fortune was hers would be joined to my own.
But you yourself had no such fortune.
I had the potential to acquire one. The use of, let's say, £20,000, with my experience in the managing of money, would give Emily and myself a noble income.
I won't give you 20,000, Mr. Lopez.
Will you not, sir?
You won't get a penny from me. You've already received what I'd regard as a considerable sum.
It wasn't that much.
Well, opinions on that might differ. Anyway, your commercial affairs, sir, are in my judgment so uncertain that I can't entrust any further money into your hands.
Mr. Wharton, I have to tell you that unless you're willing to reconsider your decision...
My decision is final.
Well then, under such circumstances, I'll be obliged to leave this country and try my luck elsewhere. I shall go to Central America. Guatemala, to be precise.
Guatemala?
Yes. There's an opening for me there through friends of mine. I've not yet informed Emily, because I'd hoped it wouldn't be necessary. But she'll be going with me, of course.
Going with you to Guatemala?
Mr. Wharton, what kind of husband do you suppose I am to abandon my wife?
She might abandon you.
If you think that, sir, then you don't know her.
I wish that you'd never known her.
Well, sir, that's as may be. £20,000, as I say, would enable me to surmount my present difficulties and preclude the need for Guatemala.
You're a scoundrel, sir. A scoundrel. And you'll get no more money from me. I'll not give in to blackmail.
The suggestion that Lopez might go to Guatemala, as the resident manager of a silver mine, had been made to him some while ago by an acquaintance in the commercial world. The acquaintance had probably forgotten all about the suggestion by now, but Lopez found it of particular service in his present circumstances. He told Emily of the Guatemala plan soon after his conversation with Mr. Wharton.
We'd leave in the spring, I think.
And for how long would we stay?
For the rest of our lives, most probably.
Ferdinand.
Well, what is there to keep me here?
Papa won't be happy about me going.
Probably not.
He'll encourage me to refuse.
Perhaps. But it'll be no use.
You mean I have to go whether I wish it or not?
Of course. Am I to be there alone while you stay behind enjoying all the benefits of your father's wealth?
Ferdinand, please. Don't force me to go. Please. I'd not make you any happier by coming with you.
Well, I'll be the judge of that.
Why would you be happier? You don't love me.
Who says I don't?
You don't love me, Ferdinand, any more than I love you. Why should we pretend otherwise?
Oh, I see. So you've decided I'm not everything you dreamt I ought to be. You've discovered that I'm not rich.
Ferdinand.
And now you're hoping to desert me.
I'll go to Guatemala with you, if you insist on it.
Oh, well, my dear, I do insist. Of course, there'd have been no need for this if your father had been prepared to part with your fortune. But there we are. He's made his decision, and you and I must suffer.
It will be remembered that Lopez had obtained £500 from the Prime Minister, the Duke of Omnium, as a reimbursement of his election expenses at Silverbridge. And I have to inform you that a report of this fact had reached the keen ears of Mr. Quintus Slide, editor of the People's Banner, and an inveterate enemy of the Duke. Lopez found Mr. Slide's involvement somewhat awkward. He recognized that it might be harmful to him if the Banner disclosed that he had directly requested the £500. Should it ever be known that he had previously received the very same amount of recompense from his own father-in-law, it would constitute a scandal.
You see, Mr. Lopez, this could be of tremendous national importance.
I think not, Mr. Slide.
What? The Prime Minister putting someone forward as a parliamentary candidate and paying his election expenses when the fellow's beaten? If it's true, Mr. Lopez, it's a sordid blot on the Duke's character, and one which it's my duty to expose.
Whatever happened was a matter between me and the Duke.
Then it was a public matter, Mr. Lopez. When you have business with Prime Ministers, then you can't be hiding yourself under bushels.
But, Mr. Slide...
If you obstruct me, it won't do your cause any good. I'll publish the story anyway, and I'll make sure it goes against you just as much as the Duke. I can hit pretty hard, you know, if I feel inclined.
Come in, come in.
Thank you, Prime Minister. You've been reading the papers, I see.
Yes, I have. You know, Duke, in happier times, before I was Prime Minister, I mean, 2 newspapers a day were always sufficient for my needs. But now I feel impelled to look through every rag that's published.
Is that a useful practice, Palliser?
No, I don't think it is. Neither useful nor conducive to cheerfulness. I search for references to myself, you know, and they are, without fail, hostile and humiliating. But I search nonetheless. I find I have to do it. It's like scratching at a sore. You've read today's People's Banner, have you?
There was an article there which was drawn to my attention.
Yes.
Is it accurate?
Yes. Broadly.
So, this fellow Lopez, he was led to believe that he was your candidate and given encouragement to stand at Silverbridge.
Yes, though not by me.
By the Duchess, then?
I'd rather not say.
And what about the money?
I paid the £500. Yes, and I have to tell you, Duke, I'm not at all ashamed of doing so. It was not a bribe, and I disobeyed no law. I am, however, ashamed that the matter should be discussed in public. What do you think I should do? Wait for the fuss to die down?
I rather suspect that the People's Banner won't let it die down. Perhaps you could write a letter for publication, explaining that your instructions concerning Silverbridge were misunderstood.
But that wouldn't be true. They were disobeyed.
I see. Well, we ought to take some action, though, for your ease of mind, if nothing else.
Ease of mind? Duke, I've had no ease of mind since I entered office. I've had no pleasure from my work, no sense of achievement. Being Prime Minister has been a grievous vexation to me since the very first day.
Mr. Lopez.
Yes, Mr. Wharton.
What's all this in the papers about the Duke of Omnium paying your election expenses?
I'd have thought, sir, that someone of your experience wouldn't take much notice of the papers.
I do when they concern myself. You've acted dishonestly, Mr. Lopez. I paid your expenses.
You subscribed £500 towards them,
I
certainly.
subscribed nothing. I gave you the money on the full understanding that I was paying your expenses in full.
Well, have it your own way, sir.
You have defrauded me, or else you've defrauded the Duke of Omnium. In either case, you've raised money under false pretences. And in addition to that, sir, there are those bills you sent me for items such as the hire of carriages and the rent of your rooms at Belgrave Place and dresses for Emily.
I don't believe, sir, that they amounted to so very much. And not in comparison with the fortune that I had every right to expect.
You had no right to expect anything. And yet I paid your bills. I gave you money. I permitted you to live under my roof.
You did, sir, though it was your own choice, of course. You weren't obliged to have me here.
Oh, true. I was not. And I shall be obliged no longer. You are a swindler, sir. A swindler and a brazen liar. And I'll not tolerate such a man in my house. Do you understand?
Perfectly. I can stay here tonight, though, I suppose.
He stayed there that night. He was still there, indeed, after a week, and the weary, wretched Mr. Wharton offered no objection or complaint, was unable to summon the effort to compel him to leave. Lopez, it seemed, would remain at Mr. Wharton's until he set off for Guatemala.
I suppose, my dear, that he hasn't relented. When he goes, you must go with him.
Yes, Papa.
I can't understand why he's so insistent.
Perhaps he believes that while I'm with him, he has a kind of hold over you.
Yeah.
I've begged him to let me stay, Papa, and I can beg him no more. I must do as he tells me. I chose to be his wife. No one compelled me, far from it. But the worst of it is that I've wrecked your happiness as well as my own.
My dearest Emily, you mustn't.
I think it might be better for me to go with him. I am his wife, after all. What's left for me now, Papa, is to take some kind of pathetic pride in the choice I've made and try to work out my salvation.
One night, being anxious to speak to Mr. Wharton, Lopez waited for him to return home. And as soon as he heard him enter, he sprang out into the hall.
Mr. Wharton.
Mr. Lopez.
I'd like a word with you, if I may. It's a matter of some importance.
Well?
I have to tell you that I've recently been in touch with the San Juan Mining Association. I am to leave with Emily at the start of April in order to take up my position as resident manager of the company's mine in Guatemala. However...
Yes?
The company has made a stipulation. I must buy 50 shares in the mine.
At what cost?
£100 per share. 5,000 in all.
And when must the transaction be made?
Pretty well immediately. Now, sir, it will come as no surprise to you when I say that I don't possess £5,000 or any part of £5,000. I'm looking for the money from you, sir.
Are you now?
You're very anxious, I'm aware, to get rid of me. £5,000 for the privilege is surely a decent bargain.
This is an absolute outrage.
Look upon it as you will, sir. I don't mind. As long as I get the money.
If I were to pay it...
I feel certain you will, sir.
What security would I have?
Security?
Yes. How would I know that the scoundrel to whom I gave the money wouldn't come back from Guatemala and make my life a misery?
The scoundrel, sir, can give you no promises. All that the scoundrel can say is that if he doesn't get the 5,000, then he'll have to remain in England. And if he does, he'll find it convenient, I believe, to stay on here with his father-in-law indefinitely.
No conclusion emerged from this unpleasant meeting, and whether Lopez would indeed go to Guatemala was left in some doubt. Mr. Wharton was willing to pay the money, but only if Emily was permitted to stay in England, a condition which was hard for Lopez to accept.
£5,000, it seems to me, is an absurdly low sum at which to sell one's wife. Mr. Wharton, with all his wealth, ought to be able to offer a lot more than that for his darling Emily. And anyway, I don't want to lose her. I loved her once. I'd love her still, if she could only learn to share my hopes and my plans. A wife has a duty, does she not? To understand her husband's ways and to be at one with him. But Emily failed me, and that's why I've failed. She was never the wife she ought to have been. She was always, I think, too much her father's daughter.
Mrs. Parker, please, come in.
Thank you.
What a pleasure to see you again. How are you?
Not that good, Mrs. Lopez, to be honest.
Mrs. Parker was the mother of 5 children. Mrs. Parker was the wife of Mr. Sextus Parker, who was the business associate of Ferdinand Lopez. It was unlikely in the present circumstances that Mrs. Parker would declare that all was well.
We're ruined, Mrs. Lopez. I told you we would be. We're ruined. And it's your husband who's done it. When's he going to pay Sextus what he owes him?
He's taken money from your husband.
He's taken everything. He's persuaded Sextus to buy stuff that wouldn't sell. And he's shorn him as bare as a board and snatched the bread out of my children's mouths. What's to become of us, Mrs. Lopez? What's to become of us?
Mrs. Parker, I don't know what to say.
But you're the fellow's wife, Mrs. Lopez. Don't you feel no shame? No pity? I suppose it means very little to you. Life's pretty comfortable here, and it don't worry you a lot if your husband's made us destitute.
Mrs. Parker...
He's going away, Sextus says. Is that true?
Well, he plans to, at any rate.
He oughtn't to be going anywhere, Mrs. Lopez. Not when he owes Sextus so much money. Your husband's ruined us. Ruined us, root and branch.
Towards the middle of February 1872, a new session of Parliament began, and it was understood that a determined opposition under the guidance, if not leadership, of Sir Orlando Drought was being organised against the Duke of Omnium and his coalition government. But the Duke was less afraid of Sir Orlando Drought than of attacks from Quintus Slide's notorious publication, The People's Banner, and various open references to the Duchess, which Mr. Slide had dared to make. These the Duke had attempted to keep from his wife, but it was a futile endeavour.
Lady Glenn, I really don't know why you trouble yourself with such trash.
I have to, Marie, I have to. A poor wretch who is a servant of the nation, such as myself, must give due regard to what's being written about her in the so-called popular press. Listen to this. We believe her to be a bustling, ambitious lady whose little faults may be forgiven on account of her good nature, but her recent interfering in the electoral affairs of the borough of Silverbridge cannot be accepted as an excuse for the Prime Minister's unconstitutional conduct. I wonder how this disreputable gutter slanderer found out that I'm good-natured. He might change his opinion if I ever get hold of him.
I hope you're not intending to allow all this to torment you.
Not for one moment, Marie. I've nothing to be ashamed of. I disobeyed my husband because I thought he was being over-scrupulous. If he could allow me to take the blame for the whole Silverbridge affair, I'd willingly oblige and suffer the torment of being the least popular woman in England for a month or so. But he just won't do it. So ridiculous. I have 100 times more strength and endurance than he does, but he's convinced himself that he has to protect me.
Perhaps you should have a talk with him.
Oh, Marie, I've said what I can, but it only makes him upset. You know, Marie, I was so proud when he became Prime Minister. So very proud.
Yes.
But the job has caused him such pain that I'm starting to regret that he accepted it. They should have made me Prime Minister. I could have done all the dirty work, brazened it out with the People's Banner. I could have spoken at Mansion House dinners.
You can speak on pretty well any occasion, Lady Glenn.
Exactly. But Plantagenet, you see, he never likes to open his mouth unless he thinks he has something worth saying. And worse than that, he always wants to be useful. He should never have been Prime Minister. And that's the truth.
Regarding this Silverbridge business, Palliser?
Yes.
It's probable that a question will be asked in the Commons.
Yes, Duke?
If it is, I hope you'll allow it to be answered in full.
I would like it to be answered truthfully, of course, as far as possible, but the Duchess's name must not be mentioned.
Prime Minister?
No, it must not.
Very well. You'll have to decide who will speak on your behalf. Mr. Monk, perhaps, or Mr. Finn. Mr. Finn would do it capably, I think.
He would. I'll have a word with him. Also, since it's more than likely that a question will be asked anyway, we may as well find someone who'll ask it in a friendly fashion.
As you wish.
Someone like Sir James Deering.
Yes. Well, he's docile enough.
We want the matter set at rest, do we not? Without any carping or unnecessary unpleasantness.
As the Duke desired it, so it was done. A gentle, temperate question was posed, and in answering it, Phineas Finn carefully avoided any mention of the Duchess, with the result that those who thronged the house in the expectation of an exciting event were disappointed. However, though the Duchess was not referred to in the speech, there were a number of allusions to the conduct of Ferdinand Lopez, none of which did Lopez much credit. The seal had been set upon the wretched man's ignominy, and he decided at last that he would indeed go to Guatemala, even if he was compelled to go without Emily.
Mr. Wharton, the £5,000 you promised me.
Yes,
It
Mr.
must be
Lopez?
paid tomorrow. Tomorrow is the final day.
I see. Well, the delay is no fault of mine. There was, if you remember, a condition attached. Had you agreed to that condition?
I agree to it now, severe though it is.
Ah.
But it surprises me, Mr. Wharton, that you think it right to separate a husband from his wife.
In this particular case, Mr. Lopez, I would think it a grave fault if I failed to do so. Take me to the company's office in the morning, if you will, and I'll pay them the money.
As far as Emily was concerned, her absolute exile was imminent. Mr. Wharton had never dared encourage her to believe otherwise, and he did not do so even now. She had written to her relatives at Wharton Hall to advise them that she was leaving. She had written to Arthur Fletcher also, the young man who had loved her before her marriage and who loved her now. And on the morning when Mr. Wharton and Lopez were out of the house on their business, Arthur came round to see her.
I hope you don't mind.
Mind? It's very good of you to call.
Well, I couldn't let you travel halfway across the world without wishing you a fond farewell. I'm so sorry that you're going away. You'll miss your relatives, your dear ones.
I shall miss Papa, of course. I shall miss him terribly. But I don't see the Wharton Hall people much these days. I've become a pariah. I have no friends to speak of.
Except, I trust.
Except, dear Arthur, for you. So, Ferdinand and I are going, and it's probably for the best.
No, Emily. It can't be. Emily. Dearest Emily, you must refuse to go. You must. Lopez isn't worthy of you. Why pretend otherwise? He's caused you nothing but misery and pain. He's a scoundrel.
Arthur, no.
Your father says so. Why shouldn't I? Why shouldn't I tell you that I love you more than ever? That even if you were 10 times that blackguard's wife, I'd still not give you up.
Dearest Arthur, we've said enough, I think. And you won't persuade me to stay. Goodbye, dear friend.
Dearest Emily. Goodbye.
What in God's name? How dare you, sir? How dare you?
Mr. Lopez?
Mr. Fletcher came here to say farewell to me.
He came here because he's sly, deceitful, and utterly unprincipled. Damn it, sir, you were kissing her. You were kissing her. Get out! Get out!
Goodbye, Mrs. Lopez. And God bless you.
Goodbye, Mr. Fletcher.
You let him? You let him kiss you?
Yes, Ferdinand, I did. Very soon you and I shall be leaving. It's quite likely that I'll never see him again. On such an occasion, surely there's no harm in a kiss.
Well, you're wrong. You were wrong to kiss him, whatever the occasion. And you're wrong about the occasion, too. You'll be delighted to learn we're not going to Guatemala. I'm not getting the job, after all.
But why? What's happened?
I was at the company's office this morning, and I was told that the directors had changed their minds about employing me.
Were you given any reason?
No, none.
I suppose they may have been influenced by recent events, by what was said in the house.
Well, you may suppose what you wish. But in my view, I've been treated very harshly. They promised me, damn it! Promised me! There's no honour in this world anymore, no fairness, no friendship, no kindness.
What will you do now?
I couldn't tell you, I'm afraid. Haven't the first notion.
You'll need to do something.
Oh, will I? Really? I've had my plans in the past, you know, but your father refused to back them, so they failed. What plans, I wonder, do you have?
That evening, Lopez went to his club. But no one spoke to him, and though he tried hard to display a careless manner, he was not at his ease. At midnight he left, and foul as the weather was, he took a long, circuitous route back to Mr. Wharton's house, through Trafalgar Square and along the Strand, and up some dirty streets by the small theatres.
So, what am I to do? Am I to live with my wife in her father's house and get my bills paid by him as often as I can, and hope that, in time, my ignoble deeds will be forgotten? Is that to be the sum of my existence? I worked hard, did I not? I made my way upwards, married well, achieved a certain popularity and status. I was a friend of the Duchess of Omnium, almost became a member of Parliament. But the world was against me. The world abandoned me without giving me a fair hearing. And now, I'm ruined, penniless. Those who I thought were my friends either snub me or ignore me. Why? I've committed no crime. I'm not guilty of some deadly sin. I was the wrong sort of person, that's all. The wrong class. Un-English. And that, I'm afraid, just couldn't be helped.
Well, old girl, you were keen, as I recall, that I should have a plan for the future. And the news is, I've got one.
I'm pleased. Very pleased. What are you intending?
To begin with, I'm making a trip to Birmingham today. And if the outcome's good, you can learn all about my little scheme. While I'm away, my dear, don't be downhearted.
I won't be. I'll pray that you succeed.
Thank you. Tell your father that if I do, I won't be troubling him here any longer. Goodbye, my dearest.
Once he had left the house, he looked for a cab, but there was none to be found. In Baker Street, he took an omnibus to the Underground Railway and travelled to Gower Street. From there, he walked to the Euston Station, ate a mutton chop for his breakfast, and caught a train, not to Birmingham, but to the Tenway Junction, some 6 or 7 miles from London.
Which train is it you want, sir?
Sorry?
Which train do you want?
Oh, the Liverpool train. That is the train from Liverpool. I'm meeting a friend.
Oh, well, that's due in 6 minutes, sir.
Thank you.
Lopez waited. The guard waited. A man engaged the guard in a brief conversation. A train appeared in the distance, and Lopez walked towards the edge of the platform.
No, sir, this isn't your friend's train, sir. This is the express. Doesn't stop.
Ah, right. Thank you again.
You're very close to the edge there, sir. too close. It's not allowed. The express causes such a draft, sir, it could knock you off your feet.
But Lopez stayed where he was, for a moment or two. And then, after a quick glance over his shoulder,
Sir!
He jumped down off the platform.
No!
You have no reason to reproach yourself, none at all.
But I do, Papa. Because if I'd been a better wife, he might not have been driven to despair.
Oh, Emily, my dearest.
He didn't deserve such a fate. He didn't. You may say he wasn't a good man, but none of us, I think, are good, not according to our religion, at least. And who are we to condemn him simply because he was found to be untrustworthy or dishonourable? He wasn't a drunkard. He wasn't violent. He was true to his wife. More so than she deserved. He wasn't that much worse than anyone else. It's just that his faults, if faults they were, found more disfavour.
It was his faults, Emily, which brought about our wretchedness and his own.
No, Papa. No. It was all my doing.
My dearest
It
girl.
was. I should never have married him, of course. You told me I shouldn't. But I was foolish and stubborn, and I got my way. I failed him, Papa. He needed help, support, love, but all this was denied him. I destroyed his life. I've destroyed our lives too.
The effects of the suicide of Ferdinand Lopez were by no means confined to the Wharton household. Mr. Quintus Slide of the People's Banner made sure of that.
We cannot but conclude that the tragic self-immolation of Mr. Ferdinand Lopez was the direct consequence of a single and most unsavoury event. That is, the speech which Mr. Phineas Finn delivered in Parliament on the Prime Minister's behalf. Mr. Finn, it is clear to all, maligned Mr. Lopez in order to protect the Duke of Omnium. He maligned him, he disgraced him. Ferdinand Lopez was slain so that the Prime Minister might continue in office.
So tell me, how is your dear husband?
Not at all well, Marie, to be honest.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear it.
He seems to have aged 20 years in a matter of weeks. By the way, when you next see him, don't mention the name Lopez.
I'll be careful not to, Lady Glenn.
He flinches, you know, whenever he hears it. Of course, he doesn't believe that he's truly responsible for the unfortunate fellow's death, but he's greatly distressed that others should judge him to be so. He's fretful. He doesn't sleep well. Doesn't eat well either.
He never did eat well.
Well, that's true. What's most extraordinary, though, is that despite all the difficulties he's experienced since becoming Prime Minister, despite all the suffering, it almost seems at last as if he's developing a fondness for the job. Admittedly, he pretends to be a second Cincinnatus and to be very anxious to hurry back to his farm. But if I talk to him about a likely successor, he gets quite distraught. He's becoming rather a tyrant, too.
Surely not, Lady Glenn.
Oh, it's true. Lord Drummond contradicted him recently, and since then Plantagenet said such violent things about him, you'd think he meant to have him hung and drawn. Tell this to no one, Marie. Well, you'll tell it to Mr. Finn, of course. I had a word with the Duke of St. Bungay yesterday. It was the Duke, in effect, who made Plantagenet Prime Minister, and it's the Duke who could unmake him, too, so I asked him to do it, if it would be for the best, to give Plantagenet a strong hint, I mean, that the coalition had served its purpose, and that it was time for party politics to be resumed. And such a sweet, dear man, St. Bungay.
Does he agree with you about Plantagenet?
Well, I suspect he does. Though whether he'd have the heart to make him go, I'm not certain. But it needs to be thought about. Sometime, whether he likes it or not, Plantagenet must return to his farm.
The Marquis of Mount Fidget is dead.
Yes, so I heard.
Not a pleasant fellow. A reprobate, in fact.
Yes, Palliser, though I suppose we might have ignored his vices if he hadn't been a Knight of the Garter.
Ah, well, Duke, it's about the Garter that I wished to speak.
It should be given to you. No other choice is possible.
I see. And I'm to recommend as much to Her Majesty, am I?
It's happened before. Walpole did it.
I'm not Walpole.
Your uncle was a Knight of the Garter. The Garter, in my view, pretty well goes with the Omnium title. And for you to refuse it, Palliser, would be very obstinate.
Then I'm obstinate.
If you won't accept the Garter yourself, perhaps it should be given to the Marquis's nephew.
Strangely enough, he's written to me with that very notion.
He's extremely rich, or will be, once he inherits.
What's that got to do with it?
Well, you wouldn't wish the honour to go to some poverty-stricken creature, surely?
Certainly I would, if he'd served his country in a noble fashion. No, the nephew's not getting it.
What about giving it to Lord Drummond, then?
Lord Drummond?
He served his country nobly.
Has he?
You and he have had your differences, it's true.
Yes, Duke.
But he supported the coalition.
Yes, in his own unpleasant way. I rather think we've paid enough for his support as it is.
Perhaps, Prime Minister, you'd like to make your own suggestion as to who should get the Garter?
Certainly. Lord Earlybird.
Lord Earlybird?
Yes. Do you have anything against him?
Well, no, nothing at all. He's decent, pleasant, quiet. But leaving aside the fact that he's a Tory, surely he's not at all the right kind of person. A Knight of the Garter should be a public man. A man whose work brings him into frequent contact with his fellows. Judged by such principles, Lord Earlybird is deficient. Palliser, if you choose Earlybird, you'll be acting in a fashion which could only be described as quixotic.
Quixotic?
I'll be forced to conclude that you've decided to be unreasonable, impractical. Dear friend, a Prime Minister, above all others, should follow tradition.
And if he doesn't?
Then he loses the confidence of those who helped him gain his place.
Well, Duke, that's not a sufficiently heavy penalty, I'm afraid, to enforce my obedience. Earlybird will get the Garter. My mind's made up.
Lord Earlybird's conferment provoked a strong, not to say ferocious, reaction. The choice of such an inappropriate man, it was declared, was an absolute disgrace. It demonstrated that the Prime Minister was perverse and willful, and had allowed the poison of power to enter his soul. But the Duke himself required no such censure to make him see the error of his ways.
I've set the Cabinet against me. For the sake of Lord Earlybird, for the sake of a man I'm not sure I've even set eyes on, I've put the Ministry in peril.
Papa, Mrs. Parker was here yesterday.
Mrs. Parker?
The wife of Ferdinand's business associate.
Oh, yes.
I don't know how to tell you this, and I hope you won't be too distressed or angry.
I'll try not to be, my dearest. What has happened?
Her husband's in great difficulty. The situation was bad enough before, but now, Mrs. Parker says, he's been asked to pay £450 because of a promissory note which Ferdinand took to Mr. Parker and asked him to sign.
Did Mr. Parker sign it?
According to Mrs. Parker, he refused to, but when he was shown the note later, it bore his signature, or something like it.
And you believe Lopez forged the signature?
Well, that's what Mrs. Parker says.
To be honest, I don't find the accusation very improbable. Well, I'll look into the matter, I promise. Oh, by the way, my dear, Arthur Fletcher has written.
Oh, yes? Is he in Herefordshire?
No, he's still in town. In fact, he wants to come and see you.
No, Papa, not yet.
Well, he wondered if he might dine here.
Well, he must certainly do that. I'll dine early and be out of the way.
Oh, no, my dear, I think not. He'd know you were avoiding him. You could meet an old friend at dinner, couldn't you?
Oh, Papa.
Well, no, I won't press you on the matter, my dearest, but I'm sure that you'd benefit from some company other than my own. He writes very warmly about you. Is there any word I might give him in reply?
He's a good man, a kind man. You may tell him I say so. But I can't meet him yet.
The parliamentary session ended. The Duke and the Duchess went to Matching Priory, and among their guests were Mr. and Mrs. Finn. The Duchess and Mrs. Finn, of course, had long been friends, but their husbands were colleagues merely. Hitherto, indeed, Mr. Finn could hardly remember the Duke ever engaging him in open or pleasant conversation. Whether this was due to shyness on the Duke's part or arrogance, Phineas Finn was unsure. But now, suddenly, the Prime Minister was in a more expansive mood.
So, Finn, you chose not to go shooting today.
I don't care too much about shooting, to be honest. Riding to hounds I enjoy.
Ah, yes. You know, I'm beginning to think that I made a mistake in not taking up such pursuits. If I be one of the hunters and shooters of this world, I'd have been among my fellow men rather more. I'd have understood them better. Well, I have no excuse now I'm Prime Minister. There are enough vacant hours. But I haven't entirely been wasting my time. In the last few weeks, for instance, I've been trying to explain to myself why I'm a Liberal.
It's an important subject.
Indeed. Of course, the crude truth is that I became a Liberal because it was always assumed that I would be. I began life with a ready-made political creed, which had never occurred to me to question. And when I got the seat in the House, and particularly when I entered office, I didn't engage in much introspection. If one's attempting to balance the nation's books or wrestling with decimal coinage, one feels entitled to be excused from an investigation into political principles. But it's my belief that we ought to try and think about such matters.
And now that you have done, what is your conclusion?
Well, it's something like this. What we all desire, I mean, whether we're Liberals or Conservatives, is to improve the condition of the people. There is, after all, no monopoly of political virtue, but the Conservative programme seeks this end while maintaining a distance between the highly placed and the lower brethren, and encouraging the inferior beings to regard this arrangement as God-given and to be contented with it.
Whereas Liberalism advocates the reverse.
Yes, our aim, Finn, is to lessen the gap between rich and poor, to bring the Duke and the coachman nearer together.
Do you mean, in fact, to achieve equality?
Equality, ah. We've almost come to hate that concept, have we not? On account of the evil effects which have resulted from efforts to achieve it. Equality. Well, it would be heaven if we could actually get there. But because it's unattainable, we find ourselves very wary of the promise of it. Disgusted by it. And that's the reason, I suppose, why you and I are Liberals. Because we know that equality is impossible, but we still want to be closer to it than we are. Oh, good heavens, is that the time? If we're not careful, we'll be late for dinner. Now, Finn, please don't whisper a word of my little sermon to Lord Drummond or Sir Orlando Drought.
I promise I won't.
Don't tell my wife either. Equality is a dream, and there's no harm in dreaming, in my opinion. I suppose that if I thought it could ever become reality, I'd not be keen at all. For the sake of equality, I'd have to give up Matching Priory. And I'd hate to do that.
Papa?
Yes, Emily.
You haven't yet told me if you've done anything for poor Mrs. Parker.
Oh, it's all settled, my dear.
Oh, it is?
Mr. Parker won't have to find the sum he was being asked for, and until he becomes a prosperous man again, I thought that I'd arrange for his wife to receive a little contribution each week, enough to ensure there's food and clothes for the family.
That's very generous of you, Papa. What if Mr. Parker never becomes prosperous?
Well, then the money will continue to be paid.
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Emily, my dearest, you know I asked you a little while ago about Wharton Hall, whether you'd like to go there this year.
I told you, Papa, I have no wish to go. It would all be so strained and difficult, however one might hope and strive that it be otherwise.
But Emily's chief fear, of course, was not about her relatives in Herefordshire, but about Arthur Fletcher. The Whartons and the Fletchers lived at no great distance from each other, and maintained close connections, and it was not improbable that Arthur would visit Wharton Hall before the summer was over. The truth is, Emily knew in her heart that she loved Arthur Fletcher, but she was ashamed of that love. It was a love she felt that she did not deserve. After all that had happened, she should never even think of love again.
You go, Papa. I wish you would. In the last few months, you know, you've hardly set foot outside the house.
Well, the same, my dear, could be said about you. But, Emily, I've learned that I'm obliged to go to Wharton Hall. Sir Alured's nephew has died. And, no, I don't believe you ever met him, a drunkard by all accounts. Anyway, his death means that your brother is now Sir Alured's heir.
Surely, Papa, it means that you are the heir.
Well, yes, strictly speaking, but I'm as old as Sir Alured, my dear, so my personal interest in the succession isn't great. The fact is that in the not-too-distant future, Everett will inherit the Wharton title and the property. The position, in my view, will suit him very well.
I'm certain it will, Papa.
So, you see, Emily, I must go over to Wharton Hall and discuss matters with Sir Alured, wills, deeds, and so on. And if I must go, so must you.
No.
I won't leave you alone in this big, gloomy house.
Papa.
You're coming with me, Emily. I almost insist on it.
The great work of the Coalition's next session was to be Mr. Monk's County Suffrage Bill. The bill had been put off, you may remember, to assuage Sir Orlando Drought's disappointment over his naval policy. But Mr. Monk had become very impatient about his measure, and the Prime Minister recognised that it could no longer be deferred. He was also aware, however, that the voices which had been raised against both him and the Coalition were becoming louder still. The County Suffrage Bill, it was more than likely, would be used as an opportunity for bringing down the government.
Prime Minister, I don't like troubling you.
You imagine perhaps I'm troubled enough. Come in, Duke. Come in.
I wondered whether we might speak about the suffrage bill.
Ah, yes.
I gather Sir Timothy Beeswax has decided he'll resign over it.
Yes. Well, he should have left the Coalition long since. Lord Drummond's threatening to go as well.
Is he? I suppose it's the redistribution of seats that's the problem.
Yes, Duke. I rather think it is.
Could cause us to lose the second reading.
It could do.
The government resign if that happened?
Oh, yes, certainly.
You might consider removing the contentious clauses.
No, Mr. Monk wouldn't hear of it. Nor, indeed, would I.
So the bill's of such importance to you?
Well, it's the first large measure that we've tried to carry. I'd like it to go through.
In its present form, I believe it will fail. That's why I wanted to see you. To warn you, Palliser, to prepare you.
I'm grateful.
Personally, I'd feel no regret if the coalition comes to an end. I'm inclined to the view that it's done all that was wanted of it.
Are you? What exactly has it done?
There have been no large measures, it's true. But I've never been much of a friend of large measures. They have a tendency to break rather more than they mend. The coalition, Palliser, has carried on the business of government, has managed the task efficiently and prosperously. That, my dear friend, is no small achievement.
Mr. Wharton, meanwhile, had left for Wharton Hall, and Emily had gone with him. Arthur Fletcher was not there, and Emily was relieved to discover also that her brother, who had been acclaimed the heir-in-waiting, was therefore the hero of the hour, with the result that there was little consideration of Emily's recent troubles. The days spent in the country put some colour back into Emily's cheeks and lifted some of her gloom.
Emily, I have some news for you.
Well, Papa?
Arthur Fletcher's coming here this afternoon.
Papa, when did you know this?
Oh, a day or two ago.
You should have told me so that I could have made arrangements to leave.
Well, that's exactly why I didn't tell you, my dear. You can't spend your life being frightened of seeing Arthur Fletcher. You have to meet him sometime, you know. And it may as well be sooner as later.
She met him. They conversed as friends. A week passed. Emily became used to him again, and began to think that she had distressed herself with false anticipations. Then one afternoon, Arthur contrived to be alone with her in the library.
I have to leave tomorrow. There's a new session of Parliament.
Ah, yes, of course.
Before I go, however, I must talk with you about serious matters. Your father has given me his permission.
I'm certain he has. But I should tell you, Arthur, such permission is of no importance as far as I'm concerned. There comes a time when personal feelings outweigh a father's authority.
Allow me to say, nonetheless, what I came here to say. Please. A great deal depends upon it. Emily, you've suffered terrible pain and misfortune. And some people might judge me over-hasty in asking you to be my wife. Well, I assure you, I am all too aware that there is much that can never be driven out of your memory. That never should be driven out, perhaps. But what you've endured need not blight our lives. We can remember the past while living the present. I love you, Emily. I love you as I've always loved you. And I must ask you now if my love is returned.
Arthur, even if I were to tell you...
Tell me.
But even...
Tell me.
I love you. Everything about you is dear to me. But I could never be your wife. What's happened has tarnished me, disgraced me.
No one believes that but you, my dearest.
Your wife should be the fairest, the purest, the tenderest...
Oh, she will be, I promise you that. Emily, sacrifice your sorrow. Put aside your remorse. Why should we lose our happiness when it's here, when it's ours to take? Well?
I'd bring shame upon you.
Oh, you'd make me the proudest man on earth. The proudest and the happiest. Marry me, Emily, and let me prove it to you.
Dearest Arthur.
That at least was no rejection. Say you will.
Dearest, truest Arthur.
Yes.
I will.
After Mr. Monk, in a speech lasting several hours, had introduced his county suffrage bill, Sir Orlando Drought moved an adjournment till the following day, and it soon became known that he intended to propose that discussion of the bill should not continue, but should be deferred for 6 months. If Sir Orlando's proposal were carried, and the consensus was that there was every chance that it would be tantamount to a vote of no confidence in the government.
My dearest, I rather think that my prime ministerial days are numbered.
Everyone knows that, and everyone knows who is to succeed you.
Do they? Who is it?
Mr. Monk, of course.
Ah, of course. Will you be very unhappy that I'm no longer Prime Minister?
In a way, I will. But your health was suffering. There were people who were opposed to you, and they tormented you. I could have resisted them, of course, if I had been Prime Minister. But your tender nature meant that you were unequal to the task. When you're not in office, they'll trouble you no more, and for that reason, Plantagenet, I'll be contented.
Then, my dearest, so will I.
The following day, Sir Orlando spoke in support of his proposal. As anticipated, his speech had little to do with electoral reform, and was almost exclusively an attack upon the Prime Minister, whose growing passion for autocratic rule, Sir Orlando claimed, had frittered away the goodwill he had once enjoyed, and had eroded the confidence of the House. Shortly before midnight, the vote was taken.
Well, we did at least win.
Yes, but a majority of 9. It's not enough, is it?
No, Prime Minister, I think it's not.
There'll be some, I suppose, who'll say we should carry on. Who will accuse us of being faint-hearted.
No doubt. But it takes some courage, Prime Minister, to acknowledge when it's time to go.
Yes. Yeah, I suppose it does. Well then, my reign is ended.
but not your work. If there should be a liberal government...
No, Duke, I regard myself as exempt from future service.
Why?
Why? Because it would be awkward. Caesar, you know, never fought under Pompey.
Dear friend, the fact that you were once Prime Minister wouldn't make it less honourable to take on further tasks.
Perhaps not. But my feeling is this. I've served this country in the highest office, served it as well as my capabilities permitted, and I'm proud to have done so. But now, I must be humbled. Now I must be silent, obscure. Now I must deem it sufficient to be, quite simply, the Duke of Omnium.
In episode 10 of The Pallisers, dramatised by Martin Wade from The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope, Anthony Trollope was played by David Troughton, Lady Glencora by Sophie Thompson, Plantagenet Palliser by Ben Miles, Lopez by Greg Wise, Phineas Finn by Conleth Hill, Madame Goesler by Stella Gonnet, Mr. Wharton by James Lawrenson, and Emily by Emily Bruni. Jonathan Keeble played Arthur Fletcher, Geoffrey Whitehead, the Duke of St. Bungay, Lynn Verrill, Mrs. Parker, Damien Lynch, Slide, and Chris Moran, the Guard. The music for The Pallisers was specially composed by Elizabeth Parker, and the director was Mark Beebe. The Pallisers was produced by Cherry Cookson. The Pallisers, the political novels of Anthony Trollope, dramatised for radio by Martin Wade, with Sophie Thompson as Lady Glencora, Ben Miles as Plantagenet Palliser, Stella Gonnet as Madame Goesler, Rachel Sterling as Mary, and David Troughton as Anthony Trollope. Episode 11.
In 1874, not long after the Duke of Omnium resigned as Prime Minister, he and the Duchess went abroad, and they took with them their son, Lord Silverbridge, and their daughter, Lady Mary. Silverbridge, you may remember, had been sent down from Oxford, but this termination of his studies was not likely to impede the parliamentary career that his father expected of him. Of Lady Mary, comparatively little was expected. She was 19 years of age, and she was very like her mother, but taller and more graceful. And she would, it was supposed, marry rank and money.
Mamma?
Yes, Mary?
I think I'm becoming bored.
Oh, my darling, if you weren't, I'd be obliged to consider you bizarre. There's been far too much travelling, far too many paintings and statues that one is meant to gape at. Far too many lakes and mountains whose apparent purpose is to throw one into ecstasies of joy.
How long are we to be in Rome?
Another month, I believe, by which time it will certainly seem like the Eternal City.
Must it be a month, Mamma?
I'm afraid so. Your father's grand plan decrees it, and the plan must be obeyed, or else your father will get extremely angry. Though the sad truth is, of course, that he's no happier here than any of us. He wanted to be home almost as soon as he'd left.
Which is strange, is it not, since he has very little to go back to?
Well, he won't be in office, admittedly. He served in the highest position in the land, and he'll refuse to take anything lower.
The following day, I am glad to report, life became somewhat more interesting for the Duchess, and indeed for her daughter. The family group was joined by a friend of Lord Silverbridge, named Frank Tregear.
Tregear, this is my mother.
I'm very pleased to meet you.
And I to meet you.
And this is my sister, Mary.
Lady Mary.
Mr. Tregear.
My husband you won't be introduced to for a while, Mr. Tregear. He's in a quiet place somewhere studying.
Studying, Your Grace?
Dante. He must have his projects and assignments in order to make life worthwhile.
But Papa, I think, is finding the Inferno a little troublesome.
Hellish, even.
He's not yet progressed beyond the first circle.
Mr. Tregear, we've heard all about you, of course.
Oh, dear.
Oh, no, it's all been most encouraging, particularly in contrast to Silverbridge's achievements. You, I believe, did not paint the Dean's House scarlet while you were at university.
No, Your Grace. Being less imaginative, I read a few books and secured a degree.
And what do you intend to do now, Mr. Tregear?
Well, improve my Italian, perhaps. Parla Italiano?
Si, un pochino.
Bravo.
And when you return to England?
Well, politics, if I can.
Tregear intends to find a seat somewhere.
Are you a Liberal, Mr. Tregear?
Conservative, Your Grace.
Aha, so it's you who's been corrupting Silverbridge.
Well, I've done my best. Or worst.
The fact that Silverbridge is veering to the other side is a great disappointment to his father, I know. But myself, I can endure a Tory as well as a Liberal, as long as he doesn't take himself too seriously. Now, Mr. Tregear, are you anxious to scramble around a few untidy ruins, or will you stay with us for an idle chat?
This was an easy choice for Frank Tregear, not least because between himself and the Duchess's daughter there seemed to be an instant attraction. Over the next few days, Mr. Tregear and Lady Mary practiced their Italian so well together that they became close to discovering the meaning of amore.
Do you like Mr. Tregear, Mamma?
Oh, I do. Most certainly. I regard him as a very useful addition to the party. And a very beautiful one, too. He puts me in mind of... well, a man I used to know. In his looks only, I mean. The man I knew was... well, he had his faults. A great many faults.
Were you in love with him, Mamma?
Yes. Despite the faults. Because of them, perhaps. But you're Mr. Tregear.
Mamma, he's not my Mr. Tregear.
Not yet. Your Mr. Tregear is a fine young man, I'm certain. He's not of high rank, admittedly, but in my view, that's hardly a fault. I like his manner, his boldness in saying what he thinks.
When you give him the chance to, Mamma.
He has his own ideas about books and art and such like.
Oh, yes, he does.
How deep they are, I can never be sure, not being particularly deep myself. But he has confidence. He carries himself well in company. Oh, I suppose you're hopelessly in love with him, aren't you, my dear?
Mary confessed as much, and the Duchess approved. She was in sympathy with Mr. Tregear and enjoyed the memories which his physical appearance evoked. For each time that the Duchess's eye fell upon young Frank Tregear, she was taken back 20 years and more to her involvement with the dangerous, dissolute Burgo Fitzgerald. She had loved Mr. Fitzgerald, but she was told by her relations that she must marry safe Mr. Plantagenet Palliser instead.
And I obeyed, and my heart was shipwrecked. Of course, it can't be denied. I've grown to love Plantagenet, to love him dearly. But I can't help wondering, nonetheless, what might have happened to me if I'd been brave, if I'd been foolish, if I'd gone where that young, fierce passion directed me. Come in, Mr. Tregear, and close the door behind you.
Is anything wrong, Your Grace?
Far from it. Mr. Tregear, Mary has been talking to me. You wish to marry her.
Ah. Well, yes, Your Grace.
Provided, naturally, that the marriage should receive approval.
Well, yes, Your Grace. I would hope at least that you wouldn't disapprove.
No, Mr. Tregear, I would not. However, I can't speak for the Duke, or rather, I may say with some confidence that when he learns that you love Mary and hope to marry her, you'll meet with quite strong resistance. You must understand that his attitude towards you will bear no relation to what he might think of you as a person.
Well, I doubt if His Grace has thought of me at all.
It's quite likely that he hasn't. But I'm afraid that his view of your eligibility will be coloured by the fact you're not a man of rank. For me, Mr. Tregear, such a consideration is not of the greatest significance. But the Duke will stand in your way, particularly if the notion of marriage is presented to him suddenly, unpleasantly.
Well, perhaps, therefore, he should be told nothing for a while.
I agree, Mr. Tregear. When we've returned to England, then I'll work on him, gradually, cleverly, I hope.
With a little assistance, Mr. Tregear, love can conquer all.
Now, I am sorry to inform you that as soon as the party returned to England, the Duchess began to feel unwell, and complained of a sore throat and general debility. She and the Duke went to Matching Priory, their country seat, and they were joined by the Duchess's dear friend, Mrs. Finn, who nursed her, and to whom the Duchess confided her news about Mary and Mr. Tregear. But the Duchess's health grew worse, developing all the symptoms of acute pneumonia. And we must remember that though she was not advanced in years, no more indeed than 45, she was, as Plantagenet had frequently tried to impress on her, a delicate woman. Despite all endeavours, therefore, it soon became a matter of some doubt as to whether she would live or die.
Oh, this is very vexing, Marie. I'd intended to be doing important business, a big party to celebrate our return, a quiet word or two with the Duke, to begin to make him fond of Mr. Tregear.
Well, Mr. Tregear will have to be patient.
I want Mary to be spared the suffering which was inflicted on me. She loves him so much, you know, and if that love were to be stifled, suppressed, I'm not sure she could endure the pain.
You endured it, Lady Glen. And your marriage has worked out happily enough, has it not?
Well, it's been successful in its way. It's lasted at any rate. And Plantagenet has been a perfect husband. Oh, he's behaved like a god. Rather uninspired and subdued god, perhaps, but a god nonetheless. Though I've been no goddess, I fear.
The Duchess's condition worsened. So much so, in truth, that she began to acknowledge that the world was fading away from her. Till now she had not spoken to her husband about what hopes she had for Mary, or what fears. In the Duchess's last hours, however, while the Duke sat at her bedside, she decided she would try and say something to ensure that all would be well for her daughter.
Plantagenet, I have no idea, though I ought to have, I confess, what arrangements have been made about my money, but I hope that Mary will be adequately provided for.
Oh, she will, my dearest, she will.
What I mean is, if her happiness were to depend on marrying someone who possessed no wealth...
Mary's fortune will be ample, I promise you.
You'll be good to the children, I know, and they'll do their best to be good to you.
The Duke sat and held her hand and listened hard to every word that his wife uttered, so that he might remember her final thoughts and wishes. But he had no suspicion of what lay behind her remarks concerning Mary. He considered them to be simply an expression of maternal interest. He said very little. He found it impossible to put his tender feelings into words.
Well, Plantagenet, even now it seems your wife must do all the talking. Tell me this, my dear. Do you forgive me all the pain I've caused you, do you?
Cora? Dearest Cora.
At Matching, amid the ruins of the old priory, a place that had been much loved by the Duchess, there is a parish burying ground, and it was there that Glencora, the Duchess of Omnium, was laid to rest. Till her death, the Duke had never acknowledged that his wife was necessary to him as a vital component of his life. He had loved her with a true, enduring love, but he had been inclined to think of her as a potential trouble rather than a reliable support. Now that she was gone, however, it was as if he had lost a part of his soul.
Who can I talk to? Without her, I'm unable to express my grief at losing her. I need her so I can tell her of my need, so I can ask her how I'm to go on, so I can describe to her the constant pain and wretchedness, and plead with her to end it by coming back to me. Without her, I'm helpless, powerless. My whole life, in one cruel moment, has been torn to pieces.
Mrs. Finn, Papa tells me that you're leaving us.
Yes, my dear. Your father can do without guests at this time.
I'm very sorry you must go. But before you do, I want to speak to you in confidence.
Yes?
You may consider that it's something I really shouldn't disclose to you, but I feel I can, and I feel I must, because dear Mamma used to say you were her greatest friend.
Well, Mary?
Did she ever mention to you a young man named Frank Tregear?
Yes, indeed. He was with you all in Rome.
He was. Mrs. Finn, he and I have fallen in love. He and I are engaged.
Well, my dear, you may consider yourselves to be so. But I suspect your father hasn't yet approved the match.
He hasn't approved it, Mrs. Finn, because he doesn't know about it. Mamma knew about it, naturally, but she said that he wasn't to be told, for a while.
Yes, Mary, but I don't believe that your mother's advice in such a matter was necessarily the best. You and Mr. Tregear have declared your love for each other, and in my view you should apprise your father of the fact.
Oh, but
you're not, I assume, in any way ashamed of Mr. Tregear.
Not at all. He's a gentleman and he's well educated.
And there's no reason why you should conceal your attachment to him.
Mrs. Finn, I will tell Papa, of course I will, but not yet. Not when he's so sorrowful.
It will be hard, I know, both for him and for you. You fear his hostility, do you not? And hope somehow to win him over by avoiding confrontation. But I'm afraid, Mary, that the matter is so important it cannot justify delay. In my view, your father must be told very soon.
You won't tell him yourself, I hope. If you do, I'll never forgive you. I spoke to you in confidence.
Yes, my dear, but my difficulty is this. I have an obligation to the Duke as well as to you. If I don't tell him, then you must.
But, Mrs. Finn, I promised Frank that I wouldn't, and I won't break that promise.
Well then, Mary, perhaps you would allow me to meet with Mr. Tregear, and let us discover what comes of that.
After Mary had given her reluctant agreement to this suggestion, a letter was sent to Mr. Tregear requesting that he visit Mrs. Finn at her Park Lane cottage.
As far as I understand these things, Mr. Tregear, it's natural that when a man has declared his love for a girl, the girl should inform her mother.
She did so, Mrs. Finn.
And the mother generally informs the father.
But that, Mrs. Finn, the mother didn't do.
And now she is gone from us. But somehow or other, Mr. Tregear, the Duke must be told. You wouldn't marry Lady Mary, I take it, without letting him know.
Indeed not. I'll tell him. In good time.
No, Mr. Tregear. I fear that won't quite do. You see, the longer the delay, the more I'll feel that I am being disloyal to the Duke. I should have gone to him straight away and told him. I would have done, in truth, but Mary pleaded with me not to. So, Mr. Tregear, I'd ask you, please, not to be too slow about informing her father.
Mrs. Finn, it seems you're rather dictating to me. It's less than pleasant, I think, being put under constraint like this.
Oh, yes, men often say as much in their dealings with ladies. In my opinion, Mr. Tregear, I am doing you a service. If you don't tell the Duke, and soon, then I shall. But I'm offering you the chance to speak to him first. It would be better, surely, if the news came from you.
Disinclined though he was, Frank nevertheless promised Mrs. Finn that he would speak to the Duke within a week. He was staying at the time with Lord Silverbridge at the Duke's house in Carlton Terrace, and it so happened that a few days after his conversation with Mrs. Finn, Frank heard from his friend that the Duke was coming up to town in order to have words with Silverbridge about the forthcoming election. Frank decided, therefore, that he would wait and save himself a journey.
Your Grace.
I received your note, and I can guess why you wish to see me.
Can you, Your Grace?
Silverbridge wants you to talk politics on his behalf. He wants you to tell me how strong his conservative convictions are, and that nothing could ever persuade him to become a Liberal.
Well, I'm not at all certain myself how committed your son is to the Tory cause, but, Your Grace, I'm here on another matter entirely.
Oh, yes?
I've come to ask for the hand of your daughter.
What did you say? My daughter? I don't believe you.
As you wish, Your Grace.
Forgive me, I'm not calling you a liar. What I mean is there's been a mistake, surely. A misunderstanding.
Well, Your Grace, I don't quite see what it could be.
But it's out of the question. You must have realized as much before you came to speak to me.
It's only out of the question, Your Grace, if you make it so. My hope is that with the passing of time you'll grow used to the idea.
Never, it's impossible. Utterly and entirely. You have no profession, I think?
Not at present.
Do you have any means?
Very little.
How did you suppose that you and my daughter were going to live?
Well,
it's impossible. For any number of reasons. And therefore it must end. Altogether. You are forbidden to visit her. You are forbidden to write to her.
I'm very sorry, but I can't accept that. If you were in my place...
A meaningless hypothesis, sir. The plain truth is that marriage to my daughter would disgrace her.
Disgrace, it seems to me, is a very violent term.
Perhaps, but it's the only one that expresses my meaning. Does anyone else know about all this?
Well, the Duchess did.
The Duchess?
Lady Mary and I had her approval.
No, it can't be true. I don't believe it.
That, sir, is the second time you've doubted my word. But what I say can be verified by your daughter, if you'd care to ask her. Also, sir, by Mrs. Finn.
Mrs. Finn? She knew?
Yes. She's a friend of the family, I gather.
Friend of the family? No, sir. Or if she was, she can't be called that now, when she's refused to be candid with me. You may go. And remember, any communication with my daughter is absolutely forbidden.
No man could love his wife more dearly than the Duke had loved Glencora. But even in death it seemed she would manage to vex and disappoint him. The main blast of his anger, however, he was determined to direct upon Mrs. Finn, and in the process he would go some way towards absolving his late wife. With such notions besetting him, the Duke found it difficult to put his mind to the intended purpose of his visit to London. That is, the forthcoming election in the borough of Silverbridge. But the business could not be delayed.
The fact is, I want you to think very carefully about your political affiliation before you go very much further.
Well, sir, I've thought about it already, and a fellow's opinion on this kind of thing isn't easily changed.
I don't believe you have an opinion. I don't believe you've really thought about politics at all.
Oh, but I have. It's my view that the country needs to be defended against the radicals and the communists, and that it must look to the Tory party for protection.
That's nonsense, Silverbridge. This country's in no such danger, and only a deluded person could possibly imagine otherwise. Silverbridge, I want to know from you whether you intend to align yourself with the Liberal Party, to which your family has belonged for generations, or whether you'll abandon it.
I'm sorry, sir, but I can't call myself a Liberal.
Why ever not?
Because I'm a Conservative.
Absurd! Despicable! You won't oblige me?
I can't, sir. You might as well ask me to become 6 inches taller. I just can't do it.
Silverbridge, I've devoted my life to politics. You, by contrast, haven't studied the subject for as much as an hour. How can you possibly suppose that your opinion weighs more heavily than mine?
Well, Conservatives are always being branded fools, are they not? You might say, therefore, that through my folly I found the party that suits me best.
If you had considered the matter deeply, Silverbridge, and had then decided in favour of Toryism, I might have found it easier to accept...
But as it is, sir, you'd like me to be a Liberal for the sake of tradition. I'm to be a Liberal because my father is.
Well, it's better perhaps than being a Conservative because of that arrogant, impudent friend of yours.
Do you mean Frank Tregear?
Yes! Are you aware that he intends, that is, he thinks he intends, to make Mary his wife?
Well, yes, sir, I am. I discovered as much when we were in Rome. But I have to say that I don't approve of it, so at least we can agree about something.
Have you voiced your objections to Mr. Tregear?
I have, sir. But as he's my friend, I haven't, perhaps, voiced them quite as loudly as I should.
The Duke journeyed back to Matching and spoke with his daughter. The words impossible and disgraceful were used several times, and were very painful for Mary to hear. But despite what her father said, she refused to relinquish her beloved. She refused to promise never to see Mr. Tregear again, and the Duke became increasingly distressed and bewildered.
I dreamt that someday I'd give her to a fine young man, someone with all the attributes of nobility, someone with rank and wealth. And I thought that when I did so, she'd be pure and bright, unspoiled, unsullied. But that's ruined now.
He began to think about his own dear Glencora, how she herself had loved a man like Frank Tregear, or rather a man 10 times worse than Tregear. How he had always felt that fate had robbed him of the sweetest prize, because when his beloved Cora came to him, she had already lost her heart to another.
However hard I tried, I was never her real love. She never loved me as she loved that sorry creature. And now, it seems, my dear darling Mary, who so resembles her in looks and manner, is following her mother's unfortunate example.
You dared to ask the Duke if you could marry his daughter.
Well, it wouldn't be right to marry her without asking him first.
You must be terribly in love.
Yes, I am.
For the 10th time, or thereabouts.
No, Mabel, for the second only. I may not be a model of constancy, but I'm less fickle than most.
You don't include me in that most, I hope.
Oh, no. Not especially.
The young beauty with whom Frank Tregear conversed was Lady Mabel Grex, daughter of an earl whose long life of self-indulgence had greatly impaired the Grex family fortune. Lady Mabel was a cousin of Frank's, and a cousin, too, of Lord Silverbridge. She and Frank had loved each other once, loved each other irretrievably, irrevocably. But he was poor, so Lady Mabel decided that they could never marry. Frank, as we know, had transferred his undying love elsewhere, but Lady Mabel's feelings for Frank were irrevocable still, and therefore she was not a little jealous of Lady Mary Palliser.
So, dear Frank, will you give her up?
Certainly not.
Will she abandon you?
Well, I don't believe so. She's very obstinate, like all the Pallisers.
Tell me, is Lord Silverbridge obstinate?
Oh, he's as stiff-necked as a bull if he wants to be. But he often finds it easier to be led by others.
Yes, that's what I thought. I suppose he talks to you about me?
Why do you ask?
Well,
if he does, why should I tell you?
Has he said that he likes me at all?
Probably. Would you like him to like you?
Yes, I would.
I see. You're to be the next Duchess of Omnium.
Why not?
Well, do you love him?
Not yet. But I'd be prepared to see whether I could, if he loved me. I've set my sights high, I know. Too high, you may say. But if I'm to marry at all, I have to marry well.
It ought to be stated without equivocation that Lord Silverbridge was an enthusiast of the turf. His love of racing far exceeded any interest he might affect to have in politics, and he had progressed so far in his passion as to purchase half-share in 2 horses, whom he had named Prime Minister and Coalition, in doubtful tribute to his father. The man with whom Silverbridge had gone into partnership, somewhat injudiciously as it will transpire, was a certain Major Tifto, and Major Tifto, with Silverbridge's help, had recently become a member of his lordship's favourite club.
You see, Silverbridge, when I'm dealing with a man I call a friend, such as yourself, indeed, I can't bring myself to make money off him. And any friend who wants to sell a horse always comes to me first and thinks I'm bound to buy it, and I always do. Can't refuse. It's not in my nature, I'm afraid. They've pretty good claret here, eh?
Everything's pretty good here, I find.
The club, which was called the Bear Garden, was not a place for old fogies. There was no morning room, there was no library, no quiet place for rest and repose. Billiard rooms, card rooms, and a dining room sufficed for the Bear Garden Club, and smoking was permitted everywhere. One of its members was Lord Popplecourt, who is to play a small but significant part in our story.
Popplecourt! Yes? Oh, let me introduce Major Tifto. Tifto, Lord Popplecourt.
Delighted to meet you.
I've heard about you, haven't I? You're the fellow who's helping with Silverbridge's horses.
I am, my lord, and I have an equal share in them, too.
But a rather greater share of knowledge. Tifto understands horses better than any man alive.
Oh.
He's ridden flat races, steeplechases, rides with his own hounds.
Yes, at Runnymede, Lord Popplecourt. You should come and join us when you have the chance. There's a train from Paddington every day, 10:30.
Yes, thank you. But I'm a shooting man myself.
Ah.
This must be an exciting time for you, Silverbridge?
Oh, the race at Newmarket, you mean?
No.
Oh, the election. Well, it's a slightly safer bet at any rate, since I'm the only candidate. By the way, Tifto, how was Coalition this morning?
In excellent shape. Excellent. Coalition, Lord Popplecourt, is a very, very useful runner.
Really?
Yes. We reckon we've got a special one there, don't we, Silverbridge?
There was something in Major Tifto's words and manner which rather jarred against Lord Silverbridge's dignity. And it has to be said that the Major, who regarded his partnership with Silverbridge as the pinnacle of his career, never managed the familiarity quite right. I fear that Major Tifto was not greatly trusted by those who knew him. He was shifty-eyed, and there was considerable doubt as to whether Major Tifto was even a major at all. In summary, we may declare with some confidence that he was an unsuitable companion for a young lord.
I gather you're going down to Silverbridge.
Yes, Tregear. I feel I ought to make myself acquainted with the electors. It's only polite.
Well, they won't mind, will they, that you're not in the Palliser tradition?
Not at all, from what I gather. The previous member, Fletcher, I believe his name was, he was a Tory. The good men of Silverbridge will vote Liberal when a Palliser asks them to, but they're Conservative by nature and inclination. Actually, Tregear, I wanted to ask your opinion. I've invited Tifto to come along with me.
Tifto? Why?
For no good reason, really. He's won a few bets for me recently, and I was feeling kindly towards him, and...
Oh, you can't take Tifto down to Silverbridge.
No. That's what I was beginning to think. He rides very well.
Well, no doubt.
And he's decent and honest.
Well, I don't know about that. And I don't know that you do either. The fact is, he's not the sort of companion to show to the electors. He doesn't look like a gentleman. Can't hold his tongue. Take him to the races if you like, but don't take him to Silverbridge.
Good luck. But I'd made all my arrangements, packed all my things.
Yes, I'm sorry about that, Tifto.
Well, it isn't right. When a fella's been asked specifically, he doesn't like to be put off.
As I said, I'm sorry.
It's not fair. Why can't I go? Why?
Well, it seemed to me, on reflection, that business is business. I need a political atmosphere at Silverbridge, not a racing one. So I decided to take Tregear with me.
There isn't a man in London who cares more about politics than I do.
I'm sure. Look, I'll make it up to you. There's Newmarket soon.
Oh, yes, Newmarket. I can be useful to you at Newmarket, so you'll stick close to me there. This is what it comes down to, I suppose. This is what our friendship means.
Tifto, if you're not happy with me, if you're dissatisfied with the present arrangement, then we can easily end it.
I'm not dissatisfied. Not generally, but in this particular instance, I have to tell you that I'm not a little upset. You've treated me badly. Indeed you have.
At the borough of Silverbridge, his lordship was duly elected. At Newmarket, he was less fortunate, for despite a promising start, Coalition failed, which coalitions always do. And as the Duke of Omnium discovered, things were no better in the Derby.
I'm informed that you've lost some money.
Yes, sir. Prime Minister was the favourite, sir, and I'm afraid I took a few bets against him winning.
And?
He came in a good second, sir. Beaten by an outsider. Fishknife.
You lost how much?
£1,200, sir.
1,200? You know, I wish you'd never involved yourself in horse racing, Silverbridge. It attracts the very worst blackguards and the greatest fools.
Well, I've made a promise, sir. No more betting, ever. I'm sorry, sir. Truly I am. I'm so sorry, in truth, that I feel as if I should hang myself.
That's absurd. And cowardly. I rather fear, however, that my children between them will be the death of me.
The Oaks was being run that day, but Lord Silverbridge was momentarily so full of remorse to give Epsom a miss, and to pay a call instead on Lady Mabel Grex.
If I'm to live a better, steadier sort of life and rid myself of people like Major Tifto, a wife might be a good start. And if I'm to take a wife, I couldn't do much better than Lady Mabel. She has good blood. Father would be happy if I married her, I'm certain. And she's beautiful and clever, wise. Now, that's the only difficulty, is it not? She's much wiser than I am. She knows about things. She'd treat me like a child.
Despite this element of doubt, Lord Silverbridge concluded that in the present circumstances, Lady Mabel would be the best bet. If, that is, he was still a betting man.
You've heard about Mary, then?
Yes, Frank told me. Do you approve?
No, I don't.
Why not? You like Frank well enough.
Oh, certainly I do. To be honest, Lady Mabel, I've only 2 friends in the whole world, and Frank Tregear's one of them. But I don't believe he should be marrying my sister.
Who is your other friend?
You, of course.
I hoped it was. Frank tells me your sister is quite determined about the match.
She is. She's very stubborn.
Or you might say she's not fickle.
You might, I suppose. It's just a pity she's made the wrong choice.
If Frank and I had had money...
And the 2 of you would have tied the knot ages ago.
We would. Money, you know, makes being in love so much easier.
Except that if a fellow's well off and the girl isn't, it leaves a bit of room for doubt.
Doubt about what?
Well, about whether the girl wants to marry for the right reason.
Ah, yes, I see. Well, from my point of view, it won't be long before he has to give up the house. So marrying a man with money is my only hope. Though, naturally, I'd never marry someone I couldn't teach myself to love.
Would you not?
No, no. One has one's principles.
Well, now, let's think. What about Lord Popplecourt? He's got money.
He's an idiot.
Longstaff?
I doubt he'd ever get round to asking.
The only other candidate I can suggest... No, I'm not sure he'd be acceptable.
Then you may as well not mention him. No point adding impossibles to the list.
I was referring to myself.
Yes, I wondered whether you might be. But as I say, let's not waste time on impossibles.
Why am I impossible exactly?
Oh, 20 reasons at least.
One of which is that you don't like me enough.
Heavens! How am I to respond to that?
You could tell me the truth.
Well, I don't see why I should tell the truth when you can only jest.
I'm not jesting. I'm being utterly serious.
I don't believe you. But whether you were serious or not, out of pure Christian charity, I've spared you. This time. But come to me again, foolish boy, and poor as I am, I may feel inclined to accept your offer.
The Duke of Omnium had decided that his daughter might benefit from the steadying hand of female advice and companionship. He had therefore arranged for her to stay at the Horns, his house at Richmond, under the temporary protection of Lady Cantrip, the wife of one of the Duke's colleagues in the Liberal party. Lady Cantrip was of course informed by the Duke of his daughter's foolish attachment to Mr. Frank Tregear, and after a few weeks at the Horns, she became all too aware of Mary's unhappiness.
I fear that this business with Mr. Tregear has gone very deep with her.
I fear it has.
Poor girl. I wondered, Duke, whether there was anything that might be done to lessen her grief.
Lady Cantrip, I'll confess that I've never got to know Mary as well as I should. I love her very much, but my nature, unlike my late wife's, has always made it hard for me to demonstrate that love. I took no part in her upbringing, and I feel that I have no real connection with her, if you understand me. For these reasons, I'm not, perhaps, as good a father as I ought to be, but I'm convinced that what we're doing is right. Mary must be made to obey.
Perhaps she'd give in more readily if some young man, someone other than Mr. Tregear, I mean, were permitted or encouraged to make himself agreeable to her.
Well then, who should it be to supplant Mr. Tregear?
Oh, I can't tell you that, Duke. May it not be left to chance?
No, it may not.
What if she should find a second Tregear, or someone even worse?
But you wouldn't wish to persuade her into a marriage which wasn't at all to her liking.
No, that's true enough. Therefore, Lady Cantrip, I must be very careful in my choice. What about Lord Popplecourt?
Lord Popplecourt?
Large estates. He's done little that's particularly foolish, as far as I'm aware. What do you think?
Well, Duke, I may no longer be regarded as a competent judge in this area, but I wouldn't consider Lord Popplecourt to be very pleasing in appearance.
Perhaps not. But looks aren't everything. My experience, Lady Cantrip, is that a man can offer other, more enduring advantages.
Well, sir, what did you make of Sir Timothy's speech?
I thought it was rather too long.
Absolutely. Some 3 hours too long. So, where are you intending to dine, sir?
At home, I suppose.
Why don't you come with me to the Bear Garden?
The Bear Garden? Well,
I don't imagine you've ever been there.
No. By all accounts, you spend a fair part of your life in the place. So perhaps I ought to take a look at it. You know, Silverbridge, this must be the first time I've dined at a London club for, well, 15 years or more. The soup's good.
Yes, very.
I don't think they ever give me soup at home.
Well, then you'd better request it, sir. I'm sure they'll oblige.
When he had asked his father if he would have dinner at the Bear Garden, Lord Silverbridge had not imagined that the invitation would be accepted, and he was a little anxious as to how the evening would go. The Duke was the most un-Bear Gardenish of men, and Silverbridge was worried that his father would be made uncomfortable by the general milieu and by particular loud or unwelcome characters. But the Duke seemed to be enjoying the occasion, and to take pleasure in the simple fact that he was dining with his son.
Evening, Silverbridge. Evening, Popplecourt.
Lord Popplecourt, well...
Popplecourt, this is my father.
Oh, indeed. Most delighted to see you. We have met, I'm certain, at the old man's funeral, it must have been.
Yes, I believe it was. We were good friends, your father and I.
Well, very nice to have renewed your acquaintance.
Yes, likewise.
He's a fool.
What makes you say so?
He was a fool at Eton, and he hasn't changed.
He's careful with his property, I gather.
I don't doubt it.
Then I fail to see why you should think him a fool. Who is that person over there in the corner?
That's Major Tifto.
Ah, Major Tifto, yes, your racing friend. I would imagine that one of the drawbacks of a club...
is that you always come across the same fellows.
Well, that could be a blessing or a curse, depending on what kind of fellows they are. I was going to say, it's a rather self-indulgent mode of life, is it not? My view, Silverbridge, is that we can only achieve happiness by endeavouring to make others happy first. That's the reason why marriage is so beneficial, or one of the reasons.
Yes. A man ought to marry, I suppose.
He ought. Unless he does so, he's shirking his responsibility as a citizen.
Pitt never married, sir.
Pitt was busy with other duties. He didn't have time. Have you been considering marriage at all?
Actually, sir, I have.
Oh, anyone particular in mind?
Yes.
Well, you've asked her, have you?
Not quite. Not as such. I asked her in a sort of a way, and she rejected me in the same fashion. But if I'd asked her in absolute earnest, it's possible that the answer would have been different.
Do you wish to tell me who she is?
Lady Mabel Grex, sir.
Ah, yes. Very ancient family, the Grexes.
But not a rich one.
Perhaps not. Still, Lady Mabel has many fine qualities, I'm sure.
I'm sorry to intrude, Silverbridge.
Tifto,
but it occurred to me that this must be your father. Perhaps you'll do me the great honour of introducing me.
Tifto, my father and I are engaged in private matters.
Oh, I see. My dear Silverbridge, I beg 10,000 pardons.
In truth, I believe we were pretty much finished. Good evening to you.
And to you, Your Grace. Your son, no doubt, has spoken of me.
He has, indeed.
Afraid we didn't do too splendidly with our Derby nag the other day. Perhaps Your Grace has heard.
Yes, news did reach me.
Tifto.
I can assure you... Sure, Your Grace, that is, that in my experience, there's never been a horse that was fitter than Prime Minister. It was nearly even betting he should have won. He really should have.
You must forgive me. I have virtually no knowledge of horse racing at all.
Which is precisely why I'm telling you about it, Your Grace. With it being a particular interest of your son's, I thought I'd inform you as to how he's progressing.
Tifto, you're making a fool of yourself.
Oh. sorry.
My father has no interest in racing and no desire to hear about my connection with it.
Right, right. My humblest apologies, Your Grace. I wish you both farewell.
Silverbridge, you were a little hard upon your friend, were you not?
He's not a friend, sir. I became acquainted with the man because I thought he'd be useful to me, but he's not a friend. And I can't pretend to be proud to know him.
Could you manage without him?
Yes, sir. And I mean to do so. Soon.
I think it would be best, Silverbridge. I think it would.
It was declared throughout the land that Mrs. Montacute Jones was to hold a garden party at her Roehampton residence. Almost everybody who was anybody had been asked, and everybody who had been asked would go. Lady Mary Palliser, naturally, had not been asked, because her mother was hardly more than 3 months dead. But no such scruple was applied to Lord Silverbridge, since men, it is generally acknowledged, require less time for their grief. So, Silverbridge would be at the garden party, and so would Lady Mabel Grex. What better opportunity could there be, he thought, for putting the question to her?
Lord Silverbridge, welcome.
Thank you, Mrs. Jones.
How good of you to come all this way just to eat my strawberries.
Oh, no, I assure you. I came all this way to see your friends.
Tut, tut, Lord Silverbridge. I think you should have said that you came to see me, but I'll let it pass. Now, among my friends, I must tell you, is Miss Isabel Boncassen. Have you met her yet?
No.
Her father is a man of wealth and a man of letters. He's that rare creature, an American who has nothing to do with politics or business, but who does have money.
And a daughter.
A very beautiful daughter, who particularly wants to be introduced to you, in order to discover whether the Duke of Omnium's son can possibly resemble a mere mortal.
The introduction was effected, and Lord Silverbridge was able to decide that Mrs. Montacute Jones had not exaggerated the girl's loveliness. Miss Boncassen's figure was slight, but perfect. Her hair was dark brown and abundant. Her eyes were full of life and brilliancy, and even when she was silent, her lips conveyed her thoughts. Her whole countenance, indeed, expressed vitality, as well, of course, as consummate charm.
Have you been in England long, Miss Boncassen?
Long enough to know you didn't win the Derby.
Ah, yes. And will you be staying long enough to see me win the St. Leger?
If you mean this year's race, certainly. We'll be here for the summer, the fall, and the winter too, I believe. Father intends to read every book in the British Museum before he goes back. He's intending to write a book, you see. An extremely learned book, and such books can only get made from other books, apparently.
After a while, Lord Silverbridge found himself walking with Miss Boncassen, and as they drew near to the tent occupied by the strawberries and cream, he caught sight of Lady Mabel Grex with Frank Tregear, and Mabel bowed to Lord Silverbridge most pleasantly and playfully.
Is that lady a friend of yours?
A very great friend.
Not such a great friend, I hope, that you're unhappy that she's walking with another man.
Good heavens, no.
In my country they manage to be fairly informal about such matters, but I was taught that it was different here. Indeed, according to English ways, I'm being quite improper. Am I not? In conversing with you for all this time? I ought to tell you to go away.
I'd much rather you didn't.
No. I must insist. Otherwise there'll be comments about the vulgar American girl who wouldn't leave the son of the Duke alone. Farewell then, Lord Silverbridge. And good luck with the horses.
Though he had been enchantingly diverted from his plan at the garden party, Lord Silverbridge still had every intention of making Lady Mabel his wife, and he revealed as much when he called on his sister at the Horns.
Mary, how are you?
I confess, brother dearest, that there have been happier periods in my life.
I was wondering if you'd care to come with me and call on Mabel Grex.
Mabel Grex?
Yes. She'd like to get to know you.
I'm not sure. I haven't gone out anywhere since Mamma died.
It might be good for you if you did.
Well, I'm keen to meet Mabel, of course. Frank has spoken about her. A lot. But I'm meant to be a prisoner here, so I must decline.
That's nonsense, Mary.
I promise you it isn't. Papa has issued a decree. and I have to obey.
Mary, Father would want you to see Mabel. I'm certain he would. He thinks quite highly of her.
Does he? Why should he think of her at all?
Well...
Oh, I understand. Mabel means something to you. She's someone special. You need say no more. I'll ask permission from my jailer, Lady Cantrip, and then we'll go.
The fact is, Mary, I feel rather badly about Father. He's had a great deal to endure. Aside from you and Tregear, I lost some money on the horses. I refused to stand as a liberal.
Ah, well, I commend you for that.
No, you mustn't. I'm beginning to suspect I was quite wrong. It's not as if it was that important.
But it is.
To some, no doubt, including Tregear, but not to me.
Well, dearest brother, your politics perhaps can be changed, and you can start to be more careful with your finance. But I can't give up my love for Frank.
In time, you know you'll have to.
No, you're wrong. If Papa won't change his mind, then I'll wait until he dies. Unless I die first.
They arrived at Lord Grex's house, and Mary met Lady Mabel. For the most part, she found her new acquaintance congenial company, but she could not help but notice a flippant aspect to Mabel, which verged upon mockery when it concerned itself with Lord Silverbridge.
So, Mary, have you heard about the American, Miss Boncassen?
Well, I've been told she's extremely beautiful.
She is. Lord Silverbridge can vouch for that. He saw her at Mrs. Montacute Jones's garden party and was instantly conquered.
That's not true. I was introduced to her, and then I had to walk around the grounds with her. It's the kind of thing one always does on these occasions.
Yes, but Mary, they walked so much their feet must have been sore. Now, in finding a new friend that day, I fear your brother quite forgot about the friends he already had.
Lady Mabel!
If this is what America does for us, I propose that we sever all links immediately.
Just when Lady Mabel was warming to her theme, the door was opened, and Frank Tregear entered. Frank and Mary had not set eyes on each other since much earlier that year, during the great days at Rome, and as soon as he appeared, there were startled and nervous looks, since no one was quite sure whether or not the encounter was accidental.
Well, Tregear, this is a surprise. Didn't know that you'd be dropping by.
Any more than I was expecting you and Mary. I need hardly say that if I'd had the faintest suspicion, I wouldn't have come. But now I am here. I'm very glad of it.
I'm sorry about this. Honestly. But I can assure everyone it's completely fortuitous.
Of course it is.
Even so, Tregear, I think you must leave.
Oh, don't be absurd, Lord Silverbridge. You won't bite. Frank, I forbid you to go.
Well now, conflicting orders. What on earth am I to do?
Dearest Frank, I had no notion that you and I would find ourselves together here. Nor, I'm certain, did you. But since we are together, and may not be so again for some time...
Mary!
My dearest. My darling.
Now, look here. This won't do at all.
We must all of us agree, this incident was sensational. But there were private thoughts in addition to external events to disturb Lord Silverbridge's tranquillity. Thoughts concerning Lady Mabel Grex.
I've told Father about her. I've told Mary, too. I've committed myself. And I must make her an offer of marriage. And so I shall. Oh, yes. And if she accepts, she'll be the best wife a man could have. She's very beautiful. Not as beautiful, perhaps, as the American girl. But then again, few girls could be. And the American girl... well, she's American, apart from anything else. Marriage to her would be out of the question.
But then he remembered Lady Mabel's remarks about himself and Miss Boncassen. Remarks which were jocular enough, perhaps, but not very easy to laugh at. There he was, ready to place all his worldly possessions at Lady Mabel's feet, and she had begrudged him 30 minutes with Miss Boncassen.
I'm half inclined to be angry with her. But I love her, do I not? So I'll forgive her.
Thrice within the next 3 weeks Lord Silverbridge went forth to ask Mabel to be his wife. And thrice the question was postponed. And in those 3 weeks he called upon Miss Boncassen at the Langham Hotel, and took her to the Houses of Parliament. And he also found time to ride with her, and dance with her. And then he went up to Maidenhead, to attend a river party being held by Miss Boncassen's mother.
Silverbridge?
Hello, Popplecourt.
I met your sister yesterday.
Did you? How?
I was invited to your father's place at Richmond.
Oh, yes?
Lady Cantrip. What a very nice sort of person she is. She'd somehow discovered that I have a painting of her grandmother, and she'd asked me to bring her a photograph of it. So I did, and while I was with Lady Cantrip, I was introduced to Lady Mary. She's also a very nice sort of person, isn't she? And soon I'm to visit again and dine with the Duke.
Why?
Why not?
No reason. I just can't imagine my father going to Richmond for his dinner, that's all. Will you excuse me? Miss Boncassen? Miss Boncassen.
Ah, Lord Silverbridge.
How are you?
I'm very well. But I'm a little disappointed, I must tell you, to find that your Lady Mabel isn't here.
Oh, perhaps she wasn't invited.
Oh, but she was. I made sure of that for your sake.
Well, for my sake, you shouldn't have bothered. She's not my Lady Mabel, you know.
But she will be.
What makes you say so?
You're devoted to her.
No, not really. Not at all, in truth. I'm devoted to you.
Now that's utter nonsense, Lord Silverbridge.
Surely I must be the judge of that.
If you are, then you must be the judge, too, of whether such devotion would be proper or expedient or feasible. You will please forgive me for asking, but are you not engaged to Lady Mabel?
No.
My apologies. I was told that you were, and I thought that your choice was a happy one. You'll have to marry someone someday.
Perhaps.
Then why not her?
If it comes to that, why not you?
Lord Silverbridge. You clearly regard it as impertinent of me to suggest that you've lost your heart to Lady Mabel. And now it seems you're exacting punishment by pretending to have lost your heart to me.
No, Miss Boncassen. There's no pretense. And I have no wish that you should be punished.
Well, I'm grateful for that. But listen, if you will. I'm certain, however much you may deny it, that you're in love with Lady Mabel, or at least that you've suggested to her that you are. Therefore, your rash remarks just now were not quite fair to her, nor perhaps were they quite fair to me. In my view, Lord Silverbridge, you need to give your present situation careful thought. For otherwise, you know, you might find yourself in very deep water.
Episode 11 of The Pallisers was dramatised by Martin Wade from The Duke's Children by Anthony Trollope. Lady Glencora was played by Sophie Thompson, Plantagenet Palliser by Ben Miles, Anthony Trollope by David Troughton, Madame Goesler by Stella Gonnet, Mary Palliser by Rachel Sterling, Lord Silverbridge by Nicholas Bolton, Frank Tregear by Chris Moran, Isabel Boncassen by Madeline Potter, Major Tifto by Philip Fox, Popplecourt by Crispin Bonham Carter, Lady Mabel by Lydia Leonard, Lady Cantrip by Frances Jeter, and Mrs. Montacute Jones by Rachel Atkins. The music was specially composed by Elizabeth Parker. The Pallisers was directed by Cherry Cookson. The Pallisers, the political novels of Anthony Trollope, dramatised for radio by Martin Wade, with Ben Miles as Plantagenet Palliser, David Troughton as Anthony Trollope, Stella Gonnet as Madame Goesler, Rachel Sterling as Mary Palliser, and Madeline Potter as Isabel Boncassen. Episode 12.
Plantagenet Palliser, the Duke of Omnium, whose dear wife had died early in the year 1875, had received little joy or comfort from his children since that tragic event. His daughter Mary had declared her love for a man who had neither rank nor money, while Lord Silverbridge had disappointed his father both by his enthusiasm for horse racing and also by taking his seat in the House as a Conservative. Worse, however, was to come. Silverbridge had previously informed the Duke of his intention to marry Lady Mabel Grex, and he had won the Duke's approval. But the young lord had recently become entranced by a girl named Isabel Boncassen, an American, a commoner.
Miss Boncassen, may I dance with you?
No, Lord Silverbridge, you may not. I've been walking with you a long while, and if I dance, it must be with someone else.
I see.
Don't be upset. I refuse you not because I don't like you, but because I ought not to show that I like you. If Lady Mabel were to hear that an American interloper had never let you out of her sight the entire evening, she'd have every right to be very angry.
No, she'd have no such right. I told you she and I are not engaged, and I have no plans that we should be.
As you wish. Now, with whom will you dance, I wonder?
If I'm not permitted to dance with you, I shall dance with no one. Miss Boncassen, I love you. I love you. I love you.
Dear me, I'd hoped better of you than this, Lord Silverbridge. I didn't think you capable of such tomfoolery.
It's not tomfoolery. I love you.
But that's not possible. Or it shouldn't be. Not when you're in love with Lady Mabel.
I'm not in love with her. I was, or supposed I was, till I met you.
And will you meet someone else tomorrow, Lord Silverbridge, and fall in love yet again?
No, I love you. And I always will. I've never been more certain of anything in my life.
As we have discovered, Lord Silverbridge's sister was in love too. Lady Mary Palliser loved Frank Tregear, a friend of Silverbridge. And in order to try and put an end to this attachment, the Duke her father planned that she should marry Lord Popplecourt. For Lord Popplecourt, though not particularly prepossessing, was endowed with the money and status which Mr. Tregear so conspicuously lacked. His lordship, therefore, was invited to a dinner party at the Horns, the Duke's Richmond home, where Lady Cantrip was acting as Mary's companion and guardian.
Lord Popplecourt, how good to see you again. It doesn't seem so very long since you were here before.
It was Tuesday.
You're right, it was. The Duke, I think, is becoming almost warm-hearted towards you.
Yes, he's a nice sort of person.
He is. And he's having such a difficult time at present, the poor man. He's painfully worried about his children. Feels the responsibility so much since the Duchess died. Not least with respect to Lady Mary.
Lady Mary? I can't believe she's a difficult daughter.
Difficult? No. But it's terribly important for her to meet the right people. When a girl possesses so many advantages, beauty, intelligence, rank, wealth, her father is bound to be anxious as to how such blessings will be disposed.
Her fortune will be pretty sizable, will it?
Oh, yes. A large portion of her mother's money, I understand.
And you judge her to be clever as well?
Exceedingly.
A girl can sometimes be too clever, you know.
Perhaps. But it's better, Lord Popplecourt, to be too clever than too foolish.
Lord Silverbridge had been persuaded to attend the Duke's dinner party, and the Duke had taken care to ensure that Lady Mabel Grex would also be present, for he wished to do all that he could to facilitate the match between her and Silverbridge. At the dinner, therefore, Lord Silverbridge was placed next to Lady Mabel, while Mary, of course, was seated next to Lord Popplecourt.
Hot, isn't it?
Yes, very.
But not as hot as yesterday. Where will you be going this autumn, Lady Mary?
I'm not certain. Papa said something about Austria, I believe.
Ah, very nice.
Have you ever been to Austria, Lord Popplecourt?
No, never. Lady Cantrip has asked me to be at Custins in October, her place in Dorsetshire, you know. They say it has about the best pheasant shooting in England.
You like to shoot, do you?
As much as I can. I'll be in Scotland on the 12th, Crummie Toddy. Marvellous place. Then to Popplecourt for the partridges, back to Scotland for the deer, and then Custins by the middle of October.
Heavens. What a lot of slaughtering.
Yes, looking forward to it. But Custins will be so much nicer, I'm sure, if you can be there.
I wasn't aware that Lord Popplecourt was a friend of your family.
No, Mabel, nor was I.
He seems very much at home here.
Yes, rather more so than I am.
Lady Cantrip thinks quite highly of him. Your father, too.
I dare say. I don't.
The idea, I imagine, is to set him up with Mary and cut out poor Frank.
Yes, well, I understand why, of course. I mean, what would your father say if you wanted to marry a pauper?
Oh, Well, I'd have something to say first, without waiting for my father. If only Frank had had money. If only I had. We'd have married. We'd have been so happy.
Yes, indeed.
It was impossible. I know that. I do wish, though, that he'd made more of a protest when I told him we had to part. That he'd been prostrate with sorrow, as I was. That he hadn't left me so quickly and taken his love elsewhere. Will your father succeed, do you suppose, in keeping Frank and Mary apart?
He might. He seems determined enough. I couldn't do it, of course.
Could you not?
No, I'm soft. Whatever I'm asked, I can't refuse.
Really?
It's true. Try me, go on.
All right. I'll have that ring you're wearing, please.
The ring? Oh. Very well. Here.
Oh, Lord Silverbridge, I was joking. That ring, no doubt, belonged to your great-uncle, and to 50 Pallisers before him.
No doubt it did. What does that matter? Would you not take a ring from a true friend? Dearest Mabel.
Yes, Lord Silverbridge?
There's no one on earth that I like as much as you.
The shooting party at Crummy Toddy, to which Lord Popplecourt had solemnly pledged himself, also included Lord Silverbridge. But Silverbridge had only agreed to go because Crummy Toddy was a mere 12 miles from Mrs. Montacute Jones's Highland seat, Killancodlem, where Lady Mabel was one of the guests. You must understand that despite his protestations of love to Isabel Boncassen, Lord Silverbridge was still inclined to the opinion that he ought to marry Lady Mabel, and at Killancodlem he would find a chance to propose. But Miss Boncassen was also staying there, and this was bound to interfere with his plan.
Tennis, Lady Mab?
No, I think not. I'm happy just to sit here. But you play, if you want. Miss Boncassen, I gather, is as graceful as a fawn on the tennis court. But before you dash away, I guessed that you'd be coming over to Killancodlem for one reason or another.
I came to see you.
Yes, of course. So, I brought you your ring. It was very foolish of you to send it. Not to say unkind. And you must have it back.
But it's your ring, Mabel. I had it altered so that it might fit on one of your dainty fingers.
Well, you can put it on someone else's dainty finger if you wish. Take it back.
I'll do no such thing.
Please.
No, you can't persuade me. The ring's yours. Sure you won't play tennis?
Quite sure.
He left her. A tennis encounter with Miss Boncassen was quickly arranged and occupied the entire afternoon.
When youth and pleasure meet to chase the glowing hours with flying feet. They're in love, and I ought not to be jealous. After all, I'm not in love with Lord Silverbridge. I ought not to be jealous, but I am. I am.
Miss Boncassen, I'm enjoying this dance so much, I'd like to ask you for the next one.
No, I'm afraid not.
Why?
My legs. They're very weary after all that tennis.
Ah, right. In that case, we shall talk instead. And I shall tell you that I love you very dearly.
Lord Silverbridge.
It's the truth. Can you tell me whether you love me in return?
I refuse to say a single word on the matter.
Why?
Because I still don't believe that you're serious.
Oh, I assure you, I am. I'm so serious indeed that I want you to be my wife. Well, surely you have something to say about that.
Lord Silverbridge, you are undoubtedly one of the most eligible young men in the whole of England. You have high rank, you have wealth, and you have personal gifts also, though I won't embarrass at least one of us by listing them. As for me, I'm of humble background, though my father's a man of some accomplishment. I'm told that I'm not ugly.
You're beautiful.
And I like to think that I'm not stupid.
Miss Boncassen, you're...
Clever enough. Indeed. But the question is, Lord Silverbridge, what makes you suppose that I would know how to be the wife of a lord? How to be someone who in due course would become the Duchess of Omnium?
You'd be a finer duchess, I'm certain, than I'll be a duke.
Lord Silverbridge, I can't reply to your proposal. You must wait.
For how long?
3 months.
3 months?
That will give you time to decide whether I could be your wife without dishonor or discredit. 3 months, Lord Silverbridge. And then we'll see.
Mrs. Finn.
Your Grace, good heavens.
A surprise, is it not?
It is. What brings you to Austria, Your Grace?
Pleasure, pure and simple. Well, that was the intention. I thought Mary might enjoy a change of scenery. What about you, Mrs. Finn?
I'm here on business in the main. I have some property in Vienna, and it occasionally requires inspection. It's been a while, Your Grace, since we last saw each other.
Yes, indeed.
Though we've exchanged a letter or two in the interim.
They had. The Duke, you may remember, had been very angry with Mrs. Finn for not informing him straight away of Mary's attachment to Frank Tregear, and he had expressed that anger in writing. But Mrs. Finn, in reply, vehemently denied the charge of colluding with Mary and Mr. Tregear, and at last the Duke was convinced he had been wrong, and wrote a rather terse apology.
Still, that's all in the past.
Yes, and I'm certain, Mrs. Finn, that you did what you believed was best. I'm sorry for the pain I caused you, truly I am.
Thank you. So, Your Grace, how is Mary enjoying Austria?
Not as much as I would have wished. She's been rather unwell, I'm afraid. She's in bed at present.
Oh, dear.
She's been suffering from headaches. Nervous headaches, according to the local doctor.
Oh.
She says she's very unhappy, and you can guess, I suppose, the cause of her distress. Oh, Mrs. Finn, I find it all exceedingly difficult. As a father, I mean, trying to discover what's best. I can't encourage her. I can't allow her to hope that she and Mr. Tregear... There are proprieties, after all, duties.
There are, it's true. But one has to be so very sure what it is that duty requires.
So a girl, whatever her class, may take any man that suits her eye?
No, of course not. The man, for instance, may be violent or depraved. There may be insurmountable difficulties.
Yes.
But this case, in my opinion, isn't quite so straightforward. And you wouldn't want to break your daughter's heart.
Well, I don't exactly know what is meant by that phrase, but...
You wouldn't wish her to be overwhelmed by sorrow.
No, I would not. But we are all born to sorrow, so the Bible tells us. You think I'm cruel?
I think, Your Grace, that in time you'll give way. If Mary is steadfast enough, you'll have to yield.
Lord Silverbridge was the co-owner of 2 fine horses, one of which, Prime Minister, was soon to race in the St. Leger. After leaving Killancodlem, therefore, Silverbridge travelled to Doncaster and met with Major Tifto, the other owner. Tifto had proved something of an embarrassment to Silverbridge, so much so that the young lord had treated him a little less than charitably, and had also vowed that after the Leger he must get rid of him. The evening before the race, he and the Major attended a club where many of the racing men dined.
What's the matter, Tifto?
Matter, my lord?
You're not your usual self. You're strangely quiet. Even when the talk was of Prime Minister and his chances, there wasn't a word of your customary enthusiasm. Are you cross with me?
No, my lord.
Perhaps you haven't had enough to drink.
No, I've drunk enough.
And so, no doubt, have I. Had a few drinks, taken on a good few bets. Suppose I should add them all up. You know, Tifto, such a disgrace. I solemnly promised the Duke that I'd never, ever indulge in betting again. Oh, me, the folly of youth. Good God.
What's the matter?
The matter, Tifto, is £70,000. Give or take 1,000.
70,000?
Yes. That's what I stand to lose, I'm afraid, if Prime Minister fails us tomorrow. Tell him to run well, will you?
My lord.
Mm.
My lord.
Tifto.
Forgive me for disturbing you again.
Tifto, you have no business coming into my room. I told you, speak to my servant if you have anything to say.
But it's about Prime Minister, my lord.
What about him?
I'm afraid that he's picked up a nail.
What? Is it bad?
Very bad. Very bad indeed. There's no chance of him running.
Suspicions, of course, were quickly aroused. Many were convinced that mischief had been done, and that Major Tifto himself might be involved. But this latter possibility Lord Silverbridge was not keen to believe. One thing, however, was certain. Prime Minister was unable to run, and therefore the bets Silverbridge had made were all lost. On account of a nail, he owed £70,000.
Come in, Silverbridge, come in.
It's most pleasant to see you again, sir. You had an agreeable enough time in Austria, I gather, despite Mary's illness.
Yes, we met Mrs. Finn quite by chance, and after that Mary's health was much improved.
I'm so glad.
I received your letter.
Ah, yes.
You have broken your promise, Silverbridge. You have indulged in betting after you declared that you had given it up.
Yes, sir.
And as a result, you have lost an extremely large sum of money.
Yes, sir.
I have to say, I don't quite understand. You're not short of funds, are you, as a rule?
No, sir, never.
You have access to far more money, I'd have thought, than most people in this country could even dream of. And yet you're prepared to take large risks in order to try and obtain more.
Yes, it doesn't exactly make sense, I know, sir.
It doesn't make sense at all. I can't believe that winning even a vast amount would do much to increase your happiness or enhance your mode of living.
No, sir.
But to lose such a sum, surely it's somewhat unpleasant.
It's hard, sir. It's very hard.
Worse than that, though, in my opinion, is that according to reports, you lost it in excessively bad company.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I truly am.
Well, Silverbridge, you've every reason to be.
I've given you so much grief and pain.
Yes, you have. But let me tell you, it wouldn't be too hard to cure.
Would it not, sir?
You might try getting rid of the horses.
Well, that's as good as done already, sir. I'll never own a horse again. I'm finished with all that. Finished with Major Tifto. I won't say that I'll never go to another race.
No, indeed, I don't wish that you should bind yourself with impossible promises. As for the money, I learned from the papers that there was more than a hint of villainy attached to your loss.
Yes, sir.
On the part of Major Tifto, perhaps.
There are some who've said as much, but if he is guilty, it's unlikely that any connection can be proved between Tifto and the men who placed bets with me.
So, the money will have to be paid. And it will be money well spent, Silverbridge, if you stay true to your word, if you can avoid associating with swindlers and rogues, if you can make a great change and settle yourself in life.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Talking of which, Lady Mabel Grex.
Ah, yes.
I've been wondering, and hoping, indeed. You'd inform me, would you not, if there was any development?
I'm afraid, sir, that it won't happen.
Why? Have you changed your mind?
Well, I believe I told you, sir, that I wasn't thoroughly confident, and now I find the notion doesn't seem to suit entirely. I can't explain it all, sir, but I fear it won't come off.
That's unfortunate. You've taken one step already towards reforming your life. Marriage, I'm certain, would be another. And the choice that I understood you to have made was, in my view, a sensible one. You might, in your leisure moments, think again about the matter.
The question of Lady Mary's marriage, of course, was also of concern to the Duke, and it had been his great wish that when Mary and Lord Popplecourt were together at Lady Cantrip's house, something wonderful might occur. It was not to be. The excitement that Lord Popplecourt felt about the coal mines on his property failed to arouse Lady Mary's interest, nor was his cause assisted by a number of derogatory remarks that he made about Frank Tregear.
I'm afraid, Duke, that your daughter doesn't care for Lord Popplecourt.
Well, that's as may be. Has he proposed to her?
I suspect not. I asked her if she'd go and see him alone, and she expressed so much displeasure at the idea that I couldn't press it. I rather fear you'll find it difficult to deal with her.
Yeah, believe me, I've found it so already.
She's a girl with great gifts, but she's very... well, she has a remarkable firmness of character. She's determined that she won't marry at all unless she marries Mr. Tregear.
So what do you advise?
To be honest, Duke, I think she should be allowed to do so. What else can be of importance when her happiness is at stake?
I have no objection in principle to men of humble origins. In political dealings, I'd as soon talk with a fellow such as Mr. Monk, whose father was a mechanic or some such, as with any peer of the realm. But when it concerns my own family and the question of marriage, well, there's a feeling in me about good blood and lineage and so on, which is very strong. I won't give way. There are rules and precepts, and Mary must obey them.
and the penniless, insolent, unblushing Mr. Tregear, who thinks that rather than working for his bread he'll entrap the heart of an innocent, trusting girl and win her money, and use her rank and the name of the Pallisers as stepping stones to his own advancement, he will be resisted. I won't yield. The Duke doesn't yield. But if Mary doesn't yield, what then? Is she to look at me day after day with eyes that accuse me of cruelty? Is the misery to go on and on?
Lord Silverbridge.
Tifto.
You're going into the club, are you?
Yes. Why?
I ought to advise you, if you haven't heard already, they're trying to get rid of me. Because of what happened at Doncaster, there's going to be a special meeting. They want to go into the whole business.
Yes, I thought they might.
You'll be asked to offer an opinion about my conduct.
Yes.
What is your opinion?
Well, I've been informed that you betted against Prime Minister. In my view, you shouldn't have done that.
No, but I backed him too. I was hedging, that's all. Had to. I'm a man of small means.
How much did you make altogether?
Oh, very little. Not nearly as much as... Very little. They'll ask about the nail in Prime Minister's hoof, and they'll want to know if you think it was foul play. What will you tell them?
I'll tell them I've no proof. I can't jump on a man when he's down, Tifto. Not if I'm not sure of his guilt.
Thank you. Thank you, my lord.
Shortly before Christmas, the Duke of Omnium received a letter from Frank Tregear, in which the young man reasserted his right to be Mary's husband.
There is, of course, a divergence between myself and her with respect to rank. But I believe that I'm no less honourable a man than one whose forefathers sat for centuries past in the House of Lords. I'll admit, however, that I find the question of money rather more difficult. Though I can positively state that Lady Mary's fortune has held no attraction for me. It would be better, indeed, if she had no money at all, so that when we were married I could go out into the world and know that I was earning our keep. Your Grace, it is now more than 6 months since I spoke to you and explained my wishes. What am I to do? And what will you do?
Can you, I venture to ask, keep your daughter and me apart when her happiness and mine depends on our love for each other? How dare he? How dare he write in such an arrogant fashion? How dare he write at all?
But then the Duke calmed himself a little and read the letter a second time. It remained an arrogant letter, in truth, but the Duke conceded that there was a certain boldness there, too, which commanded respect.
Nevertheless, I'll not yield. There are rules and precepts and proprieties.
What these were, he chose not to explain to Mr. Tregear. A lengthy letter would only encourage a reply, and he had no desire to enter into a protracted correspondence.
The Duke of Omnium wishes to state that he has nothing more to communicate to Mr. Tregear, and must beg him, please, not to write again.
It was decreed by the Duke that Christmas, as in years past, would be spent at Matching, and he thought that Mary's spirits might be cheered a little if a few guests came to stay.
So, my dear, who else should we invite? Lady Mabel Grex, perhaps?
Lady Mabel?
Yes. She and Silverbridge, I understand, are close friends. If she went to Matching, then Silverbridge might be persuaded to come too.
Oh, I see. Very well.
During her stay at Lady Cantrip's house, Mary had met Isabel Boncassen, and Isabel had revealed that Silverbridge had asked her to be his wife. Mary was doubtful, therefore, as to whether her brother would now find Lady Mabel much of an attraction.
Also, I think we should ask the Boncassens, don't you?
The Boncassens?
I talked with the father at Lady Cantrip's, a fine, distinguished, erudite man. And the daughter is very charming, is she not?
Yes, Papa, very. But what if Silverbridge should find her so? Might that not be a difficulty, since he and Lady Mabel, as you say, are such close friends?
No, Mary. I'm sure there's no need to be worried.
Silverbridge understands what's expected of him.
£70,000! And your father paid it all without any fuss?
Well, he paid it.
Oh.
He's been a brick.
He has, clearly. So everything's fine again?
Yes, Lady Mabel, I suppose it is. And what have you? What have you been up to?
Not a lot. After I left Killancodlem, I went back home and locked myself away and thought about money. My father, you know. He's so short of funds, he takes from me the little that I have.
Never mind, you'll marry a wealthy fellow someday. It'll come out right, I'm certain.
And I look forward to that. Nothing's been at all right so far. Tell me, was it your idea to ask the Boncassens to Matching?
No, Lady Mab. It wasn't.
Mary wrote to me and said they'd been invited. Perhaps she wanted to put me off. But I came anyway. One can get very melancholy being at home.
So, do you like the old priory?
Yes. Yes, I do.
The Pallisers were buried here centuries ago. And they were married here, too, I suppose. It was a favourite place of my mother's. Isabel, when I asked you if you'd marry me, you said I must wait 3 months for an answer.
Yes.
Well, I've waited, very patiently, and now the 3 months are over.
They are. How have you progressed? Do you know yet if I'm fit to be your wife?
I knew that 3 months ago.
Have you perhaps spoken with your father about us?
I've spoken with no one, but give me the word and I'll make an announcement straight away.
What of Lady Mabel?
What of her?
Would she approve?
Probably not, but she has no prior claim, if that's what you mean. Isabel, do you love me? You can't have any doubt about my love for you.
No.
Then tell me the truth. If you hate me, say so.
I don't hate you.
And is that all?
No. It's not all. Lord Silverbridge, you have entered into my life, and you have taken over my heart and my soul, and you have made me your own. But I possess no rank, and I'm not of this country. And I have no wish to marry you if it means I'm to be rejected by your family, by your father in particular. Talk with him, please. If he gives his assent, then I shall be your wife. But if he disapproves, then you and I must part from each other at once. And we must pray to God that the whole business can be forgotten.
Sir, I wondered if I might have a word about one or two matters.
Certainly.
First, I have to leave for a few days. I'm going to Cornwall.
Oh, yes?
I've received a letter from Frank Tregear.
Have you now?
The member for Paul Penrose died, and Tregear's been invited to stand. He's asked me to go along and help him with the canvassing.
I see. When do you go?
Tomorrow morning, sir.
Oh. I don't suppose there's been any arrangement yet between you and Lady Mabel?
No, sir.
I've been very much hoping that while you and she were together here... Still, I can always ask her to stay on. You won't be gone more than a fortnight.
No, sir.
Good. Was there something else you wished to talk about?
There was, sir. But it can wait. I'll mention it to you when I get back from Cornwall.
Oh, good morning, sir. My name's Tregear, and I'm the Conservative candidate.
Wait.
Oh, morning, sir. I'm the,
You know, I shouldn't be here.
It'll stop raining eventually, Silverbridge.
I doubt it. But it isn't just the weather. I'm not sure, despite your best efforts, that I'm really all that committed to conservatism.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
Sir Timothy Beeswax. He's a monster, and I hate the man.
Well, I dare say you do, but... good morning, sir. I'm Tregear. I'm your Conservative candidate.
I think you are.
But look, you can't break with a party just because you don't like one of its members.
Well, you see, to my untutored mind, the Liberals and the Tories appear to be so similar with respect to their policies that one may as well align oneself on the basis of personality and companionship, or, indeed, because of family tradition. But don't worry, I'll stick it out in Polpenno, and I'll speak up for you, and say what a fine fellow you are, which I happen to believe is true.
Despite recent unfortunate events?
Tregear, my opposition to you marrying Mary was never very strong. I've been against you chiefly because Father is, and therefore I assumed there was no hope. And anyway, it would be somewhat hypocritical of me to object to the match on the basis of rank.
Would it? Why?
Did you ever meet Miss Boncassen, the American girl?
You want to marry her?
That more or less sums it up. Yes.
But what about Lady Mabel?
Ah, yes. Lady Mabel.
Marriage to Lord Silverbridge. Well, the chances are better than I thought. The Duke likes me, and he wouldn't be displeased by the match, I'm certain. Whereas Miss Boncassen, being American and a commoner, has no hope of winning the Duke's approval, surely. So, once it's apparent that Silverbridge won't be marrying her, Miss Boncassen will go back home, far, far away. And Silverbridge, who's young and changeable, he'll start to forget her. And then I'll make him mine. And everything will come out right, just as Silverbridge said it would. I'll have money, and the highest rank I could possibly hope for. And I'll learn to love my husband. I will. I will. I promise I will.
You've not been too bored, I hope, staying on all this time?
No, not in the slightest. So, Silverbridge, tell me about Frank and Polpenno.
Well, he won.
That much I'd gathered.
He gave a lot of speeches, each one of them excellent, and I attempted a few, and each was clumsy and faltering. And it rained a lot, and we got wet.
Will it make any difference, Frank being an MP? I mean, with regard to his chances of winning your sister, I mean.
I imagine it won't do him any harm. Ooh, it's very cold, is it not? I think I might go in.
No, please, not yet. Silverbridge, while you've been gone, your father... Oh, he's such a dear man.
Yes, I suppose he is, in a way.
He's talked with me, a little, about us.
Lady Mabel...
It's clear that you must have spoken with him. Told him about that time you came to me and declared your love.
Declared my love?
And I made it plain that I loved you in return.
You did no such thing. You laughed at me.
That's not true. How could I have laughed at you when you were all the world?
I'm sorry, but it can never be.
No, don't say that.
What else can I say? It's the truth.
Oh, Silverbridge, my beloved, don't abandon me now. Don't let me die of a broken heart.
I can't love you. I can't marry you. I love another. I love her so much that for her I'd give up all I have. My father's wealth, my position.
Aha! You want to throw me over. For her, you'd dare to deny that you ever loved me or proposed to me. For her, you'd cast me into a pit of misery and despair. I promise you this, Lord Silverbridge. You won't marry her. You'd be humiliated if you did. Laughed at. You'd never show yourself in society again. You'll never marry her. Never.
The following morning, Lady Mabel made her departure, and she did so with great courage, hiding her pain, and smiling graciously, just as if events had gone according to her heart's desire. And then...
So, how are things between you and Lady Mabel?
Well, sir, this is the matter, in part, about which I wanted to speak to you on my return. The truth is, it's all over.
All over?
I'm afraid so.
Why? Has she refused you?
No, sir. Not exactly.
This is a great disappointment, you know. I'd begun to make preparations.
Preparations, sir? You don't mean guest lists and such like?
No. Regarding the property, so that you and Lady Mabel could enjoy a reasonably comfortable life together.
Oh, I see.
Why is it all over?
I had a change of mind. I found someone I liked even better than Lady Mabel.
Who?
Miss Boncassen.
But that's impossible. Her family...
I know all about her family, sir.
Have you asked her to marry you?
Yes, sir. It's been agreed on condition that you give the marriage your approval.
You went to her with that stipulation, did you?
No. The stipulation was hers.
I see. It was Miss Boncassen who was willing to consider my wishes and feelings, not you.
I would have told you anyway, sir. Of course I would. Sir, I love her.
Perhaps you do, but is it right that you should marry her as well?
It's right by law, I suppose.
By law? Is that to be your guide? Is that to be your code of conduct? Is Lord Silverbridge, the future Duke of Omnium, to live his life by obedience only to the laws of the land? What about duty? What about honour? Conscience? Nobility? Patriotism? Devotion to the needs of others less fortunate than yourself? Might not these be the principles which govern your life?
Yes, sir, I think they might. And, since you mention duty and honour, sir, I believe I am bound in duty and honour to marry Miss Boncassen, because I made a promise to her, because I love her.
But only a little while ago, Silverbridge, you were making a promise to Lady Mabel. What about honouring that? You won't marry Miss Boncassen. You won't marry her because, very properly, she's agreed to your proposal on condition that I give my consent. And my consent, Silverbridge, isn't given.
Then, sir, I have to tell you that I'm exceedingly unhappy.
Yes, I dare say you are. Silverbridge, for a large part of your life, for pretty much the entirety of it indeed, you've been a disappointment to me. I always felt, though, that there might be some cause for hope, that in time you'd become settled, and that by means of a suitable marriage it would come out right in the end. But no, it's not to be. You must continue to vex and trouble your father. You must be stubborn, difficult, defiant, like your sister, like your mother. You talk of being unhappy. Silverbridge, you barely know the meaning of the word.
A day or two after this conversation, the Duke and Lord Silverbridge went their separate ways for a while. Silverbridge journeyed to Harrington Hall, Lord Chiltern's place, in order to engage in some hunting. His father went to Barsetshire, where he had some business to attend to. And as soon as the Duke returned, Mrs. Finn, who had been staying with Mary to keep her company, decided she must speak with him.
Duke, I ought to warn you.
What's happened?
Nothing's happened. Mary and I have got on famously. Oh, she's a sweet girl and has thoroughly won my heart. But I wanted to make it clear so that you'd be under no illusion if she were left to my care again. I don't think I would attempt to prevent her were she determined to write to Mr. Tregear or visit him.
Visit him?
She hasn't threatened to do either of these, but I'd not prevent her, as I say. I not only lack the authority, I lack the conviction, too. I'd be far from certain that my action would be right. You see, Duke, in the end Mary must marry Mr. Tregear, and therefore I see no point in prolonging her suffering.
Must she marry him?
Well, if she doesn't, she'll fade and wither before her time. She could even, perhaps, be taken to her grave. And if that were to happen, how would it be with you? Would you consider that the stand you'd made was worthwhile? That you'd performed your proper duty? Would it content you that you'd placed your enthusiasm for rank and status before the health and happiness of your child? There. I'd resolved to speak my mind, and I've done it. I've made you angry, I think. Please forgive me.
My dear Mrs. Finn, I'm not angry. What you've said has been inspired by pure friendship for Mary, and, I hope, for me. I'm not angry. I'm grateful.
It had previously been arranged between Silverbridge and Frank Tregear that they should meet at Harrington Hall, and that by dint of borrowing a mount or two from his friend, Tregear should join in the thrill of the chase. But alas, the thrill was short-lived. An awkward fence, and the fact that Silverbridge was riding rather too close to Tregear, resulted in an unfortunate accident.
My dear Mary, whatever is the matter?
Oh, Papa! Papa! He's been killed!
What? Who?
Well, in truth, he's been very nearly killed. He's been crushed by a horse.
Who has? Silverbridge?
No. Silverbridge, I believe, is quite unharmed. I meant Mr. Tregear.
I see. The letter is from Silverbridge, is it?
Yes, Papa. He says, "Rest assured, Frank is out of immediate danger now. A lot of bones were broken, but they've all been set." Oh, but what if he were to die, Papa?
If he's out of immediate danger, Mary dear, I suppose we need not dwell on that possibility. But I'm very sorry that Mr. Tregear has been injured.
Are you, Papa?
My dearest, it's most distressing news, not least because of the distress it's causing you. But also I'm inclined to the view, after all, that Mr. Tregear...
Yes, Papa?
That he's a worthy young man.
Papa, you truly think so? Oh, thank you, Papa, thank you.
May I ask, Papa, have you changed your opinion because he's won a seat in Parliament?
No, Mary. At least it's not for that reason alone.
To be in Parliament is the highest honour this country can confer. You've often said so.
I'm sure I have, but no. There were other considerations, too.
Papa,
Yes, my dear?
you do love me, don't you? Even though I'm disobedient.
Oh, Mary, dearest, sweetest Mary. Of course I love you. I love you so much I could let you suffer no more. And there is something good, you know, about your disobedience.
Is there, Papa?
Oh, yes. It puts me in mind of your mother.
However much the Duke may have shifted his position with regard to Mary and Mr. Tregear, or at least to have begun to recognise that it might be advisable to act in defiance of it, Lord Silverbridge had detected no evidence that his father meant to do the same for him.
He won't give way. I know he won't. But nor will I. I love the girl, and I can't endure life without her. I'll renounce my title, that's what I'll do. I'll call myself Mr. Palliser, and I'll become a Republican, and I'll follow Isabel back to America and marry her there.
In the meantime, a new session of Parliament was just beginning, and the young lord, having assured himself that Frank Tregear was making a good recovery, had left Harrington Hall and was now in town.
So, Silverbridge, how's life?
Oh, moving along, I suppose.
A bad business with Mr. Tregear.
Very bad, particularly as the fault was all mine.
Well, hunting is a dangerous pastime, it seems, and not only for the fox. Mr. Boncassen was informing me
Mr. Boncassen? You saw him recently?
2 days ago.
What did he say?
About field sport?
No. About me and his daughter. Was anything said?
Oh, yes. Mr. Boncassen declared that he must look to his daughter's happiness, and that therefore he put forward an objection to the match.
What kind of objection?
One which rested on the possibility that Miss Boncassen might not be well received if she became your wife.
May I ask, sir, what you said in reply?
I told Mr. Boncassen that I had objections of my own, and that I considered the marriage to be unwise. But as to his objection, I was able to assure him that his daughter would not be rejected. She has a brightness about her. She has beauty and grace, such as will ensure her acceptance in English society.
Oh, yes, sir. She does, sir. My thoughts entirely. And what about you, sir? Will you accept her?
I will, Silverbridge. I will.
I hoped I'd find you here, my lord.
Well, Tifto, I'm not the most diligent of MPs, but I like to make an occasional appearance in the House. How are you?
Not quite my old self, I think.
No, I don't imagine you are. I heard you'd been asked to leave the club.
Expelled. I was expelled, my lord. And I've been deposed as master of the hounds at Runnymede. All that I held dear, snatched away.
It's most unfortunate, Tifto. Indeed it is. Was there any particular reason for your wishing to see me?
I wanted to say a few words to you, my lord. Get something off my chest.
Well?
The truth is, it was me who put the nail into Prime Minister's hoof.
I'm very sorry to hear it, Tifto.
Not as sorry as I am to make the confession. But it wasn't for money, you know. It was because I had a feeling that, despite the work I was doing with the horses, you were less than fair and friendly towards me, and were even intending to cast me off, so...
You wanted revenge?
Yes, I suppose I did. There were others who were in on it, who stood to get thousands out of you, but me, I was upset with you, and that's what drove me. And even before it was done, my lord, I'd already repented. When I went to your hotel room, the first time, I mean, I intended to warn you of what had been planned, but you turned me out. Turned me out rather roughly, I thought. So I went ahead anyway.
Tifto, I'm grateful that you've come to see me. Must have taken some courage. As far as I'm concerned, the wretched business is finished now, and you and I won't talk of it again. You are forgiven.
Thank you. My lord, thank you. Though, of course, I can't forgive myself. I never will. Oh, what act of folly. The only deed of wickedness I've ever perpetrated, and now my whole life's wrecked. Wrecked.
The Duke of Omnium, meanwhile, had decided that it was necessary for Miss Boncassen to be brought to the house in Carlton Terrace and accepted into her future father-in-law's good graces. And Lord Silverbridge was not slow to comply with the Duke's demand.
This way, Isabel.
Such a vast place, is it not?
Oh, wait till you see Gatherum, my dearest. One can be lost there for weeks on end. Now, this is the Duke's study, and the Duke himself is waiting within.
Dear me, what an ordeal.
I promise you, Isabel, he's perfectly tame. I believe he's almost as infatuated with you as I am. Yes? Here we are, sir. You don't wish me to stay, do you?
No, Silverbridge, there's no need. Now, my dear, come in.
Thank you.
My dear, I wish to say this to you, and as it is very important, I would like you to remember it. I had not wished that Lord Silverbridge should marry you, not because of who you are in yourself, but because of what some people may call certain prejudices. But that was then. And now, you see, I'm like the man dressed in clothes of a sober hue, who only with great reluctance dares to put on a scarlet coat, but once he's done so, finds that he begins to be fond of it, and proud of it, scarlet though it is. Do you understand me?
Yes, I think so.
Race, country of birth, rank, all these can be discarded. Your own nature, nothing else, will make you a good wife, and, in time, a fine Duchess of Omnium, the mother and grandmother of dukes to come. Isabel, I will be as fond of you as if you were my own daughter. You are my child, and I will love you dearly.
And I will love you.
Silverbridge is a very fortunate man. And so, indeed, am I.
Dear Lord Silverbridge, I've heard, who has not heard, of your engagement to Miss Boncassen. You once thought, if you recall, that you would marry me. But volatile though you are, I don't suppose that I can make you change your mind again. Instead, I must confess my sins. Silverbridge, though I liked you, and still do, I suppose, I never loved you. I wanted to marry you so that I might become wealthy and achieve greatness. But I never loved you. So, you see, you need have no regrets. Though perhaps you never intended to be bothered with such inconvenient things. The love I do have, that of course is quite useless, since Mr. Frank Tregear is as true to Lady Mary as you are to your American beauty. Ah, well, time will heal, a little, but time brings wrinkles and rheumatism. Time, it seems to me, offers scant consolation for a woman who will have to marry not for love, but for money.
Tregear? I didn't know you were in town.
I arrived this morning.
I'm surprised the doctor allowed it.
Well, I gave him no choice. This arm's not quite right yet, as you see, but I'm almost mended.
And what have you been up to in Carlton Terrace?
Well, guess.
You've been seeing Mary.
Correct. But before I saw her, I saw the Duke.
Did you indeed?
Lord Silverbridge, behold, your brother-in-law.
My dear friend, congratulations! What happened?
Well, I requested an interview, and the Duke was gracious enough to admit me, and he then produced a string of unanswerable arguments as to why I had no right to contemplate marrying Mary, and, well, I stood there and tried to show him I was defiant and meant business, and when he'd finished, I declared that I had two brief statements I could offer him in return. One, I wouldn't give Mary up.
And two, Mary wouldn't give you up.
Exactly. And then he asked me my views about life in general, and Parliament in particular, and after that he told me that I could see Mary, which I did. And I proposed. And she said yes, fortunately. Oh, and I've been invited to dinner.
Tonight?
Tonight.
Good! The Boncassens are coming. It'll be a family party.
It must be confessed, neither at the dinner nor in the immediate days and weeks that followed was the Duke completely successful in his efforts to swallow his regrets about each of the forthcoming marriages. But old habits of thought, we must remember, die a little hard. Much effort was expended on the wedding preparations, and the Duke made appropriate financial arrangements for each of his children. And I should also inform you that around this time there was a marked degree of excitement in the political sphere. Sir Timothy Beeswax, overcome by ambition, had endeavoured to oust his own Prime Minister and take his place, but had succeeded instead in causing the downfall of the Tory government.
You've heard, have you, sir?
Heard what, exactly?
The ministry's collapsed.
Yes, Silverbridge, I had heard.
Will the Liberals be able to form a government?
From what I understand, they will, and Mr. Monk will lead it.
You seem to be in the know, sir. Have you been speaking to Mr. Monk?
I have. In fact, he's asked me to join his cabinet as President of the Council, and I've decided to accept.
My congratulations, sir.
Thank you. Yes, I find after so much relative leisure that I'm more than ready for office again. Keen to be of use. Do you suppose the Tories will attack us very bitterly?
Well, they may, sir. But I won't be among them. I resolved a little while ago that I was changing sides.
Did you, in truth?
Oh, yes. I've written to a few of the people at Silverbridge. They don't seem to mind.
Well, Silverbridge, I have to tell you, you've made me glad. Oh, extremely glad. You're certain you've done what's right? You've given the matter full consideration?
I've considered it as much as I can, sir. As you know, I'm not strong on political argument. I'm quite unable to convince myself as to why one party is better than another. And since that's the case, sir, it seems rather perverse to defy the old ways of the Pallisers. So, I'm a Liberal now, sir. And perhaps in a while I'll learn why it's the only sensible thing to be.
I, Francis Tregear, take thee...
I, Mary Glencora Palliser.
I, Plantagenet Geoffrey Palliser, take thee, Isabel Boncassen.
I, Isabel Boncassen, take thee, Plantagenet Geoffrey Palliser.
To have and to hold from this day forward.
For better, for worse.
For richer, for poorer.
To love and to cherish.
Till death us do part.
I like to hope, and am inclined to think, that Happiness and Synod Palliser, the Duke of Omnium, completed his career in usefulness and contentment. What precisely happened must be veiled in uncertainty, for it seems to me that this is the time to take my leave of the Pallisers and their acquaintances, and to narrate their adventures no more. They have been my companions for a great many years, and have occupied a significant part of my working existence. I have cried at their sorrows, laughed at their absurdities, and delighted in their joys and triumphs. It must, of course, be left to future generations to decide whether these characters of mine can endure. I only know that the Pallisers have been very dear to me, and very real to me, and that therefore it is with some regret that I bid them at long last farewell.
That was the 12th and final episode of The Pallisers, dramatised by Martin Wade from the novels of Anthony Trollope. Plantagenet Palliser was played by Ben Miles, Anthony Trollope by David Troughton, Madame Goesler by Stella Gonnet, Mary Palliser by Rachel Sterling, Isabel Boncassen by Madeline Potter, Lord Silverbridge by Nicholas Bolton, Frank Tregear by Chris Moran, Lord Popplecourt by Crispin Bonham Carter, Lady Mabel by Lydia Leonard, Major Tifto by Philip Fox, and Lady Cantrip by Frances Jeter. The music was specially composed by Elizabeth Parker. The Pallisers was produced and directed by Cherry Cookson.